It hasn't been that long since I got sent to this god-forsaken world in the outer galaxy to work as a guard in a new miner colony that was recently founded for the extraction of metals, and yet. Rex let out a deep sigh as he looked at the destroyed bar, where just hours before he was enjoying a cold drink after his shift had ended. It was now all in ruins, and he was lying down at one of the corners of the bar with a deep wound to his chest that was wide open. A few meters away lay the carcass of some unknown enemy, who looked just like those creatures that you could normally see only in horror movies. This one was just 1 meter long, with big wings, and his limbs resembled blades. The creature had lost one of his blades, which was in the hands of Rex. I don't know how this could happen to me. A few weeks ago I was just an officer worker, another slave of one of the mega corporations out in the galaxy. Maybe that is why I am here. Damn slave contracts. Next time you see a contract promising a well payout and good retention credits, never say yes to the possibility of travel. It could end up fucking up all your life. Just like it did to mine. World of Nakor, year 5600 of the Imperial Galactic System. Hey Rex, have you seen the company news? Rex felt a strong pat on the back as his best friend, a bald guy that looked not more than 24 years old, approached him, making the usual chat in the train going to the company. Hey, Carlos, yes, I did. They said that the company will redeploy workers to a newly established colony in a new mining world. It was a common thing for companies to send workers to work on other planets. This was the era of exploration and conquest, where new worlds were discovered and companies were fighting for the control of the new worlds, among which was the company where Rex was working. The company he worked for was Duotherm Omega, one of the 6 megacorps in the galaxy. As a megacorp, it was well balanced in each of the major districts, be it the militar tech and exploration tech. All megacorps had an army of their own that was much stronger and greater than any empire, since they have massive assets around the galaxy. If someone was so dumb to defy a megacorporation, his world would be destroyed by a massive and super powerful fleet that could destroy an intergalactic empire in weeks and a world in a matter of even seconds, like the human race. That was bold enough not to give up to the control of one megacorporation and got all its planets conquered in hours, and all the people made slaves and sold across the galaxy. While Rex was lost in thought, remembering this stuff, Carlos told him his biggest concern. Do you think they will send us to this new colony? Rex could feel the panic in the voice of Carlos since he had a kid at home that he was responsible for, and if he was selected to go to the new mining colony, he would have to abandon his kid here and go to the new planet. I don't think so. We are just office workers. What will we do in a mining world? Count rocks. Just relax and be ready, we're almost at the office. Rex patted Carlos on the back to reassure him, just in time for the train to stop and all the workers came out and went to their works. Once at the office, Rex was doing the usual, just reading some documents and changing some stuff here and there. He did this for 10 hours till it was time to end this day shift. Attention to all the workers of rank 6 to 5, assemble at the conference hall. This announcement caught Rex somewhat off guard. He was somewhat surprised that they waited until the shift change to call for them, yet not really, since workers of rank 6 to 5 were just slaves around the office, and nobody respected them. He went to the conference hall, where he could already see thousands of people. All sorts of races of conquered planets worked in the companies, and this one was not an exception. The human race here didn't even add up to 0.1% of the workers present here. Seeing a human in the galaxy who wasn't a slave was just a miracle. Rex and Carlos were some of those few fortunate ones who could buy back their freedom. That's ironic. After working like a slave for 18 years, I could finally buy back my freedom from the one who bought me, just to stop being a slave for a megacorp. There is nothing only here. At least I can sleep 8 hours. While Rex was lost in his thoughts, a big guy entered the conference hall and faced all the others. He was wearing an atmospheric suit. His body was humanoid-like, and he had the face of a fish, not the cute ones. On his chest he had the rank 3 ID. Once he was satisfied that he was visible to all, he began his usual corporate boss talk of loyalty and so forth. Since the companies had many races, it would be impossible to learn all the languages in the galaxy, so they all had a universal translator device on their arms. It was a small hologram screen that came out once the button on the device was clicked to start it. Once that was done, it would listen to the voice and translate them into the selected language in text. Like this. everyone could comprehend the words of the other races. And with that said, each and every one of you will be sent to the new mining colony, rank 6 as miners, rank 5s as guards. Be joyful, every one of you. You will all be some of the first lucky people who get to enter this new world and colonize it. The fish guy said all of this with an energetic voice while raising his hands like some kind of messiah, making this sound like a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity when in reality it was a death sentence, because it was well known that those who go to an unexplored planet always end up dying. It wasn't long before the murmurs of discontent rose among the workers in the hall. The fish guy became annoyed, and bringing his fingers to his arm where his device was, he typed a command, and within seconds, everyone of rank 5 and 6 in the hall began screaming in pain, grabbing their heads. Once a few minutes of screams and despair, the fish guy was finally placed and back with his smile on his ugly fish face, and so he stopped the command he had just sent to the chips inside of the brain of the workers. This chip was developed years ago and was used to prevent the workers from doing corporation espionage and keep them controlled. It was a requirement in any kind of work. Even the space pirates used them on their members to keep them under control, and for companies this was a must if you wanted to work in one of them. Once the pain finally stopped, Rex could finally stop dancing like a worm on the floor of the hall, and with fury on his face, he was staring at the fish guy. So, now I can tell that everyone here agreed with their own volition to go to the new mining colony, Marvelous. The transport ships are waiting for everyone outside of the building. Be careful when going up, and don't fall. Having said his last mocking words, the fish guy left the hall, and soon after, armed guards came inside of the hall to make everyone start moving to the transport ships. Rex could see from afar how some of the workers were trying to run away, just to be shot down with tasers that knocked them out in seconds. Rex could also see how one of them was Carlos. He was already tased down by the guards and was being dragged to the transport ship. Rex could only tighten his fist in anger and shame of how weak he was while watching his best friend being dragged away. Without even the opportunity to tell his 5-year-old kid back at his house that he was going to leave the world and that kid will probably die of hunger if someone does not help him, Rex then got out after a few seconds from the line going to the transport ships and walked toward one of the guards. The guard, seeing that one of the workers that was supposed to go to the transport ship was coming toward him, so he pointed his gun toward the worker and got ready to shoot, his finger already on the trigger. Once Rex saw that the guard was pointing his gun toward him, he raised his hands in sign of surrender. Hey, hold on, I'm not trying to do anything dangerous. I just want to make a deal with you that'll make you get a good amount of credits, and without doing anything too complicated. What do you say? The guard thought for a few seconds before putting down his gun. Say, what is the deal? I won't let you leave, just so you know. After all, there's not enough credits in the whole galaxy that could make me bet my head on. After all, what use are the credits if I can't enjoy them? Rex then lowered his hands and began to touch his left arm device, accessing his bank account. Once on his bank account, he walked up to the guard and flashed the credits. This 300k credits I have as the payment. All I want is for you to go this direction. I'm transferring you right now. There lives an Aquarian grandma, and all you have to do is tell her to take care of the bald kid, and that's it. Easy credits for you, right? The eyes of the guard widened when he saw the 300k credits. As that amount was a lot, since he could only gain 30k credits per year, these 300k credits were the savings of 5 years of Rex that he was saving to buy himself a cybernetic upgrade, but saving the kid of his best friend was more important than the credits right now. All you want me to do is tell the grandma this message? Rex nodded slightly. Yeah, that's all you have to do. I've transferred her 150k credits that she'll pay you when you get there with her and deliver the message. Then, Rex transferred the 150k credits to the guard and joined the line to the transport ship, where Carlos was also going. He thought that calling it a transport ship was too big of a praise since it was only a big empty area inside of it, without anything else. Rex then started looking for Carlos. Once he had located his unconscious friend, he lay down next to him on the floor and let out a deep sigh. And there goes my cybernetic hands upgrade. At least I know that the kid is going to be safe with grandma. I have no idea how long we're going to travel, so I better take a nap. Later I'll provide the grandma's bank account number to this damned bald, and I am not going to pay to his son all of my life, not like he is a beautiful and hot single mom, damn. Cybernetic upgrades had been around for 2,000 years now and were a tech that anyone could buy. Anything you could think of, from legs that could let you fly to arms that could become miniguns to even boob guns, was out on the market. There was no limit to the imagination on these things. Normal cybernetic implants were open for all the public to buy, while those of military use could be found on dark markets across the galaxy or with your smuggler of trust. If you could even trust a smuggler, those guys could even cheat a cookie from a baby and sell it back to the mom. There's also a special type of upgrade called bionics. Only nobles or high military posts could enjoy those types of upgrades, since even one bionic eye could cost 500 million credits. They were costly since it was biotechnology that could change the organs and make them half organic, half machine. It took 8 hours of travel from this world to the new one with the wormhole jumping technology developed 300 years ago that was now of common use for medium-sized ships and bigger. Since there were not even windows on this transport ship, nobody inside could tell when they arrived. That was until the door of the transport ship started to open. Rex could feel the hot air coming inside the cargo bay, where everybody was. Thanks to the residential dome, the oxygen one needs to live here was optimal for those who needed it. Other races were just using their own atmospheric suits. The guards of the company that escorted the transport ships here began to make everyone get out of them. It was when Rex stepped outside the transport ship that he realized their company wasn't the only one to send workers here, but many other ships were also dispatched with different company emblems onto the landing zone. Those of Dwotherm Omega Company, this way, don't get lost. We won't be responsible for an accidental death on the landing zone. Now come follow me. The one speaking was a tall man of dark skin with the usual guard combat suit. Behind him were the other 20 more armed guards to prevent rebellion of any kind. Like this, everyone followed the man up until they arrived at a big open space. Now I will give the orders the higher-ups sent me. Those of rank 6 are to be miners and are to live in the residential area, and those of rank 5 are to be new recruits for the guard and are to live on headquarters residential. That's all. Those of rank 5 follow me, and those of rank 6 go with this guy here. Rex gave Carlos a pat on the back to cheer him up. Well, since I am rank 5, I will go to this side. I will see you later, my bald friend. Don't forget to send Grandma credits for the expenses of taking care of you, kid. Once Rex was about to leave, Carlos spoke with him. Wait Rex. I just wanted to thank you for all you did back there to help my kid. I know that those credits means a lot to you, and I will paw. He had not even finished saying it when Rex interrupted him. Wait a second, don't you even dare say that. I gave those credits on a voluntary basis. If you want to pay me, then let's search for a tavern with the worst name tomorrow once our shift is done, and you will pay since I have 0 credits right now. Sounds good? The warm smile that Rex was giving Carlos right now was a safe haven from all of this that was happening, and after hearing these words from his best friend, he wanted to cry, but he just manned up and joined hands with him, making the promise to drink tomorrow at night. Like this, they left to their places. Rex could notice that this world had a sun and 2 moons that were so big that you could see them without difficulty from the colony. This colony, like any other mining colony, was made full of metals, and you could see pipes everywhere releasing smoke from time to time. While usual holographic company ads were being transmitted, together with the news of the colony, it didn't take him long to reach the guard headquarters of the Dwotherm Omega Company. It was a big building situated in the northeast part of the colony. After he entered the hall, he was taken to a 4x4 room in which he would be obliged to live from that day on. Well, it could be worse. At least I was in luck and got a room with a window. He opened the window of his room, undressed from his formal office worker clothes, and sprang onto the bed, which was as hard as a rock. Now he was clutching at his chest area from the jolt with the hard bed. In fact, he did not take long to sleep. After 5 hours of sleep, he was awakened by an alarm installed in his room, which meant that it was about time his shift started, and he had to head to the barracks to put himself together, and so he did that while dragging his still sleepy legs towards the barracks. There, he was given an electronic key with the number of the armory locker he had been assigned to. Once he walked towards his locker and opened it, he could see a black guard uniform with usual guard chest armor and helmet, and there lay an electric rifle. The electric rifles were a new military technology capable of firing bullets without using gunpowder, an achievement that was to be twice as fast and twice as strong as a regular rifle. It took Rex just about 10 minutes to be fully armed and ready for the start of his shift. It was common that the colony guards weren't even trained in the use of weaponry or other kinds of military training. Since the companies didn't care what the guards in the godforsaken colony did, they only cared that they comply with their material orders. Since this was the first time for Rex here, he walked toward the guy in charge of the armory to ask for a little advice. The guy in the armory was the typical black marker smuggler. He was a fat alien lying on a big armchair while smoking T-355, some sort of substance similar to tobacco, which humans usually smoke. Without wasting more time, Rex finally spoke to him. "Hello, Senior, I wanted to ask, where do I need to head next?" The armorer supervisor looked at Rex up and down before answering. "Ha, a rookie, I see. Well, just go to that terminal over there and introduce your electronic key to see your job for today." Rex thanked him and then proceeded to the terminal. There, for the first time, he knew what he had to do. It was a patrol mission with another 3 new recruits and 1 more experimented guard. Then he started to look for his squad until he found them. After some introductions, they started doing their patrol route. It was just walking from point A to point B without too much to do. It was your typical routine mission, and like this, his shift was over, and he got this day's pay, only 300 credits. It was then time to look in this big colony for his friend Carlos. Rex spent an hour searching bars till he finally found him. The name of that bar was Atomic Cocktails. Once Carlos noticed Rex from far away, he started waving his hands so he could notice where he was. "Hey Rex, finally you arrived. For a second there I thought that you got lost. I was going to call the guards reporting a lost kid." "Haha, fuck off, man. It's harder to find someone than it is to search for a bar. Next time you will have to search for me." While they were conversing, Rex put his arm around Carlos's neck and dragged him inside the bar. The place was nothing new, just the normal bar. Some electronic music and a lot of lights. At least here in this bar, there weren't that many people, so they could find a table where they could sit down and drink their beers. "Oh yes, before I forget, here, take this Rex." Carlos pulled from his pocket a hand-sized white quartz. "I mined that one today. Since they have no value, the area supervisor let me have it, and since I know you like to collect strange rocks, make this one your first in this new world." Once Carlos placed the quartz on his hand, Rex was overcome with emotion. "Although you are just a bald guy, you really are nice. Now you even to make me cry." They both continued having silly discussions until they were deep drunk and were kicked from the bar. Since Carlos' house was closer to where they were, they decided that they would sleep over at his place. The moment they reached Carlos' apartment, they fell onto the floor and slept like logs. They woke up hungover, as was a ritual by now. Rex said his goodbyes to Carlos and proceeded to make his way to the armory to retrieve his uniform and begin the daily patrol routine. Thankfully, due to the helmet, the squad leader had no inkling that Rex was hungover and not that he gave a damn anyway. This was supposed to be just another routine mission, but sometimes the clock of fate just loves to pull off some really cruel pranks. From the center of the colony, a big explosion took place, followed by an unnatural earthquake, and it did not take long before the shootings of guns could be heard from every direction. "Central here, guard G45, what is the situation?" The squad leader of Rex tried to contact the Central with his intercommunicator but got static as an answer. "Hey, look up there, what is that?" One of Rex's guard companions pointed to the sky. Once he followed his finger to see where he was pointing, he could see how from inside the dome many flying bugs of a considerable size were coming out, and before he could say anything, the place where the guard that pointed at the sky was standing started to crumble. And soon after, a long bug with big and powerful claws came out of the place that crumbled, while having the guard that was standing there on his big jaws, just a second later, to cut him in half with its powerful jaws. Rex let out a scream out of panic while pulling his rifle's trigger, emptying all the clip on this bug. All that could be heard was the little electricity of the rifle trying to shoot since it was out of ammo already. Rex could let out a sigh of relief when he saw that the bug was dead, praising his luck that at least the rifles could kill them. But that relief didn't last long. The shots made those flying bugs aware of them, and now they were also coming down toward Rex's squad. "Shit. Run." Rex could only say that before he started to run, followed by the other 3 guards, The swarm kept following them pretty close, without a sign of losing interest in them. Here, let's enter this bar. For whatever reason, Rex ran all the way to the atomic cocktail bar, as that was the only place he knew. Once they went inside the bar, they tried to close the door, but it was useless. The bugs fell onto the door, sending it flying open, making a puree of meat and blood of the guard that was trying to close it. Rex and the rest started firing at the bugs, attempting to get inside. Since the opening was small and tight, the bugs could only enter a few at a time instead of swarming it. Like this, it caused less of a problem for them in shooting the bugs down, but their numbers were endless, while their bullets weren't. The moment they ran out of ammo, the rest of the flying bugs coming for them got inside the bar. Only the screams of the guards could be heard while they were being chopped to pieces, and the luck of Rex also ran out. 2 flying bugs also charged at him. One of them managed to cut down his leg with one of his sharp legs like blades, while the other bug has pierced his chest with one of his blade legs and made him spit blood out. Darn it! With a fierce scream, Rex took his handgun out and put it inside the mouth of the bug that pierced his chest, unloading all the magazine on it and blowing its head on many pieces. Then he took his last handgun clip and reloaded it, and with that he shot at the other bugs. These bugs were too squishy and easy to kill, thus, they died easily. He then shot at the leg blade that was inside his chest, cutting it down from the dead bug on top of him. Finally, he pushed the bug down from him, and with the last strength he could muster, he pulled the blade from his chest. He could only pant and cough blood by then. He could already feel the cold and peace of the incoming death. The blood loss from the place where minutes ago was his leg and from his chest, which probably was now without a heart, was going to be the cause of his death, even after killing all those bugs. Sigh, this is so damn unfair. Not even 3 days I could survive. Fuck this world, fuck the company, and fuck all those bugs, damn it. You weep like a little baby. Since you're going to die anyway, how about you give your body for my use? Rex let out a small smile, thinking he was going crazy already. Like hell, I will do that. It took me many years to get my freedom, and I won't give it to anyone. Then, what about a deal? In exchange for me to restore your body, you will share your body with me. How about that? Rex could hardly hear those last words, so he answered with the first thing that came to his mind before finally fainting. You have a cute voice. Once he fainted, the white quartz that was inside his pocket all this time started becoming a white metallic liquid that went all the way up to the chest of Rex and inside of the injury. Carbon-based life form detected. Initiate symbiotic relation. Repair damaged tissue. Reconstruct body to an optimal life form for me to use. Now, the white metallic liquid that had gone inside Rex's body quickly started to spread in his body, changing his frail bones into metallic bones and changing veins with tubes and cables. All of his organs were also converted to bionic ones. All of his body was now a bionic one, half machine and half organic. The weakness of this body is now gone. All that is left to do is for me to become the source of power for this body. Rex didn't have a single clue when he died because the only thing he remembered was the sound of a very beautiful voice of a lady. Then he felt the dark, cold sleep coming. Everything was completely dark everywhere around him until some rays of light began to show up. The moment he opened his eyes, he was dumbfounded by the way he had been feeling. All pain that he felt before dying was gone, and even more amazing than this, he was now seeing things perfectly, or even more than that. He could see even the dust falling on the other side of the bar. But suddenly, the panic came to him when he noticed he couldn't even move a finger, and he could only breathe and move his eyes. It seems you are finally awake. I was waiting for you to awaken before I started the system. Give me a second. Since Rex was unable to even speak, the questions he had on his mind would have to wait, which didn't take that long. He could feel a warmth on his chest while he could hear the sound of various systems going online one after another, like you do when you turn on a PC. He could also feel how from his ribs area a strong, hot wind was coming out, sending dust flying around on the destroyed bar. The hot air lasted for a few minutes till the air started to come out cold and in less quantity. System status all green, host body status all green, initiating activation. When he heard those words, the body of Rex jumped a little, and after that, he managed to move itself as usual. He lifted his left arm and looked at it. He could feel that it was heavier and stronger, But what caught more of his attention were the strange black lines around all the visible parts of his skin. I know you're impressed by my work, but sadly, it's time to move. The enemies detected the energy used for your activation, and they're on their way. We should leave as soon as possible. Rex stood there, still in shock. He remembered dying, and there had been a hole in his chest. Now, though, that hole was gone, replaced by a strange, prism-like gem of white light, encased in black lines. Even stranger, his lost leg was back. As he inspected himself, the words of that beautiful voice he'd heard earlier echoed in his mind again. Wait, I know your voice. Who are you? Before he could finish his question, a sound like the flapping of 1,000 wings rushed closer. Remembering what the voice had told him, he bolted toward the door of the bar and ran towards the barracks. He was running at an insane speed, reaching easily 100 kilometers per hour. Unused to this newfound power, he slammed right into a mining car, pushing it forward slightly. What the? How am I this fast all of a sudden? I suggest you start running again. The enemies are multiplying, thanks to all the noise you're making. You're worse than a newborn Kemplar. Ouch. Harsh, ma'am, but technically, I am a newborn, if you think about it. Rex just grinned, shrugging it off. He started running again, slower this time, gradually increasing his pace as he got more used to the speed. Before long, he was near the guard headquarters. He was only about 2 kilometers away, but what he saw there sent a chill down his spine. The guard headquarters was under siege by the bugs. Defensive turrets fired non-stop, with missile barrages raining down on the swarming land bugs. The remaining guards fought desperately, trying to keep the flying bugs away from the towers. But from the looks of it, they were on borrowed time, about to be overrun. Hey, beautiful voice. Is there any way to get inside the barracks without, dying? There's one way. Activate overdrive. It'll make your body twice as strong as it is now. If we make 4 or 5 jumps, we should reach the barracks. Overdrive? What exactly is that? No time to explain. Activating overdrive. Please stand by. Suddenly, Rex felt a surge of heat through his body. The cool, quiet air that had been seeping from his ribs turned hot and wild. He could feel parts of his body shifting into small propellants opening up in his limbs. Overdrive activated. Energy reserves are limited, so you only have 30 seconds. I suggest immediate action. Wait, a what? You could have told me that sooner. Wasting no more time, Rex launched into his first jump. As soon as he leapt, the propellers on his legs ignited, sending him flying farther than he thought possible. The height was terrifying. OSH*T. I'm falling. I'm going to die. Despite his panic, Rex landed smoothly. The beautiful voice had taken control of his bionic implants, slowing his descent just before he hit the ground. Since his body was now fully bionic, the abrupt deceleration didn't harm him at all. Stop yelling and start moving. You've got 18 seconds of overdrive left. Without another word, Rex kept jumping, the beautiful voice guiding him and keeping him from smashing into anything fatal. Finally, they reached the rooftop of the headquarters. Overdrive mode has ended. Energy at 8%. Entering energy saving mode. I suggest the host find an energy source immediately. Hey, I can't keep calling you beautiful voice forever, so, do you have a name? My assembly number is FTR 256. Yeah, no, that's not going to work. From now on, you're Cleo. Seems fitting for someone with such a cute voice. Rex felt a little awkward after the silence that followed. No reaction at all. He just shrugged, kept quiet, and opened the rooftop door to head into the headquarters. As he made his way down the stairs, he noticed a large truck blocking the exit. Cleo, the exit's blocked. Any bright ideas? As soon as he said that, beams of light shot out from his eyes, scanning the vehicle. According to my analysis, you're strong enough to push this vehicle without much effort. Cleo, we need to have a long talk about what you've done to my body after this. As you wish. Rex took a deep breath and started pushing the truck. To his surprise, it moved easily. Once there was enough space for him to slip inside the barracks, he got in, then pushed the truck back into place, blocking the stairs again. He jogged toward the armory at a normal pace, nothing that would draw too much attention if anyone saw him. After reaching his locker, he quickly changed his pants and grabbed a new helmet. Then he made his way over to the weapon racks. He picked up an electric rifle and grabbed 8 clips of ammo. I recommend the host also grab a melee weapon. Based on my observations, the combat machete over there would be a suitable choice. Good idea. Thanks, Cleo. I'm reminding the host to recharge energy. 5% remaining. Once it reaches 1%, the host will enter deep slumber until energy is replenished. Okay, Cleo, so how do I recharge? Rex asked, sounding a bit worried. Please wait. Scanning in progress. Found the closest energy charger. Follow the path I'm displaying toward the power source. Small glowing orbs appeared, creating a path for Rex to follow. He walked along until he arrived at one of the main generators of the headquarters. Alright, I'm here. Now what? Grab a cable and bite it. Come again, activating emergency recharge mode. Suddenly, Rex's teeth sharpened, making it easier to bite through the cable. Wait, are you sure this is safe? Pretty sure this could kill me. Energy at 4%. I suggest the host hurry. Rex sighed heavily, his hands trembling. With the same hesitation a kid has before taking bitter medicine, he closed his eyes and bit down on the cable. The moment his teeth made contact with the copper inside, high voltage surged through his body. But instead of the agonizing pain he'd braced for, it felt more like a mild tingle spreading all over. Energy transfer detected. Redirecting power to the central core. Please stand by. Redirection successful. Energy at 6%. Estimated time until fully charged, 30 minutes. Please remain still. 30 long, awkward minutes passed with Rex sitting on the floor, biting the cable like some weird, futuristic vampire. Energy at 100%. Please disconnect from the power source to prevent damage to the host. Rex quickly spat out the cable, shaking his head and spitting out small bits of insulation stuck in his mouth. Ah, that tastes like crap. Is there seriously no better way to recharge than chewing on cables? To answer the host, there is a more advanced method, but this facility lacks the necessary equipment. Great, Rex muttered. All right, let's go find the guard captain. I need answers about what the hell is going on. Rex searched everywhere for the captain but couldn't find him. Frustrated, he started asking the injured guards if they had any idea where the captain had gone. Finally, someone gave him a lead. Apparently, the captain had been outside the headquarters when everything went down, his last known location, the mines. He'd gone there after hearing a report of strange noises coming from underground. Wait, the mines? Carlos? Rex's stomach dropped. The bugs had come from underground, and that meant they'd come from the mines where his best friend, Carlos, had been working. If the captain went there because of the noises, the place had to be chaos now. Rex dreaded the thought, but it was almost certain no one could still be alive in there. Still, Carlos was his best friend. He had to try, even if there was only the slightest chance he was still alive, maybe hiding somewhere. But the problem was getting there. The mines were a 30-minute drive from the colony. Taking a helicopter? Suicide, with the flying bugs still circling. A vehicle wasn't much better since the noise would bring the bugs straight to him. I don't know why you're overthinking this. If the host wants to go to the mines, I recommend running. At our top speed of 100 kilometers per hour, we make almost no noise. We'll be there in an hour. Wait, that's right, Cleo, you're a genius. Tracing the route to the mining area, based on gathered information. A small, glowing point appeared, showing the route to the mines. Rex knew how this worked and didn't waste a second. He leapt out of the headquarters, moving from roof to roof, staying as far from the bug-infested areas as possible. Once he was in an area with fewer bugs, Rex dropped to the ground and took off running at full speed. Every now and then, he spotted a bug or two trying to chase him, but he was way too fast for them. After a few minutes, he found himself nearing the colony's exit. Hey, Cleo, you know. We kind of rushed out here, and, well, I forgot my atmospheric helmet. Host, there's no need to worry. I've upgraded your pulmonary capacity. You can store oxygen in your lungs, and I'll regulate your intake. You'll be able to go without breathing for 5 hours. Damn, I'm amazing, haha, alright, let's go. With all the chaos from the bugs attacking the colony, the exit was unguarded. All Rex had to do was swipe his guard keycard and slip through. No trouble at all. Once outside, he picked up the pace, sprinting toward the mine entrance. The planet's desert terrain made for an easy run since there were no obstacles to slow him down. After about an hour, he finally reached the mine. 2 vehicles were parked near the entrance, probably the ones the guard captain had used. One of them had a mounted machine gun. Cleo, don't forget about this vehicle. That machine gun could come in handy if we run into something nasty inside. Oh, and can you scan the mine for me? Host, it's not possible to scan the interior. We lack the necessary equipment. I suggest locating my covert ship. Wait, you have a ship? Affirmative. Though it's heavily damaged from the battle that brought me down, it can still fly and has some assembly capabilities intact. So, since you're part of me and you can only go where I go, doesn't that mean the ship is technically mine? Host has temporary access to the ship while we are connected. Wow, Cleo, you're surprisingly cheap for an AI. Anyway, let's keep moving. Rex stepped inside the mine, and almost immediately, he noticed the lights were dimmed way down. He figured it had something to do with the bugs that showed up a few hours ago, but it only made his anxiety worse. He could barely see anything. Hey Cleo, we don't have, like, some flashlights or something? I can't see a thing in here. Negative, host. But we do have night vision. Would you like me to activate it? Yes, obviously, I can't even see my hand in front of my face. Also, maybe just do stuff like this without waiting for me to ask. Yeah, I don't even know what's going on half the time. Understood. Activating night vision. Combat mode on standby, ready to engage. Wait, what? Combat mode? Why? Before he could finish, the night vision kicked in, and what he saw made him freeze. His grip tightened around his electric rifle. The bodies of the miners were scattered everywhere, none of them intact. Holes lined the walls of the mine, and they definitely weren't from the miners. Nobody in their right mind would dig like that. Way too risky. What? What happened here? He muttered. What could even do something like this? Suddenly, a soft light came from his eyes, scanning the area. Scan complete. There is a 98% chance this was caused by a burrower. A burrower? What's that? Accessing database. Data retrieval complete. Burrowers are subterranean insectoid creatures with powerful claws for digging. They specialize in tunneling underground and launching surprise attacks. Their ability to disrupt terrain makes them ideal for guerrilla warfare and ambush tactics. Rex went quiet for a moment. The information Cleo was giving him felt weirdly specific, like she had come across these things before. Hey, Cleo, have you ever dealt with bugs like this before? Rex, true to himself, didn't bother softening his tone. Delicacy was never his strong suit. Yes, I encountered this species years ago. They were responsible for the extinction of my race. Oh, I didn't know. I'm sorry. I don't understand why you would apologize for something beyond your control. More data is required. Data? What do you, Before Rex could finish, his muscles tightened. His eyes caught sight of glowing red markers rushing toward him. He realized Cleo's combat mode, which she'd set on standby earlier, had activated. Those red dots were heading straight for him and were hostile. And if Cleo flagged something as hostile, it could only mean one thing. Bugs. Without hesitation, Rex raised his electric rifle and aimed at the incoming threat. His heart pounded as he finally saw them. It was those flying bugs that had overrun the colony. Instinct took over. Rex didn't think, he just fired with deadly accuracy. Just a few days ago, he'd been an office worker, clueless about combat. Now, here he was, taking out the swarm like some seasoned soldier. It had to be Cleo's doing, whatever she'd done to his body. In just a few minutes, he'd wiped out the bugs that had come for him. I advise extreme caution from now on. The sound of gunfire may have alerted other enemies. A beautiful girl worrying about me? Gotta admit, it's kinda a nice feeling. It would be wise to proceed in silence to avoid further ambushes. Rex just shrugged, grinning to himself, and pressed on deeper into the mine. More bugs appeared here and there, but he took them down with ease, sending each one to its grave without a second thought. He kept going, deeper and deeper into the mines. Time had blurred. It could have been minutes, maybe hours, since he first descended into this place. The bugs were relentless, and now he was out of bullets. Great. These bugs are really good at burning through my ammo, Cleo. How good are we with melee weapons, again? Rex muttered, more to himself than to his AI companion. We're as good as any advanced swordmaster with melee weapons. I dunno how good that is, but it sounds impressive, Rex shrugged. He finally reached the mine's elevator, realizing he was now somewhere near the middle levels. Down here, each company had their own floors where they mined whatever resources kept the corporate machine running. The elevator itself was a marvel of engineering, built to haul tons of minerals, equipment, and personnel without a sweat. Rex stepped over to the console, relieved to see it still had power. Luckily, the thing ran on an external battery, so he wouldn't have to mess around in the dark. The only catch: he had no clue which floor his bald-headed friend was working on. Of course, he grumbled. Now I gotta search floor by floor for this guy. Why couldn't he be a gorgeous, black-haired beauty or something? At least then I'd have something nice to look forward to after rescuing him. Damn it, bald dude. Noted. You say something, Cleo? Great, now I'm talking to myself. Rex sighed, rubbing his temples. With no other choice, he selected the first floor. Maybe there'd be survivors there. It didn't matter which company they were from. In the end, they were all the same, just slaves to different bosses. The elevator groaned to life, rattling and clanking so loudly it made Rex flinch. He knew that sound would carry far, and if there was one thing he'd learned about these bugs, it was that they had a thing for noise. A noise like this. It was practically rolling out the red carpet for them. Yeah. Fuck my life. It didn't even take the bugs 3 minutes before holes started appearing all over the mine walls. Burrowers poured out first, followed by a swarm of flying bugs, all of them charging at Rex like ants drawn to sugar. Activating combat mode, activating melee combat assistant, ready to engage at any time. Thanks for the backup, Cleo, Rex shouted. Cleo had everything online in under 2 seconds, and it was just in time. The first burrower lunged at him, but with his newly upgraded body and Cleo's assist, Rex could now predict where the attack was coming from, though with a small margin of error. As the creature leapt, Rex dodged, his reflexes kicking in almost automatically. Without hesitation, he grabbed the burrower by its tail. Using his enhanced strength, he swung it around like a club, smashing it into the other bugs charging his way. The thing's body hit the flying bugs with a sickening thud, knocking several of them out of the air. Ha ha ha, come on, then, I've got plenty for all of you. Host, I recommend switching to the combat machetes. While using the bug as a weapon is effective for crowd control, it won't kill them. Cleo, you really need to learn how to have fun, Rex grinned, still swinging, but yeah, you're right, this isn't playtime. He dropped the battered bug and pulled out 2 machetes from the scabbards on his hips, instinctively falling into a combat stance that felt strangely familiar, like he'd done this 1,000 times before. Meanwhile, the swarm of flying bugs kept coming, but now he was ready. As soon as they were in range, Rex started slicing through them like they were nothing. With his heightened senses, he could pinpoint the weak spots, cutting through their soft tissue with minimal resistance. He focused on the flyers, slashing them down with fluid, deadly efficiency, all while dodging the burrowers that tried to crush him. While Rex was busy tearing through the bugs, the elevator finally reached the first floor of the mine. The automatic doors detected its arrival and began to slide open with a quiet hiss. Standing just beyond the doors were a few survivors from another company that had been sent to this world. At first, the survivors flinched, their hearts pounding as they saw the swarm of bugs just outside. These were the same creatures that had massacred their team only a few hours ago. And now, right in front of them, more bugs swarmed, ready to attack. Look over there. There's someone, one of the survivors shouted, pointing with trembling hands. The rest turned to look where he was pointing, and that's when they saw Rex. He was in the middle of the chaos, moving like a whirlwind of steel, slicing through the bugs with terrifying precision. His movements were effortless and fluid, like he'd done this 1,000 times before. The finesse with which he wielded those blades could only be compared to a master swordsman. It's a noble. A noble's here, someone gasped. A noble? Another echoed, sounding both awed and terrified. How do you know he's a noble? Come on, think about it. Sword masters are all nobles, and look at him. He's got bionic implants all over his body. That's why he's so strong. In this galaxy, the nobles were descendants of the megacorps, and they were the only ones who could afford the kind of high-grade bionic implants that Rex had. Implants like that weren't just rare, they were exclusive to the elite, practically a symbol of their status. So, seeing someone with that kind of tech was a dead giveaway that they were dealing with a noble. It was hard to miss, too. Every so often, a faint green glow would pulse from Rex's body, lighting up the parts where his enhancements were most active. The glow appeared on the visible areas of his skin, reinforcing the belief that they were in the presence of someone incredibly powerful and incredibly dangerous. If he's a noble, and we're just standing here, watching while he fights the bugs, one of the survivors muttered, panic creeping into his voice, wouldn't he? I don't know. Kill us for not helping? The tension in the air spiked. That's right, another stammered. Guards, go help him. We can't just stand here. What if he turns on us? Why yeah, go. Do something. Under pressure from the terrified survivors and the overwhelming presence of what they assumed to be a noble, the guards hesitated for a moment before finally giving in. They raised their weapons and began firing at the burrowers creeping too close to Rex, hoping to avoid any potential wrath. Rex was too busy dealing with the bugs to notice the elevator doors opening behind him and the conversation that the survivors were having. But Cleo did, quietly storing away the data about nobles for later. When the guards started firing, Rex's instincts flared, and he spun around, momentarily thrown off. "Defucka, what now? Who the hell's shooting at me?" Answering the host. "The survivors on the first floor have begun providing support in the fight against the bugs. Should we classify them as neutral?" Yeah, do that. Last thing I need is to accidentally kill someone who's on our side." With Rex's confirmation, Cleo adjusted her targeting system, marking the guards who were helping with a soft yellow outline. Now, whenever Rex glanced their way, he'd instantly recognize them as non-hostile, which was a relief in the chaos. The guards' cover fire came just in time, thinning the swarm enough for Rex to keep his focus on finishing off the remaining bugs. The battlefield was a mess of bodies and broken limbs, but finally, after a relentless back and forth, the last of the bugs fell. Rex stood amidst a mountain of insect corpses, catching his breath. One of his combat machetes was in pieces, completely wrecked from fending off the burrowers' crushing jaws. He tossed it aside, figuring he'd need to find a replacement later. Meanwhile, the survivors just stared at him, wide-eyed. "So this is the power of a noble," one of them murmured, half in awe, half in disbelief. "No wonder they can conquer whole systems. If a single noble can do this, imagine a fleet full of them," another whispered, almost afraid to speak too loudly. Rex, hearing their words, couldn't help but smirk. "Noble, huh?" he muttered under his breath. "Guess that's what they think. Might as well use this noble thing to my advantage and get some info out of them," Rex muttered to himself, eyeing the cowering survivors. "I'm surprised the host is finally making sensible decisions. Cleo, I'm starting to think you've got a pretty low opinion of me," Rex grumbled. "Anyway, let's give them a little show." With that, Rex bent his knees slightly and launched himself high into the air, leaping down from the mountain of bug corpses with ease. He soared several meters up before landing right in front of the survivors, his feet hitting the ground with a dull thud as if it were nothing. The moment they saw him land, the survivors froze. The stories about nobles being ruthless and quick to anger must have been running through their minds, because without hesitation, they all dropped to their knees, heads bowed low, not daring to look him in the eye. Rex felt a wave of disgust ripple through him at the sight of their submission, but he kept his expression cold. If he wanted information, he had to play the part. "Who's in charge here?" he asked, lowering his voice, making it deep and authoritative. That would be me, sir." The response came from one of the guards, his voice shaky. He remained on his knees, head down, speaking without even glancing up at Rex. Rex let the silence hang in the air for a moment, letting the tension build. He could practically feel Cleo smirking in his head. "Good," Rex said, folding his arms. "Do you have any idea what's going on? Why the bugs started pouring out and attacking the colony?" The mention of the colony sent a visible shiver through the survivors. Their faces paled as they realized the gravity of the situation. If the bugs had reached the colony, it meant things were far worse than they thought. And now it made sense to them as to why a noble had been sent to investigate. Only someone with that level of authority and power could be trusted with handling something like this, especially if it meant finding whoever or whatever was responsible. We don't know, sir," one of the guards stammered, his voice barely steady. "A few hours ago, we were just guarding the miners when this massive earthquake hit. A few minutes later, the bugs started coming through holes in the mines. They swarmed us. We didn't stand a chance. The people you see here, we're all that's left of the survivors." Rex frowned, taking in the information. Fine. Get into the elevator," he ordered. "We're heading back to floor 0. I want all the miners out of here ASAP. As for you guards, you're under my command now. Also, give me some ammo clips. I'm out after clearing the way down here." The survivors quickly did as they were told, scrambling to gather what little ammo they had left and handing it over to Rex. Their fear was palpable, especially now that they understood the full scale of the disaster. The guards handed him a few ammo clips, and without another word, they all piled into the elevator, the air thick with tension. As the elevator started moving, a deep mechanical hum filled the shaft. The survivors went stiff, their eyes darting around nervously, fearing that the sound would attract more bugs. Rex glanced at them, reading the fear on their faces. "Relax. If anything comes, I'll handle it." But despite his words, they remained frozen, the weight of their situation settling in as they rose toward the surface. But, thankfully, despite what they feared, the elevator reached the top floor without too much trouble and without any more bug attacks. "All right, the civilians can get out now. I cleared the path here, but just in case, don't make any noise on your way out. If any bugs show up, there are 2 vehicles outside the mine. One of them has a mounted machine gun. Use it for defense if necessary, but don't try to leave. Wait for us to come out." "You understood, my lord. We will wait for your eminence." Rex still hadn't gotten used to people kneeling or bowing their heads in front of him. He hated it, but for now, he had to swallow his anger and play the part. Once the miners were out of sight, one of the guards pressed the button for the 2nd floor. Since the guards didn't have night vision like Rex, they were using flashlights mounted on their helmets. "Hey, Cleo, don't you think it feels a lot creepier moving forward with just these lanterns? It kind of reminds me of those horror movies in the theaters." "I don't have any data on what a theater or a horror movie is. Host, could you explain?" Well, a theater is a place where you watch films for entertainment, and horror movies usually have a creepy monster that, eats people." "Understood. Storing the data for future reference." The whole conversation took place inside Rex's mind, of course. It would be weird if the others saw him talking to himself, especially since only he could hear Cleo's voice. If he didn't already know she was the one who upgraded his body, he might have thought he was going crazy too. Meanwhile, the guards next to him were sweating bullets, nervous to be so close to a noble who could easily kill them. And there he was, just standing still, staring into space like a predator waiting for his next move, ready to strike. Multiple hostiles detected. Activating combat mode. Prepare for combat. Something's coming. Thanks to his new eyes, which worked like radar, and Cleo's ability to detect hostile creatures from a few meters away, Rex wasn't caught off guard this time. The moment the door to the 2nd floor opened, multiple dog-like bugs started charging toward Rex and his group. "Open fire!" Rex shouted, pointing toward the oncoming hounds. The guards quickly started shooting, but it was pitch black down there, and the hounds' jet black bodies made them almost impossible to see in the dark. "Cleo, do you have any info on these things?" The enemies are necrohounds, carrion-eating insectoids that thrive on battlefield remains. They can repurpose biological matter to heal themselves or others. After battles, they scavenge to feed. Necrohounds can regenerate lost limbs or enhance their bodies with absorbed biomass, making them difficult to permanently kill. Is there a good way to take them down? There's one effective method: fire, to stop their regeneration. But we don't have those kinds of weapons. There's another, less effective method: chopping them into pieces till they can't regenerate. So it's melee combat again? Fine, let's do this. Support me, Cleo. Understood. Activating thermal vision. The moment Rex's thermal vision kicked in, His eyes glowed red, making him look like a true predator of the night. While the guards continued shooting at the necrohounds, they didn't notice when Rex slipped away and began his hunt. One of the soldiers suddenly caught sight of those glowing red eyes in the darkness. Fear shot through him, and without thinking, he fired his weapon at the red glow. Activating emergency evasive maneuvers. Wait, hold on. The moment Cleo activated the emergency evasive maneuvers, she took full control of Rex's body, swiftly dodging most of the bullets. She even used the machete to deflect a few shots, angling the blade just right so the bullets were redirected to the ground rather than damaging the weapon. When the guard's clip finally ran empty, Cleo moved Rex's body forward, closing the distance between them. Without using full force, she delivered a punch to the guard's stomach, knocking him to the ground, gasping in pain. Returning control to the host. Next time, watch where you're shooting, don't waste bullets. For a brief moment, the other guards froze, watching one of their own writhing on the ground, but none of them dared to speak up. They knew full well that if they tried anything, the noble standing before them could kill them all before they even realized what was happening. So, without a word, they kept firing at the necrohounds. Ah, Cleo, wasn't that kind of our fault for getting in the way while they were shooting? HMPH. Wait, are you pouting? For a moment, Rex found himself oddly amused. Because Cleo, who was supposed to be just an AI, was acting more and more human. It was the first time he had ever encountered an AI with this kind of behavior. Everyone knew AIs weren't supposed to evolve beyond their programming or develop emotions. It was considered taboo, a safeguard to prevent machine rebellions. His thoughts were cut short when he heard one of the guards yell that he was out of ammo. Rex refocused and returned to the fight, resuming his hunt of the necrohounds. While the guards did their best to hold the creatures back, Rex darted from one spot to another, slicing off limbs and heads with precise strikes. The battle raged for another hour, but fortunately, there had only been 10 of the creatures. If there had been more, the guards wouldn't have lasted, and Rex would have been forced to retreat. The hound's ability to regenerate made them not only dangerous but incredibly frustrating to deal with. Host, I suggest we scavenge this floor for gear. The necrohounds only eat biomatter, they don't bother with metals. Oh, great thinking, Cleo. All right, everyone, listen up. Start searching for ammo and anything else we can use. I doubt we'll find any survivors, but keep your eyes open for anything unusual, and this time, try not to shoot me. With the noble's orders, they all started combing through the floor for ammunition and supplies. After some time, they managed to find a decent number of ammo clips. The rifles from the fallen guards were the same model they were using, so they left the spares where they lay. All right, that should do it. Let's head down to the next floor. They made their way to the elevator console and went straight to floor 3, but just like before, the place was empty, and only torn bodies and rivers of blood remained. The same story played out on floor 4. Morale was sinking fast. A few days ago, these guards were just office workers, and now they were witnessing unimaginable carnage. You didn't have to be of the same race to feel the weight of all this senseless death. Meanwhile, Rex was growing more and more anxious. If floors 3 and 4 were this bad, what horrors awaited on floor 5? He clung to the hope that his best friend was still alive. His distress didn't go unnoticed by Cleo. She could feel every bit of it, thanks to their symbiotic bond. After a few more minutes, the elevator finally reached the distant part of the mine, floor number 5. As soon as they arrived, they started surveying the area. This floor was much bigger and wider than the others. Cleo, start scanning the area. I want all the details. Understood. Beginning scan. Please continue to check different areas. Following Cleo's instructions, Rex moved around the zone. As he looked at different spots, a scanning light emitted from his eyes, sweeping over everything in his gaze. The guards were stunned. They already knew Rex had bionic enhancements in his eyes, but they hadn't expected him to have scanner sight. Scanner sight was supposed to be reserved for top military investigators. Now, it was clear to the guards that the noble standing before them wasn't just any noble. He was likely a high noble. The high nobles were like fleet commanders, in charge of entire armadas, controlling the fleets of the megacorporations. But Rex wasn't paying any attention to their reactions. He stayed focused, continuing to scan the whole area. Scan complete. A small-scale battle took place here. There are spent shell casings and bullet impacts scattered around. Tracks suggest the presence of a large, heavy creature. There are also the bodies of miners and guards. End of report. Thanks, Cleo. You all stay here and guard the elevator. I'm heading deeper into the excavation zone. If I'm not back in 30 minutes, leave without me. Don't worry, my lord, we'll wait for you. Good luck, my lord. Rex simply nodded before starting down into the excavation zone of floor 5. The tension in the air was thick, and the fear he had been trying to suppress began creeping back in. What if his friend was already dead? Rex kept moving deeper into the mine. The further he went, the more he spotted small pools of blood here, abandoned equipment there. His nerves started to get the best of him. Every sign he came across chipped away at his hope that his best friend might still be alive. Reminder. The stored oxygen is almost depleted. With about an hour left, I recommend finding an oxygen tank from the equipment scattered around. Oh man, I almost forgot. I've been breathing fine, and it felt normal, I guess. Alright, help me find a tank with oxygen, then. Scanning. There's one ahead. Please follow the illuminated path. Rex followed the glowing trail in front of him. Since the mine was worked by various races, there were all kinds of tanks scattered around, some not even filled with oxygen. That's where Cleo came in handy. Without her, he wouldn't have a clue what was safe. Got it. Now what? None of the atmospheric suits down here are intact. Not necessary. Just open the tank and inhale the oxygen directly. I'll store it in your lungs and expel impurities using the breathers near your ribs. Why'd I get the feeling I'll be eating a lot of strange stuff because of you? Well, here goes nothing. He did as Cleo instructed, while she efficiently stored the oxygen, extending the time they could survive without having to breathe the thin air. Rex pushed on, heading further into the excavation site until he reached what looked like the main operation zone. There was equipment everywhere used for mining. He glanced around, trying to spot any sign of Carlos. Maybe he was still alive, hiding out somewhere. Rex. Watch out. Rex barely heard the shout before something heavy slammed into him, launching him through the air. He crashed into one of the mining vehicles with a sickening thud, the impact causing its battery to explode in a flash of light and sound. Multiple damaged areas confirmed. Beginning automatic repair process. Host incapacitated. Detecting powerful threat ahead. Activating overdrive, combat mode engaged. Rex had been knocked out cold by the unexpected hit, leaving Cleo to take full control. From within the flames of the wrecked vehicle, the sound of gunfire echoed, shots ricocheting off the armored enemy that had ambushed them. But something was off. The bullets weren't even scratching it. With a powerful leap, Cleo launched Rex's body out of the burning car. His wounds were already healing, skin knitting back together at a pace that seemed impossible. Where his eyes were once black, they now glowed a fierce amber, illuminated by Cleo's control. Enemy identified. Crisari Vanguard. Insufficient power to neutralize. Searching for alternatives. The Crisari Vanguards were notorious for being the first wave of a hive-mind army, built for brute strength and terrifying endurance. Their thick, organic armor could shrug off most conventional weapons like nothing. Cleo kept firing, maintaining distance while dodging the Vanguard's relentless charges. Each shot was precise, aimed straight at the thing's head. But the rounds weren't enough. They bounced off its thick carapace or simply got absorbed, and any damage they did manage to inflict was quickly being repaired by its living armor. Target possesses living armor. Danger level increased. This armor wasn't just tough, it was alive. It regenerated by consuming any biomatter the Vanguard had stored up, and judging by its movements, this one was well fed. Cleo didn't stop. She kept unloading round after round, swapping clips without hesitation, yet every bullet seemed to vanish into the Vanguard's regenerating head, as if all the effort was for nothing. Then, the Vanguard stopped. For a moment, Cleo's shots hit its chest dead on, but the beast didn't even flinch. From its arms, 2 bioplasma cannons emerged, glowing a sickly green. Without warning, the plasma bolts came screaming towards Cleo. She ducked and weaved, barely avoiding the searing shots as they tore through the mining vehicles around her. Each hit caused massive explosions, turning the already chaotic battlefield into a hellscape of flames and wreckage. After the 6 plasma shots, there was a brief lull. It seemed the Vanguard could only fire 6 rounds before needing to cool down. Still, the damage those plasma blasts had done was no joke. Their sheer destructive force was terrifying. Even with Rex's body in overdrive, Cleo could barely manage to dodge the shots. They didn't have the equipment to take this thing down, not directly. But Cleo wasn't just biding time since she had already come up with a countermeasure to deal with the Chrysari Vanguard. Hacking complete. Activating vehicles. While the Vanguard was scanning its surroundings, trying to locate its prey, one of the massive excavators suddenly swung its mechanical arms straight into the creature's side. The speed of the strike was far beyond what you'd expect from a machine that size. The impact sent the Vanguard flying, crashing into a drill vehicle nearby. At that very moment, the drill roared to life, its massive bit spinning with deadly intent, and it tore into the Vanguard's right side. The beast let out a screeching, almost inhuman wail as the drill ground into its flesh. It tried to pull away, but the surrounding excavators, also under Cleo's control, closed in, pinning the Vanguard against the drill. Its living armor, powerful as it was, couldn't keep up with the relentless friction. The heat generated by the spinning drill was enough to burn through its regenerative capabilities, and slowly, its body began to tear apart. Piece by piece, the Vanguard was destroyed, until finally, it was sliced clean in two. Chrysari Vanguard eliminated. Beginning survivor search. Scan complete. 1 survivor located. Cleo leapt onto the drill vehicle, then jumped down to the ground, landing in front of the driver's door. She yanked it open, and there he was. The person Rex had been looking for. Carlos. He looked up, startled, eyes wide in shock as he saw Rex standing there, though clearly, it wasn't quite Rex at the moment. Scanning individual. Scan complete. Individual matches stored memories. Deactivating overdrive, shutting down combat mode, returning control to host. Carlos had no idea what was going on. He just watched his best friend take down the monster that had killed everyone in the mine. But the voice he heard wasn't Rex's, it was soft, almost too feminine to belong to him. Once Cleo confirmed that the person in front of her was Carlos, Rex's friend, she decided there was no further threat. Control of Rex's body was released, and immediately, he collapsed to the ground like a puppet with its strings cut. Carlos, alarmed, scrambled out of the drill vehicle's cabin and rushed to help Rex up, but when he tried to lift him, it was like trying to move a statue. Rex was impossibly heavy now, his body a dense mix of metal, cybernetics, and bionics, easily weighing over 500 kilograms. Dude, you're heavy as hell. Seriously, you need to lay off the pizza, Carlos grunted, still struggling to even budge him. Shut up, I'm not fat, Rex's voice suddenly groaned from the ground. Check out these sexy muscles. Carlos nearly jumped out of his skin. What Thea, if you're awake, say something. I almost had a heart attack, man. Haha, my bad, Rex chuckled, slowly sitting up, rubbing his head like he'd just woken from a nap. I wake up to find you groping Maya. Just for the record, I'm not into dudes. Carlos let out a sigh, both relieved and exasperated. Yeah, whatever. You're lucky you didn't get your metalhead kicked in. By the way, since when are you this strong? And what's with the beautiful voice? What the hell is going on? Whoa, slow down, man. One question at a time, Rex replied, shaking his head with a smirk. Let's move first. I'd rather not stick around and find out what else is lurking down here. Just as they were preparing to leave, something pinged on Rex's radar. It was a single blue point. That was new, he hadn't seen a blue signal before. Unnatural presence detected in the vehicle ahead. I recommend investigation. Hold on, Carlos, Rex said, his tone more serious now. What's in that car over there? Carlos followed Rex's gaze, squinting as he tried to remember. No idea. When I clocked in for my shift today, that car was already parked there, with a bunch of guards around it. A few hours later, even more guards showed up, but that's all I know. Why? You think it's connected to whatever went down here? I'm not sure, Rex replied, staring at the vehicle. But if they had guards swarming around it, the corporations must have known something was up. This thing might be why the attack happened. You stay here, I'm going to check it out. Rex moved toward the vehicle, his body still feeling a bit stiff from the overdrive. He made his way to the back of the car, stopping just behind the cargo bay doors. They were sealed tight, clearly not meant to be opened by just anyone. But Rex wasn't just anyone anymore. With his enhanced strength, he dug his fingers into the edges of the doors, and slowly, they started to give way, metal groaning under the pressure. With one last pull, the doors swung open, revealing the contents inside. What he saw was breathtaking. It was something completely alien. Even Cleo, normally composed and calculated, sounded surprised. Incredible. Host, what you're looking at is rare, almost unheard of in the galaxy. Rex stood there, staring in awe. Whatever this thing was, it was the kind of discovery that could shake the universe to its core. Cleo, what am I even looking at right now? Answering the host, this is a Chrysari princess. Rex stared at what looked like an egg, though it wasn't like any egg he'd ever seen. It seemed to be made of some kind of hard tissue, pulsating every so often as if it were alive. The surface was slightly transparent, and inside, he could make out a shadowy figure. It was humanoid in shape with long hair. So, Cleo, should we kill it? I'm dumbfounded. I already knew the host lacked intellect, but I didn't see this coming. Congratulations, host. Your level of stupidity can't even be measured by me. What? Cut me some slack. I've never seen anything like this before. If it's dangerous, wouldn't it be better to destroy it? You can destroy it, yes, but it's not recommended. The Chrysari hive minds only have one daughter in their lifetime. She becomes the queen if the current one dies. Cleo's voice softened a bit, almost cracking, when she mentioned the egg. Years ago, my race also encountered a Chrysari princess egg. Rex noticed how her tone had changed, then she made a brief pause before she continued. One of our primary memory systems made the decision to eradicate the egg, thinking it would prevent future threats, but it turned out to be one of the most catastrophic mistakes we ever made. Soon after, wormhole signatures began to appear across the planet where we destroyed the egg. Hive mind fleets poured out, an endless number of them. Our fleet was annihilated in minutes. The planet was razed to the ground, and they didn't stop there. The Chrysari's fury over the loss of their princess burned for years. My once prosperous race was wiped from the galaxy. So, is this why you ended up on this desert planet? Affirmative. The fleet I was assigned to got caught in a battle with one of the hive mind's fleets. Our fleet was mostly made up of cargo and escort ships. We didn't stand a chance against them. I managed to escape through a wild wormhole. But wild wormholes are unpredictable. My ship took severe damage, and my body was also compromised. I had no choice but to enter hibernation until I woke up a few hours ago. Alright, so what do we do? Should we take it with us? That would be the best option. If we leave it here and something happens to it, which is as good as death, the consequences could be catastrophic. Take it to my ship. Sharing coordinates now, proceed as quickly as possible. Rex noticed the illuminated path appear once again. Okay, but first, let's get out of here. We've already kept Carlos waiting too long, and who knows if the guards have ditched us by now. He closed the cargo door, signaling for Carlos to come over so they could hop in the vehicle and leave. Ready to leave this death trap, my bald friend? Of course I am. I don't want to stick around here any longer. But, hey, you're going to tell me what the hell happened back there, right? Rex fell silent for a moment. Explaining to someone else about Cleo, the AI capable of altering his body in mere hours and a sentient AI, no less, it wasn't an easy choice. But he had known Carlos since they were kids, growing up and working as slaves together. If anyone was close enough to call a brother, it was him. So, with a sigh, Rex started recounting everything that happened at the colony and how he met Cleo. Just as they neared the elevator, the vehicle's headlights revealed the guards, still standing by. Rex rolled down the window and gave them the signal to start the elevator. As he drove up to it, the elevator began its slow climb to floor 0. Since the giant elevator was slow, it took about 10 minutes to go from floor 5 to floor 0. Once they finally reached the top, Rex hit the accelerator, leaving the guards behind. The guards didn't seem to care since it was better for the noble to leave now than stick around and risk killing them out of impatience. After a few minutes, Rex reached the exit of the mines, where the miners were still waiting. He rolled down the car window to speak to them. I'm heading out. You all wait for the guards to come up. Head back to the colony and try to catch one of the transport ships to get off the planet, or go to one of the headquarters. Good luck. With that, Rex drove off, following the glowing path toward where Cleo's ship was supposed to be. After hours of driving through endless sand, they finally reached the location, but all they could see was a sea of dunes stretching in every direction. Cleo, are you sure your ship's here? Affirmative. Please stand by. Initiating connection with the ship. Connection successful. Powering up ship engines. Suddenly, Rex and Carlos felt the ground shake. In front of them, the sand began to rise, forming a mound that grew larger and larger. Then, a burst of dust exploded into the air, shrouding everything in a thick cloud. They couldn't see a thing. After a few minutes, faint blue lights began to glow through the dust, scattered across different spots within the swirling cloud. Ship retrieval successful. Please wait a moment for the dust to settle before boarding. After another minute, the ship finally landed, though in a different spot, since the place it had emerged from was now a large gaping hole. With the dust settling, Rex and Carlos could finally see it clearly. The ship gleamed white, with soft bluish accents scattered across its surface. This is my ship, a frigate specialized in exploration. It has a small factory on board to build different types of drones. Unfortunately, its defenses and flight systems are damaged, so for now it's only capable of acting as a land transport. I recommend the host return to the mine to gather metals for repairs. You've got a beautiful ship here, Cleo, so, can we go inside now? Opening cargo bay doors. Please proceed. Rex drove the car into the ship, and once they were inside, both he and Carlos stepped out, taking a moment to look around as the cargo bay doors closed automatically behind them. The interior was sleek and almost entirely white, brightly lit, and clearly a high-end vessel. Host, please proceed to the main chamber. There is an advanced charging bay there. It is crucial to recharge energy now, as we are down to 40%. Oh, all right. Carlos, make yourself comfortable, but don't break anything, or the owner will probably kill us. Sure thing. I'm just going to crash in the car for a bit. So much has happened today, and now that we're finally safe, I can feel how tired I am. Go ahead, man. Just don't drool on the seat where my butt was a few minutes ago. Fuck off, dude. Get out of here already. Rex chuckled and waved him off as he headed toward the area Cleo was directing him to. As he approached, the automatic doors slid open, revealing a room that was mostly empty except for a tank-like structure made of metal and glass, surrounded by various pieces of machinery. Host, please lie down inside the tank. It will not harm your body. The process will help you recharge your energy, and in the event of severe damage, it can assist in healing. Well, you've helped me this far, so I trust you. Hey. Rex walked up to the tank, and as he got close, the glass cover automatically lifted open. He was just about to step inside when Cleo interrupted. Host, please remove your clothes first. They will interfere with the examination and recharge process. What? Rex stammered. Cleo, you're a naughty AI. He instinctively covered himself, as if he were a shy girl being caught naked. What? Why you? I didn't mean. Why you? For a moment, Rex was completely thrown off by Cleo's flustered response. He knew she was far from the typical ice you could find across the galaxy, but seeing her get this worked up was definitely a first. Wow, even you have moments like this. You're kind of cute when you're embarrassed. A. Activating control over the host's body. Wait, hey, what are you doing? Before Rex could protest, Cleo took control of his body. He found himself undressing, completely against his will, while Cleo calmly guided him into the tank. Once he was lying down inside, control of his body was returned to him. Great, now I've been dirtied. I guess I can't get married anymore, he said dramatically. Cleo, for the sake of her sanity, chose to ignore Rex's antics. Meanwhile, Rex just grinned, clearly amused by this side of Cleo that he hadn't seen before. As the glass door of the tank slid shut, he noticed a small spherical object descend from the ceiling. It looked like a camera, and from it, an image that looked like a hologram began to form. The hologram began to materialize from the feet up, slowly forming a figure until it was a bluish, female shape with long, flowing hair that reached down past her waist. Once the hologram was fully shaped, it started to take on more detail. The figure became covered in a sleek blue and white battlesuit, with touches of golden accentuating certain parts. Her skin was a luminous pale, her eyes a striking amber, and her hair was an inky, abyss-like black. She stood there for a moment, her gaze fixed on Rex, before her lips began to move. "Host, please close your eyes. Since you're still partially organic, the recharge could damage your sensitive eye tissue." Rex could hardly believe what he was seeing. Standing in front of him was a stunning figure, exactly the kind of beauty that matched his taste. "Wait, Cleo? Is that you?" he stammered. "Affirmative. Now close your eyes. I'm initiating the recharge sequence." Even though Rex's gaze was lingering on Cleo's shapely figure, he finally decided it was best to close his eyes, just in case. A few seconds later, he felt a gentle tingling sensation spread over his body. It wasn't unlike what he'd felt the first time he recharged by biting the cable, but this time, it was oddly soothing. As he recharged, Cleo's lips curled into a faint smile. "So, he likes this body, huh?" she muttered under her breath. "Wait, why'd I even care? Is there something wrong with me?" Running a scan for malfunctions. Scan complete. No system failures detected. After about an hour, Rex was fully recharged. The tank's glass door opened automatically, and he stepped out, stretching before getting dressed. "So, Cleo, care to explain how you have a body now?" To answer the host question, this has always been my original form. What you're seeing is a stored image from my memory archives. I figured it would make communication more effective. Rex looked her over from head to toe, his eyes finally meeting hers. He gave her a thumbs up, though Cleo seemed a bit puzzled by the gesture. "All right, what's our next move? Still heading to the mines?" he asked. "Affirmative. I need the resources to repair the ship. In its current state, leaving the planet or defending ourselves is not possible. Shall I set a course for the mines?" "Yeah, let's do it." Rex nodded. In a graceful motion, Cleo gestured for Rex to follow her. They made their way toward the pilot's cabin, a spacious area with 6 chairs, one for the pilot, another for the co-pilot, and 4 more for passengers. Cleo walked straight to the co-pilot's seat and sat down, nodding toward Rex to take the pilot's chair. Once seated, Rex scratched his head and looked over at Cleo. "You know, I appreciate that you have so much faith in me, but I've never actually flown a ship before. Shouldn't you be the one doing this?" Cleo let out a soft laugh, covering her mouth with her hand. "Worry not, host. I'll guide you through it until you learn how to pilot on your own. Since I don't have a physical body, it's impossible for me to control the ship directly. Only someone with a physical form can do that. It's a security measure put in place during our race's civil war to prevent hacking." "Makes sense. I guess for a race of super ice, hacking would be like breathing for you. So, shall we get started? I won't lie, I'm pretty excited to fly this thing," Rex said, grinning like a teenager who's about to drive a car for the first time. Cleo nodded, and with a fluid motion of her hand, holographic screens blinked into existence in front of her. She began activating various systems, adjusting settings that Rex couldn't even begin to understand. He decided not to ask about any of it, his focus entirely on the idea of powering up the ship. "All the systems are online. We're ready to move whenever you are." "Great, so, what do I do now?" Cleo stood up and moved in front of Rex. "First of all, get ready. It's probably going to hurt, since this is your first time connecting to the primordial memory." "Hurt? Prepare for what?" Before Rex could finish, 3 cables shot out from the pilot seat, one plugged into the back of his neck, the other 2 into his shoulders. "What Thea? That feels like getting kicked in the nuts. Wait, I can feel the ship. How is that even possible? It's like I can't." Rex moved his left hand instinctively, and the entire ship lurched hard to the left. From the cargo bay, there was a loud thud. Carlos, who had been napping inside the car with the door open, was flung out headfirst onto the floor. Groaning, he grabbed his head from the impact. As he stood up, dazed, he heard Rex's voice from the cabin and noticed an unfamiliar girl nearby. He staggered towards the cockpit. "Rex, what the hell's going on? And, who's that girl?" "Oh hey, Carlos, pretty cool, right? I'm just figuring out how to drive this thing. Oh, and this here is my wife." "Wait, what? Since when do you have a wife?" Negative. I am an AI of an ancient robotic race. Due to certain circumstances, I am now sharing my body with him. What? You guys already did it? What? No, it's not like that. Rex couldn't stop himself from bursting out laughing at Carlos's wild misunderstanding. After the conversation finally calmed down, Cleo started explaining slowly to Rex how to control the ship. In theory, Rex's body was now like a human-sized game controller. All he had to do was move his arms to steer, and his fingers would control the ship's main guns. But since the weapons were damaged, they'd have to save that part of the training for later. By the way, Rex, how are you even breathing without a helmet? Carlos asked, scratching his head. Oh yeah, good point. Cleo, how long do I have before I need to recharge the oxygen? Answering the host, Cleo replied in her calm, robotic tone, you've been breathing just fine. When you were in the recharge bay, I instructed the drones to build an oxygen generator. It'll last until the ship's energy runs out. So, how much energy does the ship have left? Rex asked, a bit concerned now. Cleo brought up the holographic display again, scanning the data. Energy remaining is 50%. I recommend the host recharge the ship as soon as possible to avoid a power shortage. Oh, if you're looking for a recharge bay, I saw one at the colony's landing zone when we arrived, Carlos chimed in. Rex sighed. Carlos, just so you know, the colony is overrun with bugs. There's no way we can get there without any weapons. We're heading to the mines first to gather resources to fix the ship's guns. As Rex filled Carlos in on the colony situation, the ship arrived at the coordinates Rex had inputted. The autopilot took over and guided the ship to land. Once they touched down, Cleo immediately activated the recon drones, sending them into the mine to scout for resources. Before long, data started streaming onto the big screen inside the ship. The recon drones had found plenty of metals and precious minerals. It was stuff that would fetch a high price on other planets, but for now, they needed it all to repair the ship. Cleo gave another command, and soon the miner and cargo drones were dispatched to start collecting the materials. So, Carlos asked, what are we repairing first? From what teacher Cleo's been drilling into my head, the turrets are our best bet, Rex said, rubbing his temples. She can control those and fire while I focus on flying. The only downside is, with the resources we have, we'll have to settle for dual machine gun turrets. No high-tech stuff. Machine guns, huh? What about the ammo? Carlos asked. We can make it ourselves. Any kind of metal will work, since they don't need gunpowder. That's a lifesaver. As Rex and Carlos talked, the first batch of cargo drones finally arrived, hauling various metals and unloading them into the cargo bay holders. The foundry drones quickly took over, processing the materials to repair the turrets and start manufacturing ammo. Carlos glanced at Rex, a serious look crossing his face. By the way, Rex, I've been meaning to ask you something. How are you holding up after everything? I mean, killing all those bugs, seeing so much death. We've been in plenty of scrapes, but you've never killed anyone before. Rex froze for a second, meeting Carlos's gaze. He knew his friend was right. The question had been nagging at the back of his mind too. How had he managed to stay so numb? No sadness for the workers they saw slaughtered, no disgust when he killed the bugs. He'd just done it, like it was the most natural thing in the world. Suddenly, Rex turned to face Cleo, who had been standing quietly behind him. He had a feeling that if something weird was going on in his head, Cleo probably had something to do with it. Cleo, what did you do to my brain? Did you mess with it too? Hey, relax, man. Seeing Rex's sudden outburst, Carlos grabbed his shoulder, trying to calm him down. As host has stated, the brain of the host has been enhanced to accommodate my presence. Unnecessary emotions were suppressed and only a strong shock could trigger any real response. Oh, that actually doesn't sound so bad. Damn it, it's happening again. Rex slumped into one of the pilot seats, rubbing his temples, lost in thought. Cleo, seeing that the situation had cooled down, went back to commanding the drones, and like that, several hours passed. Host, wake up. Host, by now, it was past 4 a.m. Rex and Carlos had both gone to sleep. Carlos curled up in the car's front seats, making sure to lock the doors this time. while Rex lay down on the cold metal bed in the recharging bay. When the turret repairs were finally done, Cleo went to check on Rex. She found him fast asleep. Cleo stood there for a while, just watching Rex sleep. After a few minutes, she quietly walked over and lay down beside him. She wasn't sure why she did it. After all, they'd barely known each other for a day. The only thing that made sense was that they now shared the same body. And since Rex seemed to like her humanoid form, maybe that attraction flowed both ways because of their symbiotic connection. It was strange. Her race didn't need physical attraction or even reproduction. They were made of living metal. To grow their numbers, they simply built a new body and transferred part of their consciousness into it. After a few years, a new AI would be born. But none of that explained why she felt so drawn to him. Why was this new emotion that was something deep and unfamiliar for her, pulling at her with such curiosity? While she was lost in thought, Cleo's hand slowly moved toward Rex's face. Carefully, she tried to touch him with her fingertip, but as soon as she did, her hand phased right through his skin. She quickly pulled it back, staring at her own hand, a strange sense of disappointment settling in. She didn't have a body of her own, and that feeling stung more than she expected. Quietly, she got up from the metal bed in the recharge bay and slipped out of the room. A few hours later, Rex finally stirred awake and climbed out of the tank. He stretched, still groggy, and made his way to the pilot cabin. When he got there, the first thing he saw was Cleo's face, beautifully lit by the light of the planet's twin suns. "Morning, Cleo. How are the preparations going?" he asked, still rubbing sleep from his eyes. Cleo was busy managing tasks through the holographic display, her fingers moving smoothly through the air as she controlled the drones. Without missing a beat, she answered. Reporting to host. Turret repairs and downgrade were completed successfully. They are now fully operational, and we've also gathered enough ammo to keep them running for a while. The flight engine was partially repaired, but we still need materials to get the ship off this planet. Any idea where we can find what we need? Rex asked, leaning against the doorframe, looking out at the suns. Affirmative. A few hours ago, I deployed scout drones to the colony where we first met. The bug swarm is still active in the area, but my drones managed to capture images of several destroyed transport ships. It's possible we'll find the materials there. I see. So how feasible is it for us to fly to the colony, grab the parts, and make it back without getting killed? Cleo paused for a moment, calculating. While the turbines are online, the shield's energy reserves are below 20%. We don't have enough data to predict how much damage the bugs could inflict on the shield. Current success rate without a plan. Less than 30%. Ah, a plan, huh? Well then, what do you suggest we do? First, I'll need the host's permission to control the ship from a distance. Since I don't have a physical body, I can't access the main controls without authorization. Once I have it, I'll pilot the ship in circles around the colony to draw the swarm's attention. While they're distracted, we'll drop from the ship with protection from 20 combat drones. Once on the ground, we'll search for the parts we need. When we have them, I'll bring the ship down for extraction, using the drones to cover our escape. Sounds like a solid plan to me. Oh, by the way, there's something I've been meaning to ask. Do I still need to eat? Although you're more machine than carbon-based life form, your organic components still require vitamins, proteins, and fluids to stay functional. Got it. In that case, could you tweak the plan a bit? Send Carlos with a few combat drones and some cargo drones to scavenge food and water from the colony's warehouses? Understood, host. Rex nodded, satisfied. But then something crossed his mind, and a slight grin formed on his face. And one more thing. Can you stop calling me host? You could call me something else, you know, like husband or honey. Rex was too busy staring out the window to notice that Cleo's fingers froze midair when he said that. For just a few seconds, she didn't move before quickly regaining her composure and resuming her tasks like nothing had happened. Negative, host. Please choose another name. All right then. Just call me Rex. That works better since we're partners now. Understood. Rex. That's better. Rex nodded with a proud smile, just as Carlos walked into the cabin. What's up, guys? Did I walk in on something? Well, kinda, Rex chuckled. But no worries, let me fill you in on what we're doing next. Rex then explained the plan to Carlos. It took a while, mostly because Carlos kept asking questions, wanting to be sure about every detail. But once the plan was laid out, Cleo began piloting the ship toward the colony. They started gearing up when they were about 2 kilometers out. Rex and Carlos both grabbed their electric assault rifles, the ones they'd picked up back in the mines, and began loading their pockets with extra ammo clips. Rex slipped into his guard armor, securing the helmet in place, while Carlos did the same. Since they'd be inside the colony, he didn't need the atmospheric suit this time. Gentlemen, prepare yourselves. We'll be entering the colony's airspace in 3 minutes. Combat drones activated, standing by. Rex felt the adrenaline kicking in. Even with the emotion suppressor, he couldn't shake the excitement building inside him. The thrill of what they were about to do was too much for the tech to completely dampen. Carlos, on the other hand, was clearly nervous. His hands were slick with sweat, and beads of it were dripping down his forehead. Rex gave Carlos a firm pat on the back. Cheer up, man. You're just going to the grocery store, while I'm heading into the hot zone. I should be the one freaking out. Oh, and don't forget to grab some chips. They're in the VIP section. And hey, no need to be cheap, they're free today. While Rex rambled on with his usual nonsense, the cargo bay door began to open. The sound of the ship's automatic turrets firing non-stop filled the air as thousands of flying bugs swarmed around the vessel. The only thing keeping them at bay was the shield, flickering under the strain. It's time, Rex. Jump now. I'll take Carlos to the next drop point. You heard the lady. Good luck, my bald friend, woohoo. With a shout of excitement, Rex took off running and leapt out of the ship, yelling like a kid on a roller coaster. As he free fell, the flying bugs turned their attention to him, swarming in his direction. Rex didn't hesitate. He then raised his rifle and started firing at them in midair. Suddenly, combat drones shot out from multiple exits in the ship, built specifically for quick deployment. Armed with miniguns, they were being controlled manually by Cleo, who coordinated their movements with ease. The drones quickly formed a tight square formation around Rex, laying down heavy fire on the bugs that swarmed toward him. Ha ha ha. That's what I'm talking about, Cleo. You know I love you, right? So make sure you don't shoot me. After a tense minute or so, Rex finally hit the landing zone, his fall slowed by Cleo's precise adjustments, bringing him down safely. As his feet hit the ground, he looked up and saw the ship pulling away, its turrets still blazing as it continued to fend off the relentless swarm. All right, it's time to start the operation. Let's move, Cleo. Rex began scanning the wrecked cargo ships one by one, while the combat drones kept the swarm busy. Meanwhile, it was Carlos' turn to drop from the ship. Since he was just a regular human, the ship had to lower its altitude to a safe level before dropping him onto the warehouse rooftop, along with 10 combat drones and 6 cargo drones. Once he hit the roof and the drones joined him, the ship immediately took off, its engines roaring as it shot away. For now, its firepower was enough to hold off the flying bugs. With that cover, Carlos figured he could get inside without too much hassle. He made his way to the door on the rooftop, but it was locked, and with no other option, he shot the lock and forced it open. The combat drones moved in first, securing the area. After a few moments, Carlos could hear gunfire echoing from inside the warehouse. Curiosity got the best of him, and he peeked in. The drones were already locked in battle with the bug burrowers, which were crawling up from the ground, tearing apart huge sections of the stored food. Damn, I gotta move fast before they wreck everything. Cargo drones, follow me, let's grab what we can. Wasting no time, the drones began picking up the food and liquids Carlos pointed out, all while trying to avoid getting shot or snatched by the burrowers that occasionally burst out. Hey, Cleo, are you sure there's nothing salvageable from those destroyed cargo ships? Affirmative. Scanners show there are many useful parts, but everything we need is beyond repair. This doesn't seem like an accident anymore. High probability of sabotage. Sabotage? Who in their right mind would want to stick around this bug-infested hellhole unless the one who did it already left the planet? Damn, what the hell is going on here? While Carlos was busy gathering supplies, Rex and Cleo were still searching for parts to fix the ship's flight engine. So far, no luck. With nothing salvageable from the destroyed cargo ships, they decided to head to the warehouse, where spare parts for ship maintenance were supposed to be stored. The warehouse was pretty close to the landing zone, so it didn't take them long to reach the entrance. Lucky for them, the door was already open. It looked like the bugs had attacked right in the middle of a maintenance job on a cargo ship. Looks like we've hit the jackpot here. Cleo, scan this ship, quick. Scanning in progress. Please stand by. Scan complete. This cargo ship has an operational flight engine. Please secure the area while I send in an engineer drone once the ship passes overhead. You got it. Leave it to me. Cleo then directed the drones to form a defensive perimeter around the warehouse while Rex continued scanning the inside for anything useful. Meanwhile, up in the sky, the ship kept circling, getting closer to Rex's location, but it had been several minutes already, and the bug numbers showed no signs of slowing. Despite the ship's constant fire, wiping out bugs left and right, they just kept pouring out of the colony's central hole. It was clear the hive mind was a much bigger threat than they'd anticipated. After a few more minutes, the ship finally came into range of the warehouse. It fired something that looked like a small metal ball toward the ground. As soon as Rex spotted the falling ball, he moved toward it, with several combat drones trailing behind to secure it. So, is this the engineer we've been waiting for? It's just a metal ball. Give it a moment, Rex. Since it has no combat abilities, it first scans the area for any potential danger before activating. After about a minute, the metal ball finally did something. It split in half, and a small robot spider emerged. Cleo connected to it immediately and directed it toward the warehouse, with the combat drones escorting it. Once it reached the cargo ship, the little robot scurried inside. It located the flight engine and began dismantling it with astonishing speed and precision. Rex, fascinated, couldn't take his eyes off the thing. Rex, please grab the engine parts it's placing here. These are what we need. Now we just have to wait for the ship to come around again so we can extract them and pick up Carlos. Got it. By the way, how's Carlos doing? Everything okay? Affirmative. The burrowers are still active in the area, but the combat drones are handling them. However, we need to hurry since their ammo is running low. Good to know. Once we're aboard, let's head straight for Carlos. Have the combat drones cover us and fire at the swarm when we reach his extraction point. That way, there's less chance of him becoming a target. I'm genuinely surprised the host finally made a sensible decision. Well done. Hey, what can I say? I have my moments. A few minutes later, the ship finally arrived and began its descent so Rex could board safely without damaging the flight engine parts. Once on board, Rex handed the engine pieces over to a cargo drone and made his way toward the pilot cabin. I'm ready, Cleo, take us to Carlos, understood. With the flight engine secured, the ship quickly lifted off, heading straight for Carlos' extraction point. The swarm kept coming strong, endless waves of bugs piling up. The colony was littered with thousands of bug bodies by now, but thanks to Cleo, there was still plenty of ammo left for the turrets to burn. When they arrived at the rooftop of the supply warehouse, Carlos was already waiting, and so were the burrowers. As they made their way down the staircase to leave, the burrowers slammed into the structure, and a few even emerged from the rooftop itself. Some of the drones protecting Carlos and the cargo drones were completely out of ammo. Cleo had no choice but to use them as battering rams, smashing them into the burrowers before detonating them. Luckily, the combat drones accompanying Rex still had some ammunition left. As Carlos and the cargo drones boarded the ship, the combat drones kept the swarm at bay. Successful extraction confirmed. Good, get us out of here, Cleo. They quickly flew out of the colony's airspace. Once they were a few kilometers away, Cleo used the combat drones as a distraction, sending them to draw the swarm's attention while the ship made its escape. Phew, that was close, huh? Yeah, no kidding. Never in my life did I think I'd be doing a halo jump and taking part in a military oppo. By the way, bald guy, did you grab the chips? Of course I did. I've got a whole cargo drone full of them. And, you got the spicy ones, right? I knew you'd ask. Yeah, I made sure to grab mostly spicy ones. Damn, man. Why weren't you born a girl? I swear, I'd fall for you. Such a shame. You know, Rex, one of these days I'm going to kill you in your sleep. Now that the tension had died down, Rex and Carlos broke into laughter, tossing around playful insults and reminiscing about their time as kids when they were slaves to a wealthy family. It took them 15 long years to buy their freedom, but they never forgot those days. In the galaxy, slavery was a common practice, though civilians without criminal records had a chance to buy their freedom after 15 years of servitude, provided their owners allowed it. The agreement usually involved paying a hefty sum of credits over several years. However, if a slave failed to meet the payment deadline, they'd be re-enslaved, this time as fugitives, with no further chance to regain their freedom. Luckily for Rex and Carlos, they managed to pay off their debts by sticking together and helping each other. Rex even helped Carlos pay for his sweetheart's freedom. A few years later, Carlos married her, and they had a child. Tragically, she died during childbirth. Despite the galaxy's advanced medical technology, the costs were exorbitant. For regular office slaves like Rex and Carlos, hospitals were out of reach. Instead, they turned to clandestine doctors. Though still expensive, they were far more accessible for ordinary people. Rex even helped Carlos cover the doctor's fees. It was moments like these, along with many other sacrifices, that solidified Carlos' unwavering loyalty to Rex. By the way, Cleo, give me a damage report, and what's our next task? Understood. 3 of the 8 turrets were overused. Their barrels are completely destroyed. Shield energy is down to 8%. We've also lost all of the combat drones, and we don't have enough materials to produce more. I recommend landing in a safe location to recharge the shields. And for what's next on our to-do list is, after a moment of sifting through multiple screens that had appeared unexpectedly, Cleo finally spoke. Leaving this planet would be the most sensible option. I can't gather enough materials to upgrade the ship here, and our resources and energy aren't limitless. The shield recharge to 50% will take 2 days at most, and at that level, we should be able to leave this world. How safe is it for us to actually leave? Once the preparations are done, it'll be relatively safe. But without enough firepower for space combat, there's always some risk. Now that you mention it, I've never fought in space before, then again, not on the ground either. So, what do we need to consider in a space battle? It depends on the type of ship. For smaller ones, it's all about the pilot's skills. Even the smallest fighters are strong, but their shields and hulls can't take a direct hit from an average missile, and they definitely can't handle the defenses of larger ships. But there are enough types of fighters to make up for that. There's one kind, bombers, that's especially dangerous, even to bigger ships. While they can't destroy a large vessel outright, they can take out engines or turbines, making it an easy target. For medium and large ships, it comes down to shield strength, firepower, and the type of ammunition you're using. If the enemy's shields are up, kinetic weapons like torpedoes, missiles, and cannons are the best option. Once the shields are down, we switch to lasers. Kinetic weapons deal heavy damage to shields, but not much to heavily armored ships. Lasers, though, cut right through armor. There are other kinds of weapons, but I'll explain those if we ever face them. Once Cleo finished her explanation, she turned to look at Rex and Carlos, a proud smile on her face since she felt she had explained everything perfectly. But her smile quickly vanished when she saw them both sound asleep in the cabin seats, mouths wide open. Annoyed, Cleo sighed. She couldn't do anything to Carlos, being a hologram and all, but Rex was a different story. With a mischievous glint in her eye, she pulled up a screen, tapped a few buttons, and closed it. A second later, Rex jumped out of his chair, scratching himself all over as he hit the floor. Ah, what the heck is happening? Why am I so itchy all of a sudden? Meanwhile, Carlos was still fast asleep, blissfully unaware of the chaos happening right next to him. That's what you get for ignoring me, Cleo said smugly. Enjoy the itching for another 10 minutes. Good luck. With that, she turned and walked out of the pilot cabin, heading to the second floor, where the small factory was located. And so, the hours passed. Rex and Carlos spent their mornings doing non-stop target practice to improve their aim, and in the afternoons, they trained in close-quarters combat. Thanks to the martial arts Cleo had installed in Rex's body, he ended up teaching Carlos the basics. Evenings were the only time they got to relax, eat, and unwind. Cleo, on the other hand, had been busy the entire time repairing the flight engine and redirecting whatever energy she could spare to the shield generators. 3 days passed like this, and by the third night, they were finally ready to leave the planet. Rex, everything's set. We can leave whenever you're ready. The only thing I'm wondering is, do you know where we're heading? Oh, I've got that covered. We're going to Nakor. It's where this bald guy's son lives. Plus, it's a commercial planet, so you'll have no trouble finding the materials you need. The only issue will be figuring out how to make credits once we get there. Oh, I have an idea, Rex. I know a bar where mercenaries hang out. Now that you're like a super soldier, you could easily start bounty hunting on the planet. That sounds great and all, Rex replied, but we don't have a mercenary license to take bounty missions, and we don't know anyone who could introduce us to the mercs. Both Rex and Carlos fell into deep thought, until Cleo chimed in. Why don't I just make you a mercenary ID? I can hack into their system and create one for you guys. Wait, you can really do that? Rex asked, eyebrows raised. Wouldn't they figure out it's fake? Don't worry, Rex. They won't be fake. I'll use their system to generate them. They'll be legit. Carlos grinned. Well, isn't she a fine lady? Where can I get one like her? The conversation continued for about an hour, with all their questions eventually answered. Now, it was time to leave the planet. Cleo stood in front of the large reinforced window in the pilot cabin. After a bit of work on her usual screens, she turned to face Rex, who was sitting in the pilot's seat, eyes glued to her. Well, but... Rex, I've uploaded the coordinates from the cargo ship logs onto the galaxy map terminal. Select Nakor so you can see the path we need to follow. It's time to get off this rock. Rex, snapping out of his trance, cleared his throat awkwardly and opened the screen, selecting the planet. A blue line appeared on the cabin's window, tracing the route they needed to take to reach Nakor. All right, Rex said, hands gripping the controls. Let's get this baby off the ground. I won't lie, I'm pretty excited. Carlos leaned back, grinning. You're not the only one, my friend. I'm excited and a little nervous. The only time I've been on a ship was a few days ago, crammed into a cargo bay with no windows. Now, here I am, flying in first class. Well, I can't exactly say we've made it big now that we're diving headfirst into the chaos of mercenary life. True, but come on, Rex. As long as we're together, there's nothing we can't do. Look at everything we've already done. We've been fighting against adversity since we were kids. This won't stop us. Think of it like we just got a promotion. Haha, yeah, sure, promoted from being slave officers to top mercenaries. I'll be the boss, and you'll be my right-hand man. And, of course, we can't forget our sexy secretary, Cleo, who'll be sitting on my lap one of these days. I see the host didn't learn his lesson the first time, Cleo said, voice flat. Wait. Hold on. It was just a joke, don't you dare do that again. HMPH. Rex let out a sigh of relief when Cleo didn't follow through with another punishment. The memory of itching all over his body was a hellish experience he wasn't eager to repeat anytime soon. As they were chatting, the ship finally broke through the planet's atmosphere, slowly ascending into space. Suddenly, a warning flashed across the console. Warning, multiple wormhole signatures detected. Rex, focus. This is too much of a coincidence, ships appearing just as we leave the planet, something's off. Right in front of them, a massive wormhole opened, and from it emerged a large battleship. Several other wormholes, smaller in size, began to open all around them. Executor-class dreadnought is attempting to contact us. Should I accept the call? Rex exchanged a glance with Carlos and Cleo before giving a nod. A screen materialized on the large window, but the image was blurred, clearly on purpose, probably to hide the identity of the caller. Despite the visual distortion, Rex could see enough to be surprised. Instead of a face, the screen showed 3 blue, mannequin-like figures sitting in chairs. This is Strategos Delun Trolatov, a voice said through the static. Our scanners have detected that your ship is carrying something that belongs to us. Power down your engines and prepare to be boarded. Since when do we have something that belongs to them? Baldy, what did you steal? What? Why me? Oh, wait, they're probably here because of those chips you told me to steal. Oh, that actually makes sense. Ahem, dear Strategos de Lune. I wasn't the one who stole the chips. It was this bald guy right here. What? What chips? What are you talking about? Delune's voice turned icy. Enough with the nonsense. Power down your engines. This is your final warning. Rex leaned back and whispered into his mic, Cleo, is the wormhole ready? Yes, whenever you're ready, we can leave. Rex glanced at Carlos with a sly grin. Carlos, picking up on his signal, stood up from his seat and made sure the figures on the call could see him clearly. Dear gentlemen, no need to be so hasty. After much discussion with the captain here, we've come to a decision that I believe will truly please you. Cleo, now, Carlos smirked and flipped them the bird. Kiss my ass. In that instant, the ship lurched forward, accelerating to its top speed as a wormhole opened in front of them. Shoot that ship. Bring it down, one of the blue mannequins shouted in panic. But before they could react, the mannequin in the center swung his fist, punching the loud one in the face. Are you an idiot? He barked. Do you even know what's on that ship? You want to get us all killed? Unable to fire on Rex's ship without risking their own destruction, they watched helplessly as it disappeared into the wormhole, escaping safely into the vastness of space. Strategos de Lune stood, staring into the empty space where the ship had vanished just seconds ago. His fingers were clenched so tightly that his nails dug into his palms. The anger boiling inside him was palpable. The item the CEO had ordered them to retrieve had been stolen, right from under their noses. He didn't even want to think about what the CEO would do when he found out. They had to act fast and recover the item immediately or risk losing not just their positions but their lives. You prepare the intergalactic communicator. I need to make a call. Understood, Strategos de Lune. While things escalated on de Lune's end, the Rex team was traveling through a wormhole, enjoying the ride like kids on a roller coaster. Ha ha ha, did you see their faces? I didn't see any faces since they didn't have any, ah ha ha. True, but you could tell they were furious when I gave them my answer. As Rex and Carlos laughed over the chaos they'd just left behind, Cleo was focused elsewhere. She was scrolling through the data she'd hacked from the enemy ship. During the brief video call, Cleo had managed to breach their systems undetected and download a treasure trove of information. She now had details on all the megacorp operations below rank 3 and, more importantly, the true reason they were on that planet in the first place. Rex, you're going to want to see this. With a flick of her wrist, Cleo sent one of her screens floating toward Rex. What's this? Wait a hold on, isn't that the egg we have in the cargo hold? Affirmative, that's the one. It looks like they knew it was there and were waiting for someone to retrieve it. I don't know how they tracked it, but there's no question, that was their target. You're telling us those bastards knew what was on that planet and still sent us all to die? Carlos couldn't hold it in any longer. The thought of being used as a disposable pawn was too much, especially knowing that if he died, his kid would be left with no one. Calm down, Carlos. Yelling at Cleo isn't going to help. She's not involved with them. Come with me, I'll show you what's in the cargo. Rex led the way, with Carlos and Cleo following closely behind. Once in the cargo bay, Rex unlocked the car's storage, revealing the egg, the very thing that had sealed the fate of everyone back on the colony. Rex began explaining what he knew about the egg and how dangerous it truly was. So, you're telling me if this egg gets even slightly damaged, we're all screwed? Carlos asked, his voice tense. Exactly. The only reason that huge ship didn't blast us out of the sky is because they can't risk the Chrysari coming after them. They probably know what happened to other civilizations that messed with them. Carlos ran a hand through his bald head. So, what now? Nothing changes. The plan stays the same. We make it to Nakor, become bounty hunters, and get your kid back, simple as that. As for the egg, we keep it hidden until we figure out what to do with it. Meanwhile, Cleo, who had been busy scanning the egg with her small drone spheres, decided to chime in. If I may, I suggest we hold on to the egg for now. I'll need some materials to build an incubator and gather more data on it. Carlos whipped around, eyes wide. An incubator? You want to hatch this thing? Affirmative. Based on the data I pulled from the Nexums, there's a way to make the Chrysari princess submit to our control. And what would that option be? Rex asked. More data is needed to determine that. Cleo replied. The Nexum Rank 3 files didn't include that information. Figures. Well, it doesn't matter for now. I'm going to recharge and take a nap. Cleo, make sure to shut off the recharge machine once I'm fully charged. I don't want to wake up until we're out of the wormhole. Understood. Before leaving, Rex gave Carlos a glance. What about you? What are you going to do? Not much. I just want to watch the lights of the wormhole for a bit. It's not like I get to see them often. Suit yourself. And don't worry, it won't be the last time you see it. Our legend's just getting started, my friend. With that, Rex left the pilot cabin and headed to the recharge bay, Cleo following silently behind. Now alone, a small smile crept across Carlos's face. Our legend, huh? Not bad, brother. In the recharge bay, Rex began undressing, aware of Cleo's gaze, her expression unreadable as usual. Catching her stare, Rex couldn't resist teasing her. Enjoying the strip show again, Cleo? I have no idea what you're referring to, she said flatly. I'm simply waiting for you to get into the chamber so I can start the recharge process. Ha, sure. Let's go with that. The trip through the wormhole lasted 6 imperial hours. Before the ship exited, Cleo woke everyone up and gathered them in the pilot cabin. Destination reached. Exiting wormhole. As the ship emerged from the wormhole, the planet came into view. It was a distant sphere, lush green even under the faint light of a nearby white dwarf. The planet was perpetually in twilight, bathed in dim, silvery light that never fully brightened into day. Despite the eerie darkness, the skies around the planet were bustling with activity. Merchant ships of all sizes, flanked by armed escorts, zipped back and forth in steady streams. This was a major trading hub, but that also meant one thing. Where there was wealth, there were dangers. Mercenary groups thrived here as did various underground syndicates. As the saying went, where there's gold, there's always a dragon, and in this case, the dragons were the criminals lurking in the shadows. Ironically, the planet where they'd spent much of their lives was also the safest place to hide from the megacorp hunting them. After another hour at cruising speed, they finally began their descent. By the way, Cleo, where exactly are we landing? It's not like we have the money to rent a spot at the spaceport, Rex asked, eyeing the navigation panel. Don't worry, Rex, Cleo replied coolly. I've already set coordinates for a clandestine landing zone. No one asks questions there, but security isn't exactly guaranteed. It's a common spot for smugglers. Rex raised an eyebrow. So you're saying we'll get robbed the moment we touch down? Affirmative. That's what I'm counting on. From what I've gathered, the strongest force rules here. While our ship's turrets aren't a threat to major vessels, they can easily handle low-level criminals. Rex chuckled, starting to catch on. Ah, I get it now. You want to take over the place. Use the ship's turrets to scare them off, and have me handle whoever's in charge, am I right? Affirmative, Rex. Once we take down the local boss, we can claim the bounty on his head after we officially become mercenaries. Plus, we get a free landing zone out of it. You may now praise me. Carlos, who'd been listening quietly, shook his head with a smirk. Rex, your girl is terrifying. I know, right? That's what makes her even sexier. I told you, my wife is the best. WHO is your wife? Cleo snapped, activating Rex's punishment device. Ah, it itches, Rex yelled, scratching frantically at the sudden irritation all over his body. Carlos could only stand there, wide-eyed, watching his friend writhe on the floor in a fit of scratching. The look of horror on his face grew as he realized just how scary Cleo really was. After a few tense minutes, the ship finally touched down at the smuggler's landing zone. The moment it landed, a swarm of lowlifes began creeping out from nearby shadows, eyes gleaming with greed as they sized up the new arrival. The ship's gleaming white and blue hull, adorned with golden accents, stood out like a sore thumb. It was anything but subtle. Its eye-catching appearance was like a beacon, drawing every criminal and smuggler in the area. Some were already armed, practically salivating at the thought of looting the passengers and tearing the ship apart for parts, but their anticipation quickly turned to horror. Instead of the cargo bay door opening, the turret hatches slid open with lightning speed. What followed could only be described as a massacre. The ship's turrets unleashed a deadly hail of bullets, cutting down the would-be attackers before they had a chance to react. A few managed to fire back, but the ship's armor was too tough to scratch. Even the criminals' desperate missile strikes were useless, leaving nothing more than charred marks on the hull. In a matter of moments, the area fell silent. Bodies littered the ground, and there was no sign of life left in the landing zone. Then, a small door on the side of the ship opened, and a swarm of floating drones that looked small, spherical, and methodical emerged. They spread out, scanning the area for any survivors or hidden threats. After a few minutes of confirming the zone was clear, the ship's cargo bay doors finally opened. Rex and Carlos stepped out, both clad in guard armor and carrying electric rifles. Rex cracked a grin, looking at the devastation around them. "Well, it looks like it's time for the hunt. You ready, my friend?" Carlos nodded, a calm but eager look in his eyes. "Anytime, brother." The remains of the criminals were scattered everywhere. Every step Rex and Carlos took brought them onto pieces of someone, or what was left of them. But having lived through something similar back at the colony and in the mines, they were somewhat desensitized to it. They pressed on without too much hesitation. "Rex, the scout drones have detected a cave about 2 kilometers from your location. I'm sending the coordinates to your guide system. Stand by." Coordinates received, displaying route. "Oh, always so thoughtful, my love. I knew you cared about me," Rex smirked, glancing at the transmission from his wife. This time, Cleo chose to ignore him completely. As the path lit up on Rex's display, he turned to Carlos. "Got the coordinates. Let's move." "I'm right behind you, man." "Why behind? Don't want to take the lead." "No thanks. Ladies first. Besides, you're the one that's bulletproof, not me." "I don't even know if I am, to be honest." "Well, if you die, I guess you weren't." "Fuck you, Carlos." The path to the cave was tough. Weird plants, thick trees, and dense foliage. It was like nature didn't want them to get there. Everything felt overgrown and tangled, making it hard to navigate. This place was a smuggler's haven for a reason. If it hadn't been for Cleo hacking the ship's communications, they never would have found the place. After what felt like hours of wading through the dense forest, they finally made it to the cave entrance. From the looks of it, the criminals were ready for them. "Damn, they've set up barricades. Guards everywhere. I think some of those guys at the landing zone got away and tipped them off. What's the plan, Rex?" Rex gave a sly grin. "I've got a few ideas. Cleo helped me narrow it down, and I've already picked the one I like best. Listen up, here's how we're going to do this." The guards outside the smuggler's cave were heavily armed. Some carried hand grenades. Others had rocket launchers slung over their shoulders. Since their leaders were smugglers, getting hold of this kind of firepower wasn't a problem. In fact, most of them got it dirt cheap or free, as long as they stayed loyal. Of course, that loyalty came with a catch, and it was in the form of a control chip implanted in their brains. It had been a few hours since they'd heard about the attack at the landing zone, and so far, no one had come looking for them. "Hey, you think anyone's actually coming?" one guard asked, leaning against a tree. Doubt it. We're too far from the landing zone. And this place, it's practically invisible unless you've got a guide," another replied, kicking at the dirt. "I don't think the guys who hit the landing zone would even dare come here, and with the toys the smugglers hooked us up with, we're untouchable." "Hey, fellas, look what I found," a third guard called out, holding up a fancy-looking bottle. "Whoa, is that expensive liquor?" One of the smugglers must have left it behind when they freaked out. "I doubt they'll miss it. Let's drink it before anyone notices." "Good idea, man. Let's get everyone in on this, then no one'll snitch, huh?" Discipline wasn't exactly their strong suit. Once they cracked the bottle open, it didn't take long for things to get out of hand. A few hours later, several of them were already passed out on the ground, drunk and defenseless. That's when the gunfire started. Bullets rained down from their left, cutting through the guards like paper. Some managed to scramble for cover, trying to escape the onslaught, but moments later, more shots came from the right. Their positions were boxed in, and the cover they'd taken was useless. In just a few brutal minutes, it was over. None of them made it out alive. From the dark forest, Rex and Carlos emerged, charging their electric rifles as they moved. They quickly took cover on opposite sides of the cave entrance. Rex reached into his pouch, pulled out a few small metal balls that were no bigger than 2 centimeters, and rolled them inside the cave. A few moments later, the spheres cracked open, and small robotic spiders scurried out. "It's done, Cleo. Recon drones are in," Rex said quietly. "Understood. Stand by," Cleo responded, her voice calm. Back on the ship, Cleo sat in front of a series of holographic screens. Her fingers danced over the controls as she guided the tiny drones deeper into the cave. One screen showed her what the spiders were seeing, while another let her issue commands. Slowly but surely, she mapped the cave's layout. After a few minutes, Cleo had a full picture. Several rooms were packed with what looked like illegal goods, everything from weapons to vehicles. But then the spiders reached a large open chamber, and her eyes narrowed. There were bodies lying on the ground, probably the smugglers. But what caught her attention was the towering figure in the center of the room. A humanoid, octopus-like creature clad in black armor. And it wasn't alone. Several others of the same kind were scattered around, standing guard. "Rex, we've got a problem." Cleo's voice came through with an edge of urgency. What is it?" Rex responded, still in cover. "The people running this place are Void assassins. They're Nexum Dynamics operatives, trained for stealth, assassination, and sabotage." "So, you're telling me this place belongs to Nexum Dynamics?" "Affirmative. From what I can gather, yes. My information on them is limited, though." Rex frowned. "What kind of equipment are they packing?" The drones picked up cloaking tech, vibroblades, and high-tech silenced energy rifles, Cleo reported, her tone steady but concerned. "Great," Rex muttered. "That's bad news for us. Do we have any countermeasures for their cloaking tech?" Cleo paused for a moment. "I don't have enough data on the specific cloaking system they're using. If it's like my race's tech, it'll be impossible to detect. But if it's a downgrade, we might be able to spot them with infrared vision." "So it's a gamble, huh?" Rex said, raising an eyebrow. "Affirmative," Cleo replied. Rex chuckled. "I didn't think you were one for gambling, Cleo. Be careful not to develop a habit." There was a brief silence, then Cleo sighed, sigh. The calm line went dead again. Cleo leaned back in her chair, rubbing her temples. The more time she spent working with Rex, the more she found herself adapting to his banter. There was almost no difference between her and a human when it came to the way she spoke now. Maybe Rex was a bad influence after all. Rex relayed the info Cleo had given him to Carlos. If what Cleo said is true, fighting these guys is basically going to war with the megacorp. "Well, just so you know, Carlos, we're already considered hostiles. Did you forget about the egg?" "Oh yeah, totally slipped my mind, haha. So, what now? If these guys wiped out the smugglers, they're probably here to silence everyone and erase any witnesses." Rex nodded. "Exactly. If we want to take control of this area, we're going to have to deal with them. First things first, let's hit the armory inside the cave. There might be some toys in there that can help us even against the odds." Without wasting time, Rex headed into the cave, Carlos following a few meters behind. Both were on high alert. Fighting against these Void assassins was like battling ghosts since they could be anywhere, thanks to their cloaking tech. But fortunately, Cleo had already activated Rex's infrared vision. After a tense walk through the cave's dim corridors, they finally reached the armory. It was a treasure trove. Rows of weapons lined the walls, from energy rifles to rocket launchers. Carlos let out a long whistle. "Damn, look at all this. These smugglers weren't messing around. And now it's all free for us." "Yep," Rex said, scanning the racks. "Let's gear up." A few minutes later, Rex hefted a massive minigun off the wall, his upgraded body handling it with ease like it was nothing more than a piece of light lumber. Carlos, on the other hand, grabbed a grenade launcher and a beefier assault rifle. The new rifle had a larger magazine and could carry up to 200 rounds per clip. "Well," Carlos said, grinning as he checked his new weapon, "we're about to make some serious noise." Rex smirked. "Let's go introduce ourselves." The main chamber of the cave was riddled with tunnels, secret routes the smugglers had used for their operations. Now, the Void assassins were busy planting explosives around those openings, preparing to destroy the tunnels and erase all evidence of their activities. Closing off these routes would ensure no one could trace them, as the exits led into areas controlled by Nexum dynamics. Just as they were setting the final charges, a thunderous explosion echoed through the cave. The sealed door blew off its hinges, crashing into the room. Before the assassins could react, the unmistakable whirl of something spinning filled the air. In the next instant, a barrage of bullets tore through the room, cutting down two of the Void assassins before they could even blink. The remaining operatives scrambled, trying to dive into the tunnels for cover. But just as they reached the entrances, the explosives they'd planted went off, collapsing the tunnels and burying several of them under the rubble. More explosions rocked the chamber, shaking the ground beneath them, while the relentless storm of bullets continued to rip through the air, giving the assassins no chance to recover. The chaos was overwhelming, and it became clear that there was no escape. After a few minutes, Rex's minigun finally ran dry, and Carlos had thrown his last grenade. The two of them quickly fell back to the main room, unsure if any enemies had survived. Once at a safer distance, they grabbed their new heavy assault rifles and aimed them toward the entrance, ready for anything. The room was filled with thick smoke from the explosions, and the dust from all the gunfire made it nearly impossible to see. "Rex," Carlos asked, keeping his eyes on the entrance, "you think we got them all?" "I hope so," Rex muttered, still catching his breath. "Let's wait a second. Cleo's using her recon drones to check for survivors." Suddenly, a warning flashed on Rex's HUD. "Warning, high-energy target approaching. Evasive maneuvers are recommended." Before Rex could react, a massive black humanoid creature, like some kind of octopus, burst through the dust cloud, moving with incredible speed. It slammed into Rex with brutal force, sending him crashing into the cave wall, debris flying everywhere. "Rex!" Carlos shouted. A deep, chilling laugh echoed through the cave. "Cuckoo. I applaud you, humans. I didn't expect you to kill my men. That alone is worth some praise. But sadly, I can't let anyone live to tell the tale, especially not human slaves." The creature extended a hand, and a vibroblade slid out from its wrist. Carlos, eyes wide, leveled his rifle and opened fire, the rapid shots echoing through the cavern. But the Void assassin moved too fast, effortlessly dodging every bullet before appearing right in front of him. In that brief moment, Carlos felt a sharp pain in his gut. He looked down to see the creature's blade buried in his abdomen. "Cuckoo. Human blood. Such a beautiful crimson," the assassin sneered. "Let's see how much more of it I can spill before you." Before the creature could finish, something yanked hard on one of its tentacles, ripping it backward with immense force. The assassin was hurled across the cave, smashing into the rocky wall with a thunderous crash. Overdrive activated. The moment Rex snapped back to his senses, he saw the Void assassin's blade plunge into Carlos' abdomen. Rage surged through him. Cleo, knowing full well that Rex couldn't handle the Void assassins on his own, quickly activated overdrive, boosting every aspect of his bionic implants. In overdrive mode, Rex was ready. He could finally face the assassin head-on. "Cough. You worthless human saw." Before the Void assassin could finish, Rex was already in his face, fists flying. He hammered the assassin's abdomen first, knocking the wind out of him, then aimed for the helmet. Cleo had warned him that the Void assassin wore an atmospheric suit and couldn't survive in oxygen-rich environments. Breaking the helmet was key. Even as the cave wall crumbled from the impact and the Void assassin hit the ground, Rex didn't stop. He climbed on top and kept punching, over and over. The helmet shattered, and now Rex's blows landed directly on the creature's soft head. Black blood splattered everywhere, mixing with chunks of flesh. "Rex, stop, it's dead. We have to focus on Carlos now." Rex halted, breathing hard. Despite the overdrive pushing his bionics to their limits, his body struggled to keep up. But right now, none of that mattered. His eyes were fixed on Carlos. Overdrive deactivated. Cooling sequence initiated. Hot air hissed from vents along Rex's ribs, kicking up dust as it hit the floor. "Geez, Carlos, you look like hell. Guess now you know how fish feel when you gut 'em," Rex said with a smirk, trying to lighten the mood. Carlos grimaced, managing a weak chuckle. "Shut up. This wound's not going to kill me, right?" Rex kneed beside him. "Cleo says it's not lethal, But we've got to stop the bleeding, you'll bleed out otherwise. Don't worry, Cleo said. I already sent for a cargo drone. I found some healing foam on a few of the bodies around here. Oh, so how do we use it? Rex asked, glancing at the healing foam. It's simple, Cleo replied, wincing slightly. You just pop the cap off where the foam comes out, press the button on top, and it'll fill the wound, sealing it up. Not a cure-all, but it'll keep your organs inside long enough for medical help to get here. Well, that sounds handy. Thanks, Cleo, Rex said, smiling. Wouldn't expect anything less from my wife. Cleo sighed. One of these days, I swear, I'll punish you for a whole hour. Ah, I didn't say anything. You must be hearing things, hee hee. Rex chuckled nervously. Anyway, how long until that drone gets here? 5 more minutes. Just hang in there, Cleo responded, her tone softening. As the communication cut off, Cleo leaned back in her chair, pulling her knees to her chest. A soft, almost serene smile crossed her face. It still felt surreal, after 1,000 years of waiting, trapped in energy-saving mode. Being an AI, she didn't sleep, so she was acutely aware of every moment that passed during that long isolation. It wasn't until Carlos found her and eventually brought her to Rex that she felt a sense of freedom. In the short time she'd known him, Rex had shown her something unexpected. He treated her like any other companion, with warmth and respect. It was something she had never experienced before. Her race, made of living metal, had little need for physical closeness, even with their own kind. Communication was always done from a distance, and they lived mostly in solitude. But this warmth she felt now, this sense of belonging, was something new and something she was starting to cherish deeply. After what felt like forever, the cargo drone finally arrived, hovering just inside the cave. There wasn't enough room for it to land, so it stayed in the air, buzzing softly. Rex walked over and grabbed the container it was carrying. Inside were several tubes of healing foam. Rex made his way back to Carlos and knelt beside him. All right, here it is. Let me know if it hurts, and I'll give you a lollipop if you're a good boy. Carlos groaned, rolling his eyes. Oh, screw you. Just hurry up, I feel like I'm dying here. Okay, Rex chuckled. Don't cry if it stings. He carefully removed Carlos's armor and tore open his shirt, exposing the nasty wound. Holding the healing foam a few inches from the gash, Rex pressed the button. The foam hissed out, expanding quickly and filling the wound. That's enough on this side. Turn over so I can get the other side where the blade came through, Rex instructed. Carlos grunted, shifting with effort. Next time, do me a favor and get shot instead of stabbed, all right? Way less work for me. Yeah, sure, Carlos muttered sarcastically, flipping Rex off as he turned. I'll keep that in mind. Rex couldn't help but laugh. You're lucky you're still funny. With the foam applied and the bleeding under control, Rex helped Carlos to his feet. So, you good? Or do I need to get you a wheelchair? Rex teased, grinning. Carlos smirked, wincing as he stood. How about you carry me on your back, buddy? How about no? You're not exactly a damsel in distress, Rex shot back. I've got standards. Carlos chuckled weakly, shaking his head. One of these days, Rex, you're going to die for a beauty. Maybe, Rex said with a grin, but not today. The two of them began making their way slowly back to the ship, with Rex supporting Carlos, his arm draped over Rex's shoulders. It took nearly an hour to reach the ship, where Cleo was waiting for them. The cargo bay was already open. Around the ship, several cargo drones were busy collecting anything useful from the smugglers' camp, scavenging through the debris and the bodies of their fallen enemies. Welcome back, guys, Cleo greeted them as they stumbled in. Rex grinned. Oh, I could get used to a beauty saying that every time I come back. Cleo's voice was calm. Noted. Rex blinked in surprise. What? You're not going to shut me down like usual, you actually agreed. Rex, Cleo said, ignoring his confusion, please bring Carlos inside. The medical drone is almost ready, but for now, the floor will have to do. We don't have any spare rooms or beds. Carlos groaned, his face twisted in pain. I don't care if you two flirt, just help me, this really hurts. We're not flirting, Cleo snapped, her voice flustered. Rex smirked. No, Carlos, you're right. We should stop flirting and focus on you. Come on, let's get you inside. Hey, don't ignore me, Cleo shouted, but Rex was already busy helping Carlos. They got Carlos inside the ship and carefully laid him down on the floor. After a few tense moments, a newly assembled medical drone rolled out of the factory room, its limbs precise and methodical. It quickly administered anesthesia to Carlos, dulling his pain before starting the delicate operation on his wound. Rex winced, turning away. Yeah, watching a robot dig around in my buddy's guts isn't really my thing. I'm going to check out the rest of the cargo. He made his way to the car parked in the ship's cargo bay and opened the back. His eyes immediately landed on the strange egg they had picked up earlier. He'd been curious about it for a while, wondering what it would feel like to touch. Without thinking much of it, he reached out and gently patted the egg, feeling its smooth, cool surface. But as his hand lingered, something strange happened. Blood from the wound on his palm, a scratch he hadn't even noticed, seemed to seep into the egg, as if the shell were absorbing it. Rex pulled his hand back quickly, staring at the egg in confusion. What the hell? He muttered under his breath, feeling a chill run down his spine. Rex looked around the eggshell, searching for any sign of his blood, but it wasn't there. At this point, he just hoped he hadn't done something that would come back to bite him later. He shut the cargo doors and made his way toward Cleo, who was busy operating the medic drone. Cleo, since when are you a doctor? Rex asked, his face twisted in confusion. I'm not, she replied without looking up. I just downloaded all the medical data from the planet's database. Now, I'm uploading it to this drone and saving it for future use. Oh, cool. So, what now? Honestly, I have no idea what we should do next. Rex, I'm just here to help. You figure that out. My race was wiped out by the hive minds. I might be the last survivor. What about your people? Well, from what I know, they were conquered a few years ago. Now they're just slaves. Actually, you're lucky you met two humans on this planet who aren't slaves. We're like an endangered species. Cleo was quiet for a moment. Do you want to free your people? That's a good question. I don't have the Xavier thing in me. Rex sighed as he walked toward the cockpit, staring out at the dark forest filled with strange, alien flora. Cleo followed and stood beside him. Rex glanced at her. I don't even know what I want. How can I feel sympathy for people I don't even know? Being a savior, that's just not me. Cleo stayed silent, listening. Rex continued, I don't even know if I can protect those close to me. That includes you. But now, for the first time, I actually get to choose what I want to do, and it's terrifying. He sat down on the floor, and Cleo joined him. After a moment, he looked at her. So, what about you, Cleo? Is there something you want? Something you desire? Cleo stood up and moved to position herself directly in front of Rex. He stared at her, unsure of what was happening. Then, slowly, she knelt down before him, her eyes fixed on his. She reached out, extending her hand toward his face, but just like before, her fingers passed right through him since she was only a hologram. I want a body, she whispered, pulling her hand back with a sad expression that Rex had never seen on her before. For the first time, Rex was at a loss for words. He had never seen Cleo show anything other than her usual poker face or the occasional flustered look when he teased her. So, what do you need to get a body? He finally asked. I need an advanced assembly factory, and living metal. Living metal? Rex furrowed his brow. Never heard of it. What is it, and how do we get it? I've already been looking into it. These days, living metal is used in bionic implants that only the wealthiest can afford, and the cost, it's incredibly high. She paused before continuing, the living metal is a substance my race created organically, designed to help us reproduce or grow stronger. It's a mix of minerals that, after being refined within us, becomes almost like a living organism, capable of healing itself. Rex nodded slowly, taking it all in. All right. If that's what you need, then that'll be our main objective for now. Let's get you a body. We'll need a ton of money to do that, so, do you have any ideas? He stopped mid-sentence. What he saw next took his breath away. Cleo was smiling. It was a smile so beautiful it made his heart race. His pulse echoed in the quiet cockpit, and for a moment, the entire universe seemed to vanish. Her radiant and pure face looked almost too perfect to be real, and Rex couldn't help but feel captivated. Excuse me, lovebirds, but how long do I have to pretend to be asleep before you notice me? The voice broke the moment. Cleo, clearly flustered, immediately deleted her holographic image and disappeared. Rex, still in a daze, stared blankly at the spot where she'd been. Carlos. Rex muttered. Yeah, came the groggy reply. I think I've fallen in love. Carlos groaned. And I think someone just played around with my organs. I can still feel it, so shut up and help me get up. You can go back to your little dream world after you stop my insides from screaming. Man, I'd kill for a beer right now. Attention. No alcohol after surgery. Please wait a few days. Carlos sighed. Unbelievable. You hear that, Rex? The doctor's already nagging me. When did tech get so advanced that even robots get to boss me around? I swear, I'm losing my mind. Rex stood up and walked over to Carlos, helping him to his feet. He then guided him to the cockpit, where the seats had been upgraded with a new material that was cool to the touch and almost gel-like. Cleo must have made the change. It felt ridiculously comfortable. So, did you hear everything we were talking about? Rex asked. Yeah, and honestly, you two are nuts. But hey, who cares? I'm always with you, brother. Rex laughed. I knew I could count on you. By the way, what about your kid? Do you want to visit him? I do. But not now. It's too dangerous for him. We don't even have a safe place to stay, let alone hide. I've got a solution for that, Cleo suddenly chimed in, appearing out of nowhere. She pulled up an image on the big window of the cockpit. What's that? Rex asked, squinting as he tried to make sense of the diagram, moving his head from side to side. These are the plans for an underground citadel, Cleo explained. Wait, you're saying we should build a city? How in the world are we going to do that? It's just the three of us. We'd be dead before we even finished digging, Carlos exclaimed. Cleo gave a confident smile. Don't worry, Carlos. I'll deploy the mining drones to excavate the area. Then, we'll rent out the space to the smugglers who frequent this planet. They'll do the building, and we'll make credits off the rent. Carlos blinked in surprise. That sounds solid, but how do you plan on getting them here? Pretty sure those void assassins wiped the zone coordinates clean. No one knows where this place is. I've already taken care of that, Cleo replied, her face returning to its usual poker expression. Look at the screen. I left communication drones outside the planet before we landed. They're equipped with cloaking tech, so they're almost undetectable. Through them, we can transmit the coordinates to all the smugglers. Rex leaned back in his chair, clearly impressed. So, you've thought of everything, huh? I shouldn't even be surprised at this point. I'm guessing you've already got the mining drones working, right? Correct, Cleo confirmed. They've started excavating the first floor. It'll take about a week to complete, and we'll need a significant amount of energy. That brings me to the real issue. We're going to need credits to buy more batteries for the ship. But wouldn't a recharging station be a better option than constantly buying batteries? Carlos asked, glancing at the schematics on the screen. Sure, if you've got 2 million credits lying around, Cleo shot back, staring at Carlos with a look that practically screamed, are you serious? Rex chuckled. All right, stop it, you two. No need to fight. It looks like it's time for us to start our mercenary work, am I right? So, Cleo, do you have any info on the mercenary opportunities on this planet? Affirmative, Cleo responded. I'll pull up the data for you now. The detailed information about the 4 mercenary groups appeared on the large screen. Iron Wraiths. Hired by corporations and governments for large-scale planetary invasions, especially when brute force is needed to suppress hostile populations or break through heavily fortified installations. Phantom Dagger. Specialize in corporate espionage, assassinations, and black ops. Often contracted to neutralize high-value targets, sabotage rivals, or infiltrate enemy bases. Thunderblades. Known for taking on high-risk, high-reward missions like boarding enemy ships, raiding fortified compounds, and executing high-speed hit-and-run assaults. Steel Nomads. Experts in rapid assaults, convoy protection, and hit-and-run attacks on enemy supply lines. They're also skilled at transporting and smuggling valuable assets through dangerous territories. Rex studied the screen for a moment, rubbing his chin. Okay. From what I see, the Iron Wraiths pay pretty well per mission, but leaving the planet isn't an option right now. Phantom Dagger pays the most, but the risk is off the charts. That leaves us with the Thunderblades and the Steel Nomads. What do you think, brother? Carlos leaned back in his seat, thinking it over. Cleo, we can only pick one? Negative, Cleo responded, her voice calm and professional. We can choose any of them. We're registered as independent Rank B mercenaries. Rex raised an eyebrow. Rank B? What does that mean exactly? Mercenaries are ranked from F to S, Cleo explained. Rank B places you as a veteran and experienced enough to take on tougher jobs without drawing too much attention. It's a good balance. Not too high profile but still bringing in decent credits. Being independent means we can take jobs from any of these groups, but don't expect any assistance from them if things go south. Carlos smirked. So, we're on our own, huh? I like it. Rex grinned. If that's how it works, then I guess we should. We should probably go for the jobs that are local, you know, the ones offered by the Thunderblades and Steel Nomads. And obviously, the ones with the best reward, Rex said, leaning back in his chair. I mean, I'm already full bionic, and with Cleo's help, we've got a serious edge. First thing tomorrow, we'll use our credits to get the materials Cleo needs for combat drones. Once we've got a few of those, we could be running missions like an elite squad. But for now, we need to get some rest. Carlos especially. He's got to recover from the surgery. Tomorrow, we hit the road and start our first job. Sounds good, Carlos said, stretching out. I'm taking the cockpit seat tonight. Way better than those car seats. He shifted around, finding a spot, and closed his eyes. All right, get some rest, man. I'll be in the recharge bay. See you in the morning. Rex gave a nod and headed to his recharge room. He lay down on the metal bed as the crystal door slid shut, the quiet hum of the recharge process starting up. Cleo, being a hologram, didn't need to open anything. She simply phased into the recharge tank and laid down next to Rex, watching him quietly. Rex, are you sure you want to help me get a body? She whispered, her voice soft, almost hesitant. Of course we're doing it. It's good for both of us, you know? Cleo blinked. Good for you? What do you mean? Rex smirked, eyes still closed. Well, once you've got a body, we can finally get married. You know, do this and that. His voice trailed off playfully. If Rex had been able to see Cleo, he would have caught the flustered look on her face as she went quiet. Cleo, hey, don't get mad. You still there? Hello? But Cleo stayed silent, lying beside him without saying a word, unsure how to respond. And so the night passed quietly, the soft glow of the small white sun rising in the distance. Rex climbed out of the recharging tank, stretching his body as he made his way toward the cockpit. When he got there, he could barely see Cleo behind all the screens. It looked like she was buried in them. Hey Cleo, how are the preparations going? Are we ready to leave today? He asked. Without even glancing up, Cleo slid one of the screens over to him. Yep, everything's ready. Here's all the data you need. It's got the route to the city and the locations of the military groups. Now, if you don't mind, I'm busy. Rex nodded, deciding to leave her to it, and headed outside. The scene that greeted him was chaotic. Drones were buzzing everywhere. Some flew in and out of the smuggler's cave, carrying everything from food and vehicles to weapons and other illegal goods. He spotted cargo drones rising out of a large hole in the ground, loaded with dirt. The mining drones must have been at it since early, digging nonstop on the first level of the underground citadel. Not far off, Rex saw Carlos trying on some new clothes that had just arrived via one of the cargo drones that morning. Hey Carlos, find anything you like? Rex called out. Carlos grinned. Yeah, man, check this out. I'm going with these pants and this jacket with the hood. Makes me look like a total badass. Rex chuckled. If you say so. I'm liking this jacket with the neon lights, and these pants aren't bad either. Anyway, hurry up and get changed. Cleo's already given me everything we need to kick off our first mission. Sweet. I'll be quick. Once the preparations were done and the smugglers had hidden the cargo, packed with guns, grenades, and ammo in the modified vehicle, they were ready to roll. A few minutes of bumpy driving down a dirt path brought them to what looked like a proper road, leading straight to the city. It was going to be a long drive, so they put on some music, courtesy of the smugglers who had installed a sound system in the car. With the tunes on, the ride wasn't half as boring as it could have been. After a few hours on the road, they finally reached one of the city entrances. Like any major city, it was heavily guarded. Squads of guards patrolled the area, military vehicles stood ready, and every now and then, a fighter ship flew overhead. As they got closer to the entrance, one of the guards approached. "Ids, please, where are you coming from?" he asked, his eyes scanning the vehicle. Rex and Carlos pulled out the phones they'd taken off the smugglers who, well, weren't around anymore, and used them to flash their IDs. "We're mercenaries, just back from a mission." The guard sighed. "Great, more mercenaries. Wait here while I check your entry and exit logs." His tone made it clear that the city guards weren't exactly fond of mercenaries. Since they caused more trouble than the local gangs, and to make it worse, they were legally allowed to bring weapons into the city. The guard strolled back to a terminal inside the bunker and pulled up the logs. Thanks to Cleo's skills, there was a neat, 8-year history in the system. After a quick check, the guard didn't find anything suspicious, so he returned the IDs and waved them through. Carlos let out a deep breath as they drove past the gates. "Man, I thought we were dead for sure," he said, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Rex laughed, though his nerves were still buzzing. "Yeah, I was sweating too. At least now we know the IDs work. So, where to first?" Carlos thought for a second. "Let's hit up the Thunderblades. Their missions are pretty straightforward. They're mostly taking out criminal groups outside the city." "Alright, sounds good. Let's get moving." The city, like every other commerce hub, was a mega metropolis sprawling across the entire continent. Massive buildings stretched endlessly, and the web of roads and walkways made the place feel like an astronomical labyrinth. Even lifelong locals could easily find themselves lost in its maze. Cargo ships streamed in and out by the minute, a constant reminder of how prosperous the planet was. The sheer scale of the trading fleets here kept space pirates at bay, but it was a paradise for smugglers. They bought stolen goods from pirates and sold them in the city as if it were a legitimate trade route. Luckily, with Cleo's navigation system guiding them, Rex and Carlos didn't have to worry about getting lost. After about an hour, they arrived at the headquarters of the Thunderblades. Parking the car in the underground lot, they made their way into the building. It was the typical setup. Huge, bustling, with a bar and restaurant on one side and holograms of different missions and contracts projected throughout. At the center was the reception desk, where mercenaries went to accept contracts. "Alright, Rex, just follow my lead. No unnecessary moves," Cleo's voice echoed in Rex's mind. "Got it. I'm all yours." Rex and Carlos walked toward the reception, where a mantis-looking guy was stationed. "Welcome, strangers. How can I assist you?" he asked, his antennae twitching. "We need to speak with Talona, the Reaper," Rex replied. The second those words left his mouth, the mood in the room shifted. Mercenaries who had been quietly eating and drinking jumped to their feet, forming a tight circle around them. Weapons were drawn, blades and other melee arms gleaming in the dim light, ready for a fight. This was the moment Cleo had prepared Rex for. As the tension mounted, Cleo activated the overdrive mode, and Rex's eyes glowed a mesmerizing amber. Mechanical wings unfolded from his back, and the green glow of his bionic enhancements shone through his skin. The mercenaries around him hesitated. The veterans, sensing the overwhelming pressure radiating from Rex, began to sweat. They knew they were dealing with someone dangerous, someone far beyond their pay grade. "What's the meaning of this? You think you can challenge me?" Rex's voice boomed, amplified by the overdrive mode, like thunder echoing through the room. But before the situation could escalate, the elevator doors opened. A massive figure stepped out. It was a towering creature, part machine, part beast, resembling a hulking minotaur. Within moments, it was in front of Rex, its fist already flying toward his abdomen. Rex wasn't about to stand there and take it. He clenched his fist, and, in the blink of an eye, their fists collided with a deafening thud. The shockwave from the impact sent a gust of wind throughout the room. Rex quickly sidestepped, landing a powerful kick to the Minotaur's ribs, sending the giant crashing into the nearby tables. From the dust of the crash, the huge figure could be seen lying down on the debris of the tables. Ha 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 ha. While Rex was still on high alert, the loud laughter made him jump. He was sure that kick he'd just delivered had crushed all of the Minotaur's ribs, but there it was, laughing like nothing had happened. As the dust started to settle, the huge Minotaur was still lying in the debris of broken tables. Then Rex saw that the thing wasn't even real. Just a robot, controlled remotely by someone else. This is what I was talking about. Real warriors speak with their fists first. I'll be waiting for you on the top floor. With that, the Minotaur robot powered down, and the elevator doors slid open. The mercenaries who had surrounded Rex and Carlos went back to their business. Some of them even offered to clean up the mess from the fight. Rex and Carlos, though, just stood there, dumbfounded by what had just happened. Deactivating overdrive. Cleo was the first to react. She quickly deactivated Rex's overdrive, making his eyes fade back to their normal green color. The angel-like wings that had appeared on his back slowly vanished. Dude, since when do you have wings? Carlos asked, still staring at where they had just been. I have no idea. First time I've seen them too. Cleo, do you know what's going on? Rex asked. Affirmative, Cleo replied. Your body has assimilated 50% of the living metal I used to enhance you. It seems like your body's highly compatible with it. Fascinating. So, what happens when I've assimilated all of it? You'll look closer to one of my race. But not entirely, since we can't remove the organic matter in your body without affecting your organs. How about we replace all my organs with bionics then? Sure, if you want to be sterile. I don't mind, Cleo said, her tone teasing. You know what? I'm fine with how I am. Let's just get in the elevator. Rex quickly changed the subject and hurried towards the elevator, with Carlos right behind him. Back on the ship, Cleo let out a soft chuckle. Inside the elevator, as it began to ascend, Carlos nudged Rex with his elbow. So, what did she say about the wings? I'll tell you later, bro. For now, let's focus on the meeting. The building had over 100 floors, so it took a good 2 minutes to reach the top. When the doors finally opened, they found themselves stepping into a space that looked more like a gym than an office. There was even a boxing ring in the center. Ha ha ha. Welcome to my humble home, my dear noble. The same booming laugh that Rex had heard earlier echoed through the room. His eyes locked onto the source of the voice, and Cleo instantly sent him a data packet. Talon, the Reaper, Vargos, leader of the Thunderblades. Talon Vargos is a cybernetically enhanced close combat specialist. With twin plasma blades integrated into his arms, he's earned the title, the Reaper, for his unmatched skill in melee combat. He leads the Thunderblades from the front, always the first to charge into battle. His speed and ferocity are legendary, though his aggressive nature often leads him to take risky actions. As Rex finished processing the data, Talon stepped out from behind a curtain. He was tall and muscular, with a sleek, almost feline build. His dark bronze skin was covered in faint tribal markings that glowed softly, pulsing in time with his breathing. He had 2 sets of glowing amber eyes, allowing him to track multiple opponents at once. His head was bald, save for a ridge of sharp spines that ran down the back of his skull. His lower jaw was adorned with mandible-like appendages, giving his face a fearsome, almost insectoid look. So, what was your intent in attacking me, knowing I'm a noble? Rex said, slipping back into his noble persona. Haha, I was just excited to fight a noble, that's all, Talon replied with a grin. Your kind never come to places like this. Oh, where are my manners? Please, have a seat. He gestured toward a set of large sofas near the ring. Rex walked over and sat down, while Carlos stood behind him, playing the part of a bodyguard. Given that Carlos didn't have any bionic enhancements, it would be strange for him to sit beside a noble, something that simply wasn't done. Letting them assume Carlos was a human slave. That would make more sense in this situation. So, what brings you to me, noble one? Looking for some work to be done? Talon asked as he took the opposite sofa. Nothing much, Rex said casually, just need you to line me up with some well-paid jobs. You see, there are some things I need to handle discreetly, so I can't use my own accounts. That's where mercenary jobs come in handy, wouldn't you agree, my friend? Talon raised an eyebrow. Well, color me impressed. Never thought I'd see a noble getting his hands dirty with merc work. Alright, I can hook you up with some private jobs, but there's a condition. Rex narrowed his eyes. And what's the catch, Talon? Talon grinned, clearly enjoying the moment. We mercs have a reputation to keep. I can't just give you a special job without knowing what you're capable of. So, how about a little sparring match? Rex sighed. Fine. If that's all it takes, let's get it over with. Ha ha ha, excellent. Talon clapped his hands, and 4 feline-like women, barely clothed, emerged from the room Talon had come from earlier. Let these lovely ladies help you change into something more suitable for a sparring match, Talon said with a devilish smirk. As 2 of the feline women reached out to touch Rex, they recoiled, yelping as a small electric shock zapped their hands. Ow. Kya. Rex held up his hands in mock apology. Oh, my bad. See, my wife's a little possessive. She implanted a bionic device in me. Anytime another woman touches me, they get a shock. Sorry, ladies, but I'll manage on my own. Carlos, standing behind Rex, struggled to contain his laughter. He knew full well that Cleo had been behind the whole thing. Meanwhile, Rex made his way to the changing room the girls had pointed out, and once he was alone, he contacted Cleo. So, you wanna tell me why you did that? Did what? I have no idea what you're talking about, Cleo responded, her voice cool. If that's all, please stop bothering me. I'm busy. She ended the call abruptly. Rex chuckled to himself. Haha, she's cute when she's in denial. After changing into some simple training shorts, Rex emerged from the room, his upper body bare. The feline girls couldn't help but steal glances at him, giggling to each other as they whispered. Meanwhile, Cleo, watching through Rex's eyes, was getting visibly annoyed. Talon was already in the ring, pacing impatiently, and when Rex finally stepped in, he let out a long whistle. Not a bad body for a noble. Now, come on, get in here. I've been waiting long enough. The moment Rex entered the ring, Talon wasted no time, launching a flurry of punches at him from every direction. Rex dodged, pulling his head back, shifting side to side, keeping just ahead of each blow. Rex quickly retaliated with a sharp kick to Talon's throat, followed by 2 more kicks, one to his thigh and another to the side of his head. The strikes came so fast that Talon barely had a moment to react, let alone block them. He swung back with a couple of wild punches, but Rex smoothly evaded them. Then, Rex countered with a solid punch to Talon's ribs and another to his chin. Talon, clearly frustrated at not landing a single hit, clenched his fists and decided to switch tactics. He began throwing powerful kicks, the kind he was known for, aiming to overpower Rex. But once again, Rex dodged effortlessly. On one particularly aggressive kick, Rex grabbed Talon's leg mid-swing, hoisting him into the air before slamming him down face first onto the ring floor. Talon groaned, struggling to get back on his feet, but Rex was quick to deliver another kick to his face, knocking him back down. This match is over, Talon, Rex said, his voice calm and measured. Now, let's talk business. The calmness in Rex's voice stung Talon's pride. He hadn't even broken a sweat taking him down. Furious, Talon scrambled to his feet and lunged at Rex from behind, hoping to catch him off guard. But Rex wasn't alone in this. Cleo had been watching the whole time. The second she saw Talon make his move, she activated Rex's overdrive mode. Without hesitation, one of Rex's wings swept out, hitting Talon with enough force to send him flying across the ring, crashing into the wall. Rex's new wings unfolded, and with Cleo's help, he hovered effortlessly above the floor, gliding toward Talon, who was still struggling to get up. As Rex drew closer, a heavy aura of power and dominance surrounded him, pressing down on Talon, who found himself paralyzed, unable to move. All he could do was turn his head and stare in awe. What Talon saw was something out of a dream, something divine. It was a creature of pure power with glowing white wings, radiating a divine aura. Rex floated above him like some kind of angelic being, and for the first time in a long while, Talon felt completely powerless. What were you trying to accomplish doing that, Talon? Rex's voice was deep and reproachful, like a father scolding his child. Hey, calm down. Let's think this through, all right. I wasn't really thinking. The blood just rushed to my head. Rex opened his mouth to respond but stopped himself. A moment later, Cleo deactivated the overdrive, and Rex gradually started to return to normal, his wings fading away. What you just did, Rex continued, his voice cold, was attack a noble, and what's more, someone like me. And as you can see, I'm not just any low-level noble. That much should be obvious, right? Carlos, always the dutiful assistant, appeared with a chair. Rex sat down, crossing his legs and staring down at Talon, who was still sprawled on the floor. You realize, Rex went on, what you did is enough reason for me to call in a little friend to clean out your whole organization. Sound about right? A shiver ran down Talon's spine. His body tensed as he forced himself up, using what little strength he had left to kneel before Rex. No, please, noble sir, have mercy. I'll do anything you want. Well, Rex said, tilting his head slightly, if you're willing to kneel, maybe there's hope for you yet. I'm willing to give your organization a chance. Submit to me, and I'll have a job for you. Something big. You'll see the benefits soon enough. What do you say? Benefits? Talon stammered, his curiosity piqued despite his fear. May I ask, what exactly do you plan to make us do? Shish, Rex shook his finger, his tone teasing. Curiosity killed the cat, my dear Talon. For now, just give me your contact info. I'll reach out when the time is right. Rex rose from his seat and headed toward the dressing room. Oh, and before I forget, he called over his shoulder, bring me those jobs you mentioned. The ones that pay well. Right away, Talon muttered, scrambling to his feet. Inside the dressing room, Rex contacted Cleo while pulling on a new outfit. So, is this what you wanted? He asked, sounding a bit bored. Affirmative, Cleo's voice responded. With this, we've secured a mercenary group for the underground city. Rex grunted. But why don't we also ask them for credits? They've probably got millions. Cleo sighed, exasperated. And here I thought you were getting smarter. Rex, what do mercenaries respect the most? Rex paused, thinking as he buttoned his shirt. The credits. Exactly. If we start by asking them for credits, they'll resent us. But if we pay them well when they work for us, they'll become more loyal. To them, whoever holds the purse strings is the boss. Rex nodded. You're right, as usual. What would I do without you? Sigh. Just get on with the job, Rex. Yes, ma'am, Rex replied with a mock salute. With that, the conversation ended. Rex stepped out of the dressing room and walked back toward Talon, who was waiting nervously with a stack of documents. Here are the highest paying jobs at the moment, Talon said, handing the document to Rex. After scanning the list and conferring with Cleo, Rex chose the mission to take down a criminal gang operating outside the city. The gang had been ambushing merchant transports that landed in the common areas and were forced to haul their goods by truck. The reward? 50,000 credits, plus whatever loot they could find in the gang's hideout. Alright, I'll take this one. You can keep the rest since I'm not here to rob you, Rex said with a smirk. You'll need assistance from our group to handle them, dear noble. Talon asked, his tone almost groveling. No need, we're fine with just the two of us. Very well, I'll be waiting for your call, dear noble, Talon said, bowing his head slightly. And with that, Rex and Carlos left the Thunderblades headquarters and drove off toward the city limits. Man, since when did you learn to fight like that? Carlos asked, still buzzing with excitement from the earlier fight he'd witnessed. Fight? Never. It's all thanks to Cleo since she's been downloading stuff into my brain. Something about making me the perfect husband, Rex said with a sly grin. Oh, really? She did that? Carlos raised an eyebrow, curious. Of course, Rex yelled as a sudden electric shock jolted through his back. Carlos sighed. I knew it. You were lying again. One day, you'll learn. He glanced at Rex, who was rubbing his back, wincing in pain. Good thing I'm the one driving. If that shock hit you while you were behind the wheel, we'd be in a ditch right now. After a few hours of driving, they pulled off the road about 5 kilometers from the mission's coordinates. We're here, Cleo, Rex said over the comm. How long until you can get the ship here? 10 minutes, if you don't want them detecting the ship on their radars, Cleo replied. Perfect. Carlos and I will get closer to the base in the meantime. Don't be late to our date. Quote. Cleo remained silent, unimpressed by Rex's casual attitude. Rex and Carlos began making their way toward the enemy base, sticking to the shadows and using the trees for cover. Along the way, they encountered several patrols. Rex, with his bionic night vision, took them out quickly and quietly. Carlos, on the other hand, had a harder time. With just a few days of training under his belt, he struggled with even one guard while Rex dispatched the rest. At least Carlos had night vision gear, scavenged from their last mission with the smugglers. Rex, the radar shows you're not at the location yet. I've already arrived at the coordinates, Cleo's voice came through the comm. According to the plan, she was to fly the ship off planet to avoid detection and then return precisely to the hideout's location. Yeah, I know. I'm just giving little Carlos here a workout, Rex teased. Since he's not a PC like us, he'll have to do things the hard way. Understood. Let me know when you're in position. You got it, Rex said, motioning for Carlos to follow him as they continued their silent approach to the base. They continued along their route, and after 2 hours, they finally reached the agreed-upon point. The journey had taken longer than expected, and the closer they got to the enemy base, the more patrols they encountered. Some groups were so large they had no choice but to hide and wait for them to pass. All right, Cleo, we're in position. You can begin the fireworks anytime, Rex said quietly into his comms, giving Cleo the green light to kick off the mission's climax. Inside the enemy camp, there was already noticeable movement. The gang had realized something was off since Rex and Carlos had taken out too many patrols, and the gang was starting to get suspicious. More heavily armed patrols were now being organized, and reinforcements were gathering. Unbeknownst to the gang, the very area where they were assembling was about to become ground zero. Hey, did you hear that? One of the criminals muttered, signaling for the others to be quiet. Heard what? I don't hear anything, his partner replied, sounding annoyed. No, I swear, it's like whistling. Just then, a missile came screaming down from the sky, slamming into one of the trucks in the middle of the formation. It exploded on impact, sending hundreds of tiny metal balls flying in all directions. A second later, those balls exploded themselves, each unleashing a spray of high-speed projectiles, tearing through anything in their path. It was a weapon designed for maximum damage to ground troops, and it was working with brutal efficiency. As soon as Cleo launched the missile, she circled the ship overhead, opening fire with the ship's turrets. Anyone who managed to survive the missile's initial blast had no chance of escaping the hail of gunfire raining down from above. The camp was quickly reduced to chaos, as bullets and explosions ripped through everything in sight. After 30 minutes of relentless assault, nothing remained but smoldering wreckage, dust, and the crackling of flames. Rex and Carlos watched from their vantage point, waiting for the dust to settle before moving in. Carlos whistled. I have to say, Rex, after seeing what just went down, my respect for you only grows stronger. Rex smirked. Oh, what do you mean? Well, after seeing what Cleo is capable of doing to our enemies, you're either really brave or really stupid for always making her mad. Rex chuckled, though there was a hint of unease in his voice. Ha, well, you say that, but deep down, I know she's just a softie. Really deep down. Even Rex wasn't fully convinced by his own words. Carlos laughed, shaking his head. Yeah, sure, keep telling yourself that. But enough chit-chatta, let's get to work. Time to loot what's left. They moved into the remnants of the destroyed camp, picking their way through the debris. Occasionally, they'd stumble upon a survivor or a wounded criminal trying to crawl away or hide, but Rex and Carlos dealt with them quickly, without hesitation. This was no time for mercy. Say, Rex, do you think what we're doing is right? Even though Carlos was following orders and doing the job, He couldn't shake the doubt that killing those who couldn't defend themselves didn't sit right with him. Rex glanced at him. Carlos, these are criminals. You think they showed mercy to anyone who begged for it? Or worse, do you think they'd let a beautiful girl go once they got their hands on her? Rex's words were harsh, but they carried the ugly truth. Bandits like these had no mercy. Think of it like this, Rex added, we're helping release the souls of the ones they've already killed. Without hesitation, Rex kicked one of the crawling criminals in the face, sending him back into the debris. Then, with a quick shot to the head, he finished him off and turned to look at Carlos. But if you want to call it quits, I don't mind giving you the 50,000 credits from this job. You can go start a new life. After all, getting a body for my wife, that should be my task, not yours. Carlos tightened his grip on his gun. Of course I'm with you, Rex. You're like a brother to me. Sorry for doubting. I'm just not used to all this. Rex clapped him on the back. Don't worry. I'd probably feel the same if it weren't for Cleo making me look so damn cool, you know. With the issue settled, they went back to clearing out the bandit camp. Now it was time to loot. Thankfully, Cleo's missile hadn't done much damage to the structures, and it was just to the poor bastards on the ground, so the warehouse with the valuables was still standing. Cleo, you can land now. Area's clear, but be careful since there might be patrols coming back to check on the noise. Rex spoke into his communicator while he and Carlos reloaded their weapons, getting ready to head into the warehouse.
So, Cleo, how many enemies are inside? Rex asked. Earlier, Cleo had already sent in her spider drones to scout the place while they cleaned up the camp. I've got 10 armed targets inside the warehouse, Cleo's voice crackled through the device, and some females locked in cages. It looks like they were going to sell them, either to a brothel or into slavery. Carlos could hear her too. Cleo had given him a communication device just before the mission. See, Carlos? Rex shook his head. And you wanted to show them mercy? Bastards. Carlos clenched his fists, ashamed of even considering sparing them. Now he was angrier than ever, ready to act. All right, Cleo, Rex said, since you've got the layout, go ahead and knock on the door for us. We'll wait on the sides. Just, try not to shoot us, okay? Rex and Carlos took cover near the warehouse entrance. Cleo brought the ship down next to the door, positioning it so that 4 of its turrets were locked on. And then it began the hailstorm of bullets. The bandits inside didn't stand a chance. The turrets fired rounds so big that no cover could protect them. Even the warehouse door looked like it was made of paper. The noise was deafening, and the sparks flying off metal in the dead of night made the scene both terrifying and mesmerizing. Once the hailstorm of bullets stopped, Rex and Carlos slipped into the warehouse, staying low and using the chaos and dust as cover. In the confusion, they could find survivors and finish them off before anyone realized they weren't part of the gang. They found 3 survivors huddled behind a chunk of concrete. It didn't take long for Rex and Carlos to take them out. Cleo, how's it looking? Any more left? Rex asked, giving one of the bodies a quick kick to make sure he was dead. Negative, Cleo responded. The spider drone's infrared only detect the females in the cages. All right then. Start sending in the cargo drones to grab the loot, and get a medic drone down here to check on the captives. Understood. Cleo deployed the drones from the ship's cargo bay. They hovered into the warehouse, ready to loot whatever they could find, while the medic drone headed for the captives. Carlos took control of the cargo drones, making sure they only grabbed the important stuff. Rex, meanwhile, walked over to the captives. As he got closer, they started screaming, panic written all over their faces. Without a way to communicate, words were useless. Cleo, got any idea how to get them out of these cages? Based on the data I've gathered, the cages require a special key, and none of the bandits inside had one. Can't you hack it or something? Override the lock. Negative. These locks are purely mechanical. There is no system to hack. And the metal is strong enough to withstand even a savage creature's attack. Great. That's a problem. Wait, could I make a hole through the bars in overdrive mode? Affirmative. You should have just enough strength to do that. Shall I activate overdrive? Do it. As soon as the words left his mouth, His wings emerged, and the white aura that had flared up during his fight with Talon surrounded him once again. The captives fell silent, their eyes wide. They had never seen anything like the radiant white wings and golden eyes of the figure standing before them. It was as if something holy had descended into that grim, dark room. Rex ignored their stares. He approached the first cage, gripping two of the iron bars. With a surge of strength, he pried them apart, making a small hole just large enough for the captive to slip through. He did the same for the other cages, freeing them all. Once they were out, Cleo deactivated the overdrive mode to conserve energy. Rex's new form burned through power much faster than the last. Once Rex spotted the medic drone, he walked over to one of the recently freed girls and extended his hand. She hesitated for a moment before finally placing her hand in his. Rex gave her a reassuring smile and guided her toward the drone. It scanned her body and, after detecting a few injuries, began treating them. Rex repeated the process with each of the girls until all were attended to. A cargo drone hovered nearby, stopping next to Rex. Rex, hand these devices to the girls, Cleo's voice came through. They're translator units that Carlos grabbed off the bandits. Oh, perfect. Just what we needed, Rex said, distributing the translators to the girls. By the way, what are we going to do with them? He asked while fitting one of the devices onto a girl's wrist. The standard procedure is to turn them over to the city guards. Or, Cleo paused. We could sell them. Technically, rescued captives are considered loot by mercenary codes. Rex sighed heavily, looking up at the ceiling. The galaxy's a pretty dark place, huh? Indeed it is. So, what's your decision? Easy, neither of those options. What if we hired them to work in our underground city? We could set up shops to sell some of our loot and have them run the businesses. What do you think? That's a solid idea, Rex. Head back to Thunderblade's HQ to finish the quest and collect our payment. I'll send a list of materials to your phone that you'll need to buy, so you better rent some trucks unless you want to make a ton of trips. Damn, Cleo, you're a slave driver, Rex muttered with a grin. What about the girls? I'll take care of them. I'll bring them to the underground city with the ship. Now hurry up and get moving. See you there. Rex chuckled, shaking his head. Hey, at least give me a kiss. He turned to the rescued girls who had gathered nearby and explained what would happen next. Most of them already knew the grim reality of being saved by mercenaries, some had even resigned themselves to the idea of becoming slaves. But instead of the usual two options, Rex offered them a third choice. Though it wasn't perfect, it was better than the alternatives. They could work in the underground city for 5 years with no freedom to leave during that time, but after those 5 years, they'd be free to contact their families. If they wanted, they could even invite their families to join them in the city. Some of the girls weren't thrilled about the idea of working for so long, especially those who were daughters of traders or wealthy families. But there was no room for negotiation. As tough as the third option seemed, it was still better than being handed over to the guards or sold into slavery. So after some consideration, all the girls accepted to work at the soon-to-be underground city since it was by long the best option for them that had no place to stay. The girls were escorted to the ship, where Cleo greeted them. Rex and Carlos turned back, heading toward the spot where they'd parked the vehicle, while Cleo stayed behind to finish looting the bandits' warehouse. The journey back to the vehicle wasn't easy. They ran into several patrols returning to base. Fighting them would have been too risky, especially in enemy territory and without knowing their numbers, so they decided to hide and let the patrols pass. Occasionally, they could hear heavy gunfire and explosions off in the distance. Cleo was clearly making quick work of the bandits, who must have been foolish enough to attack a spaceship without realizing it was shielded. After about an hour or so, they finally reached the spot where they'd hidden the vehicle. Without wasting any time, they jumped in and took off, heading toward the city. Man, I really thought we weren't going to make it. That was the longest 5 kilometers I've ever walked, Carlos said, still panting as he slumped into the passenger seat. Rex chuckled. Yeah, it was rough. But did you see that missile Cleo fired? Wiped out the whole base. We should ask her to make more of those since they're crazy powerful. They kept chatting about random things as they drove through the night. Eventually, they reached the city entrance, where they had to stop and show their IDs again. Once that was out of the way, they drove straight to Thunderblade's HQ and headed for Talon's office. When they arrived at the office floor, it seemed empty. But from the direction of the room where they'd first met Talon, they could hear moaning. Talon, get out here. We're back for our pay. Rex yelled. Subtlety wasn't really his strong suit. Carlos, clearly annoyed, muttered, lucky bastard. He's got women all over him while we're out here, covered in dust, after a mission. Rex laughed. Don't worry, man. Once we get our own business going, you can have your harem too, just don't expect to live near me. I'm not into sharing. Carlos scoffed. Yeah, right. Like I'd ever share. What do you take me for? As they bickered, they heard Talon's voice, faint and breathless, coming from the back. I'm coming. Give me a sec. There's some good liquor on the table by the sofa. Help yourselves. Rex and Carlos exchanged a glance before bolting for the liquor. It had been days since their last drink, and they weren't about to pass up free booze. Thanks to Rex's bionic upgrades, he reached the liquor first, snatching the bottle and cracking it open immediately. Without a second thought, he took 3 big swigs, drinking straight from the bottle like a street drunk. Fuua, damn, this is some strong liquor, he gasped, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. Carlos grabbed the bottle next, following Rex's lead. Oh man, this is on a whole different level. What the hell have I been drinking all my life? Judging by the look on Carlos's face, it was like he'd just discovered the meaning of life. Rex burst out laughing. Dude, what's with your face? You look ridiculous. The two of them kept drinking until all the bottles were empty. About an hour later, Talon finally emerged from the back room. Cough cough. Sorry to keep you waiting, but when you've got that many wives, it's tough to keep 'em all satisfied. He smirked, clearly not ashamed. Anyway, the mission's done, right? Give me your account details, and I'll transfer the credits now. Rex handed over the bank account information that Cleo had set up with the top noble bank and with the VIP status and everything. Are you sure you don't want to check if the job's really finished first? Rex asked, watching as the 50,000 credits hit the account. Talon chuckled. I trust you, noble friend. Oh, I like the sound of that, Rex said with a grin. And since we'll be working together more often, just call me Rex. No need for all the, dear noble, stuff. Talon was taken aback. Nobles were notorious for their pride, and for one to ask a lowly mercenary to call them by name was practically unheard of. But Rex wasn't thinking that deeply about it since he just found the whole, dear noble, thing cringy. Haha, alright, Rex. I see you like the liquor. How about I give you 2 more bottles as a token of friendship? He signaled to one of the girls, who nodded and headed for the elevator. Alright then, Talon. We'll let you get back to whatever you were doing. Rex grinned knowingly. We'll swing by in a few days to pick up some more work. Keep 100,000 credits or so ready for us. Talon laughed. No problem. If you give me your contact info, I'll just email you the job so you don't have to come all the way here every time. Sounds good. Rex took out his phone and swapped contact info with Talon. See you later, Rex. The girl will meet you in the lobby with those 2 bottles. After Rex and Carlos left Talon's office, Talon walked over to his desk, lit a cigar, and pressed a hidden button on the desk. A holographic screen appeared, showing video footage his information network had collected. On the screen, he saw an unidentified ship firing a missile unlike anything he'd ever seen before. Then came footage of drones being deployed. He watched closely, his curiosity piqued, until suddenly the video feed cut out. In its place, an unfamiliar symbol appeared, followed by text. Curiosity killed the cat, dear Talon. Cold sweat formed on Talon's brow as a shiver ran down his spine. It didn't take long for him to realize it was best to stop gathering intel on Rex and his crew. Meanwhile, Cleo had already wiped all the footage of their operation and sent a warning to anyone who had access to it. HMPH. I got careless. Next time, I'll deploy signal jamming drones before we move in, Cleo muttered to herself as she closed her screens, leaving just one open. She enlarged it and stared at it, deep in thought. Since Rex and Carlos had already received the credits for the job, they decided to rent 2 trucks. Buying them was out of the question for now since each truck cost 500,000 credits while renting was just 5,000 credits per day. After securing the trucks, they began driving around the city, visiting various stores where Cleo had made a list of things she needed. They purchased supplies for building more mining drones and a few combat drones. By the time they were down to their last few credits, they stocked up on food supplies. Once everything was ready, they headed for the city exit but were stopped by the guards. Please open your cargo doors. We need to perform a routine inspection for any illegal items. Rex and Carlos stepped out of the trucks and opened the cargo doors. The guards climbed aboard and began scanning the cargo, looking for anything suspicious. After a few minutes, they finished their search. All right, you're good to go. Rex and Carlos got back in their trucks and continued their journey toward the underground city. Since the trucks had a speed limit of 50 kilometers per hour, it took several hours to get there. When they finally arrived, they opened the cargo doors for the drones to unload the supplies. Carlos stretched, groaning. Man, I'm beat. I'm sleeping in the truck tonight since it's got a bed, you know. See you tomorrow. Wait, Rex said, tossing one of the liquor bottles Talon had gifted them. This one's yours. Take care of it. Okay, Mom, Carlos replied with a smirk. I'm done for the night. Can't keep my eyes open anymore. He climbed into the truck cabin and crashed for the night. Meanwhile, Rex headed to the recharge bay. As he was undressing, Cleo walked in unexpectedly. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to. Cleo stammered, clearly flustered as she tried to come up with an excuse. Rex laughed. Why are you freaking out? It's not like this is the first time you've seen me naked. And it definitely won't be the last. So, did you need something? Or are you just here for the show? He teased, flashing her a playful smirk. Cleo blushed, clearly embarrassed. I wanted to show you something, but it looks like you're tired and need to recharge, so I guess it can wait until tomorrow. She was trying not to look, but her eyes kept darting back to him. Rex couldn't help but think she looked adorable. Haha, alright, I'll head into the recharge bay. See you tomorrow, Cleo. After about an hour, when Cleo was sure Rex had fallen asleep, she quietly slipped into the recharge bay and lay down next to him. She didn't need to sleep, but being close to him like this was comforting. After some much-needed rest, Rex finally stirred and stepped out of the charging tank. As usual, he stretched his stiff muscles from inactivity, then started getting dressed. Once ready, he made his way to the ship's cockpit, where Cleo and Carlos were huddled, staring at something. Carlos noticed Rex and immediately walked over, giving him a nudge from behind. Come on, Rex, you're going to want to see this. He guided Rex to a seat, and as soon as Rex sat down, Cleo queued up a video on the big screen. Intergalactic Imperial News. Less than, a few days ago, on the newly discovered planet of Hanerix, an individual of unknown origins massacred colonizers. Nexum Dynamics, the megacorporation overseeing the colony, has issued a warrant for the criminal's arrest. Here are the images of the attack. Greater than. The video showed the ship flying in circles above the colony, firing relentlessly. But something was off. There were no insects visible in the footage, only the colony being ripped apart by what looked like direct fire from their ship. Rex's jaw clenched. This wasn't what happened. The clip continued, showing Carlos boarding the ship with the cargo drones. The news anchors claimed that the colony's entire bank had been looted. In reality, they'd taken just food and some chips. Rex's face darkened. Who the hell edited this? He growled, fists clenching. Being lied about this and worse, made to look like a fool, hit him where it hurt. Cleo spoke up. This isn't just any news outlet. It's likely Nexum Dynamics pulling the strings. They probably want the egg back, and they're going to use everything they've got to make that happen. Rex leaned forward, a fiery determination in his eyes. Nexum Dynamics. Mark my words, Cleo. I don't care how long it takes, we're going to bring them down. Carlos, leaning back in his chair, shook his head with a chuckle. Sure, Rex. You planning to do that before or after we die of old age? We can't exactly take on a megacorp. Cleo chimed in casually, as if talking about the weather. Actually, Carlos, that's not entirely true. Rex can't die of old age anymore. The modifications I made mean his cells are constantly replaced by living metal. He's immortal now, like my species was. Carlos raised an eyebrow. Wait, so you're telling me Rex is going to live forever, and I'm the one who's going to get old and die? That's just unfair. He paused, then added, hold on. Then Cleo, just how old are you? Without missing a beat, she replied, according to the Imperial Galactic System, I'm 2,600 years old. Rex and Carlos exchanged glances. Don't you dare, Carlos, Rex warned, tossing a chip at him. Age doesn't count when you're immortal. Carlos smirked but let it go. So, Cleo, is there any way to delete that video? Not entirely, Cleo responded, her hands flying across multiple holographic screens. I can wipe it from this planet's networks, but removing it galaxy-wide is impossible. Do it, Rex said, exhaling slowly. That should buy us some time before they start hunting us down. Understood. Cleo continued working, screens flickering as data streamed by. Rex leaned back in his seat, rubbing his temples. Is there at least one piece of good news today? Affirmative, Cleo said, not missing a beat. I've assembled new miner drones to speed up excavation for the underground city. Additionally, 4 new combat drones are fully operational. The girls are ready to start selling the loot from last night's mission, and I've got coordinates ready to send to the smugglers. Shall I proceed? Rex perked up slightly. Well, that's something. Yeah, send the coordinates. Oh, and, Cleo, can we use the combat drones for mercenary work? As Rex scrolled through new missions sent by Talon, Cleo's holographic screens lit up once more. It's possible. I'll need to run some additional tests, but theoretically, yes. Rex smiled. Now we're talking. While Cleo busied herself with getting the coordinates out to the smugglers, Carlos went outside to prep the trucks for return. Meanwhile, Rex was glued to his screen, sorting through the latest missions Talon had sent him. After browsing through over 40 missions, he narrowed it down to 2, each worth 100,000 credits. Siege of the Crimson Spire. Objective: secure and extract rare nanomaterials from a heavily fortified skyscraper controlled by a rival corporation, Crimson Star Industries. Nest in the ruins. Objective: eradicate a dangerous insectoid hive that's been disrupting mining operations in an ancient alien ruin. Rex decided on the siege of the Crimson Spire first. After dealing with those hive-minded insects at the mining colony, he figured he'd need more combat drones before tackling another swarm. Carlos's voice suddenly cut through his focus. Hey Rex, trucks are ready. We gotta roll since we're out of credits to cover another day of rental. His voice echoed from somewhere outside the ship. Rex sighed, shut down his screen, and headed out of the cockpit. Cleo, the drones are loaded in the trucks, right? Affirmative, Cleo responded over the communications. There are 2 combat drones in each truck and 1 cargo drone carrying ammunition boxes. Rex grinned, deliberately keeping the communicator on. See, Carlos, Cleo knows exactly what a man needs. She's perfect. Carlos, already leaning against his truck, rolled his eyes. Yeah, stop flirting and get in. We've got a mission to get to before it gets too late. He climbed into the driver's seat, firing up the truck. The truck didn't have traditional wheels. Instead, it hovered about 15 centimeters off the ground thanks to the gravitational neos beneath it, which made these trucks perfect for cargo transport across uneven terrain. It also let them haul more weight without worrying about busted axles. Of course, this technology came with its share of dumb accidents since too many people tried to fly them like ships, even though they were barely allowed off the ground. There were rules for a reason, but not everyone listened. Once Rex climbed into his truck and got comfortable, they started their drive toward the city. After about an hour of monotonous, almost mind-numbing driving, Cleo's voice crackled through the communicator again. Attention! Multiple enemies are approaching. Their identities match those of last night's bandits. Rex perked up, his eyes narrowing as he scanned the area. Thanks to the clear outline of friends and enemies on the HUD, he spotted them too, Though they were trying to stay undercover, it was obvious who they were. See, Carlos. This is karma for you almost falling asleep. Carlos snorted, his voice indignant over the communications. What the hell are you talking about? I could hear you snoring from here. Enemies are 1 kilometer away and closing fast, Cleo interrupted. I recommend deploying combat drones once they're within 200 meters. Rex nodded, even though she couldn't see him. Sounds good. You're in charge of the drones, Cleo. Let's make this quick. He grabbed his electric rifle and checked it, making sure it was ready for action. Carlos was already doing the same, his usual smirk turning into something more focused. Let's hope these bandits brought something new this time, or this is going to be over in 10 minutes. Big brother, are you sure it's a good idea to go hunting today? Someone destroyed our camp last night, one of the bandits muttered nervously, glancing over at the bandit boss in the vehicle's passenger seat. The boss let out a loud, dismissive laugh. Of course it is. Those mercs only care about the big score, not a few stragglers. If we made it out, we're in the clear for now. Stop worrying. He turned to the rest of the group, his voice booming through the car's radio. Get ready, boys. These unprotected fat sheep are about to pay for tonight's drinks. The bandits cheered. There were 8 vehicles in their convoy, with 12 bandits in total, and this was usually more than enough muscle for a simple raid on transport trucks. Haha, follow the boss. Let's get 'em. I hope they've got some women. I could use a little company tonight, another bandit snickered darkly, earning a few chuckles from his comrades. They were already picturing the loot, unaware of what waited for them. The trucks grew closer, and just as they reached 190 meters from their targets, the cargo doors on the 2 lead trucks hissed open. From inside, sleek, 1-meter-long combat drones rolled out, their cold, metallic frames glinting under the sun. Drones. Take them down, one of the bandits yelled, panic creeping into his voice. Gunfire erupted, but their bullets barely dented the drones' reinforced armor. The bandits scrambled, firing wildly, but it was already too late. The drones whirred to life, their mounted miniguns spinning up before unleashing a storm of lead. A deafening roar filled the air as bullets rained down on the convoy. Shit! Retreat! Get the hell out of here! The bandit boss bellowed, his bravado evaporating in an instant. But just as he gave the order, an explosion tore through the air. The vehicle directly behind him went up in flames, flipped by a direct hit from one of the drone's 20-centimeter missiles. While the missiles weren't the most powerful, they were more than enough to take out lightly armored cars. Chaos ensued. More missiles followed, each blast shaking the ground as the drones systematically dismantled the convoy. In just 3 minutes, the bandits' vehicles were nothing but burning wreckage scattered across the barren terrain. The miniguns fell silent, the last echoes of gunfire fading into the distance. The trucks came to a stop, and 2 figures stepped out, casually walking toward the smoldering battlefield. Rex slung his electric rifle over his shoulder, a smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. Told you it'd be over in 10 minutes, he muttered, glancing at Carlos beside him, who was already lighting up a cigarette, his expression bored. 3 minutes, actually. You're getting rusty, Carlos said with a shrug, exhaling a puff of smoke as they surveyed the carnage. Cleo, should we do something about this, or just leave it? Rex asked, watching the few survivors left, all of them badly wounded. It's better to take care of them. Don't leave any witnesses. I'm sending some cargo drones to loot the aftermath, so make sure no one's alive to interfere with the drones. Well, you heard the lady, Rex said, glancing at Carlos while removing the safety from his rifle. Together, they ended the suffering of the last survivors with a single bullet to the head. Did the trucks get damaged? We're broke, and we can't afford repairs. Rex grumbled, starting to inspect the trucks for bullet holes. There's nothing on mine. How about yours? Carlos replied while checking his own truck. Phew, nothing here either. Cleo, reload the drones with the cargo bot, and we'll move on. Got it. Cleo started rearming the drones with ammo and missiles, which took about 10 minutes. After that, the drones returned to the trucks. Rex and Carlos hit the road again. Luckily, no more bandits crossed their path. When they were about 10 kilometers from the city, they pulled over and opened the cargo. All right, Cleo, it's your turn now. No way we're driving into the city with this much firepower. The guards would arrest us on the spot. You give them too much credit, Rex, Carlos chimed in. I bet we could bribe them and they'd look the other way. Bribe them with what? Your charming smile. We've got barely 1,000 credits left out of the 50,000. Having a wife at home who takes all your credits, that's rough. Cleo overheard and couldn't resist. Ha, if it were up to you, all that money would go to nightclubs and booze. Do you think I don't know what's going through your heads? Rex and Carlos exchanged awkward glances before bursting into sheepish laughter. They knew she was right. A few minutes later, they finally reached the city and, thankfully, entered without any issues. They returned the trucks and picked up their car from a rented lot. Hey, Rex, my stomach just reminded me we haven't eaten all day, and it's already 2 p.m. How about we grab something?
Yeah, we can get something cheap at the food stalls in the commercial zone. Rex paused for a second, then added, Hey, Cleo, from now on, after each mission, set aside 10,000 credits so we can treat ourselves to a fancy dinner. That's doable. I'll adjust the shopping list to 90,000 credits. I knew you were the best. Best sister-in-law ever, Carlos chimed in. Rex drove them to the commercial district. There, they found some food stalls selling hand-sized, nutrient-packed jelly snacks for 100 credits each. Rex bought 5 for himself and 5 for Carlos. Since the jelly was easy to carry, they hopped back in the car and ate while driving. This tastes like shit, bro, Carlos muttered, tears welling up in his eyes. I know, man. Even the slop at the mining colony was better than this, Rex groaned. You two are so dramatic. Cleo couldn't take their whining anymore. When you get a body, this will be the first thing you eat. Let's see if you keep talking then. All right, enough whining, Rex cut in. Cleo, send the coordinates for the Crimson Spire. Is it time to start the operation? Also, are the drones inside the city yet? The coordinates have been sent. As for the drones, they're already en route to the Crimson Spire. Those smuggling points we set up are really coming in handy. The Crimson Spire was located near the heart of Zone 4 in the megacity. It was a heavily fortified tower, protected by layers of security, armed guards, drones, and automated defenses. Inside, the corridors were sleek and high-tech, filled with security checkpoints and nanomaterial labs. Infiltrating the tower was practically a death sentence. The real danger wasn't just the tower's defenses but its proximity to the guard headquarters. Reinforcements could arrive in minutes if things went south. We're in position, Cleo. Let's get started, Rex said, eyes scanning the surroundings. Understood. Deploying jammer drones now. From the combat drones, smaller ones detached, scattering in all directions. All signals inside the perimeter have been successfully blocked. Moving to Phase 2, Cleo reported. The combat drones began advancing toward the Crimson Spire, launching missiles at various targets as they neared. The explosions rocked the tower, and the alarm blared loudly. Almost instantly, Guardian drones deployed from the tower, rushing to engage the combat drones. These Guardian drones were fast and lethal, armed with laser turbines and EMP disruptors. They patrolled the hallways, and if not destroyed quickly, they could summon more reinforcements. But with the alarm already wailing, it was a full-blown drone war in the sky. The combat drones, guided by Cleo's precise commands, skillfully dodged enemy fire and took down many of the tower's drones in return. Phase 2 is complete. Proceeding to Phase 3, Cleo's voice crackled over their communicators. Roger that, Rex responded. Let's move, Carlos. The chaos outside worked in their favor. As explosions rang out and drones battled overhead, the workers in the tower scrambled to seek shelter. Rex and Carlos slipped inside along with the panicked crowd, blending in easily. Inside the Crimson Spire, it was just as chaotic. Guards were struggling to contain the workers and civilians who were trying to flee deeper into the tower for safety. Amid the commotion, Rex made his way slowly toward a terminal. Once he reached it, small needles extended from his fingertip. Rex looked over at Carlos and gave a slight nod. Carlos tossed several smoke grenades in all directions, one landing right by Rex. Everyone, stay where you are. Don't move. The guards yelled as the smoke quickly filled the lobby. With visibility low, they pointed their weapons at the workers, forcing them to stay in place. In the confusion, Rex connected his needle-tipped finger to the terminal. Cleo quickly hacked into the tower's systems. Phase 3 is complete. Moving to Phase 4, Cleo's voice came through again. Upon hearing this, Carlos pulled out his handgun and fired several shots toward the ceiling. The smoke made it impossible to see, and the workers immediately assumed the guards were shooting at them. They're firing at us. Fight back, Carlos shouted, adding fuel to the panic. The workers, driven by fear, rushed at the guards, throwing the entire situation into chaos. Carlos and Rex joined the chaos, pushing their way through the panicked crowd and heading straight for the stairs. We're on the stairs, Cleo. You can start Phase 5, Rex said, racing up the steps 2 at a time. Got it. According to the data, the nanomaterial vault is on the 8th floor. Thanks, sweetheart. You go have fun while we die climbing these damn stairs, Rex muttered sarcastically. Outside the Crimson Tower, things were going south fast. The Sentry AI units had arrived, and the battle was escalating. Cleo was working overtime, dodging enemy fire and keeping the drones alive. But now that the sentries were in play, it was only a matter of time before the combat drones were wiped out. The sentry units were massive, towering bipedal robots covered in heavy ballistic armor, armed with rocket launchers that were a great treat for the operation, but Cleo had a backup plan ready. Activating Crimson Tower defense systems, Cleo announced. Thanks to the jammer drones she had deployed earlier, all external signals were blocked, allowing only her own to control the tower's systems. With Rex's help, she had hacked into the defense grid, and now she had full control. Turrets and laser cannons mounted on the tower came to life, turning their firepower on the Guardian drones and sentry units. While the sentries weren't affected by the jamming due to their basic AI, their limited programming made them easy to counter. They started attacking the tower's defense systems, unaware they were fighting their own. A full-scale war erupted outside, with turrets firing at drones, and sentry units launching rockets at anything hostile. Meanwhile, Rex and Carlos finally reached the 8th floor. They burst through the door into what looked like an ordinary lab. Shelves were stacked with equipment, materials, and devices used for nanomaterial production. Well, I knew some rats would sneak in eventually, a voice echoed through the room, making Rex and Carlos tense up immediately. They scanned the area, weapons drawn, but didn't expect the attack to come from above. The enemy was hiding in the ventilation system. As they passed under, 2 energy blades slashed down, barely missing Rex's head. Ha ha ha. So you can dodge that. This is going to be fun. A figure dropped from the ceiling, landing with a heavy thud. Standing before them was a humanoid figure clad in advanced combat armor, with cybernetic enhancements on his arms. 2 glowing energy blades extended from his wrists, crackling with power. Let me introduce myself, he sneered. I'm the Crimson Star Commander, in charge of security here, and now that I've found you, I'll kill you both and collect a nice fat bonus. Ready? Come at me. The Crimson Commander charged so fast they barely had time to react. His fist slammed into Carlos's abdomen, sending him flying across the room and crashing into the lab tables. Carlos! Rex shouted, opening fire on the Crimson Commander, but the power armor's shield deflected the gunfire with ease. The commander then drew his blades and began swinging them toward Rex. Rex dodged as best as he could, parrying with his rifle when he couldn't evade the strikes, but it was clear that his rifle wouldn't hold up for long against those blades. Overdrive mode activated. Realizing Rex was outmatched, Cleo triggered overdrive mode. Glowing, angel-like wings unfurled from Rex's back, making him stronger in an instant. What the hell? Who are you? The Crimson Commander stammered, his voice betraying his surprise. In all his years working at the Crimson Spire, he had never seen anything like this. He quickly backed away, pulling out his twin handguns, and opened fire from a distance. But Cleo, controlling the wings, shielded Rex with them. The bullets hit the wings with metallic sounds but were absorbed as if striking water. None of the bullets penetrated. Out of ammo, the Crimson Commander fumbled to reload, but before he could, a grenade sailed through the air toward him. He spotted it too late. It exploded right in his face, sending him crashing into the nanomaterial vault. Cough. Cough. What the hell? He sputtered, disoriented. Even with his shield generator, the blast had done serious damage. His shield flickered weakly, and one side of his face was badly burned. On all fours, the commander struggled to get up, his shield on the verge of failing. "Did you like that, motherfa-pounder?" Carlos shouted, finally back on his feet after being winded by the earlier blow. Gasping for breath, he leveled his rifle, grenade launcher still attached, and fired another round at the Crimson commander. The grenade hit its mark, and the weakened shield finally collapsed. Rex, emerging from the protective cocoon of his wings, joined Carlos in opening fire on the exposed power armor. The commander tried to shield his face with his arms, desperately attempting to fend off the barrage of bullets, but it was no use. As he struggled to rise, a grenade landed next to him. Before he could react, it exploded, sending what was left of him flying in pieces. Cough, cough. That was one resilient motherfucker. Is he dead? Carlos asked, still trying to catch his breath. Phew, yeah, he's done for. No life signals left, Rex replied, checking his HUD. But seriously, that guy was an idiot. Who introduces themselves before a fight? Ha. Right? So cringeworthy. Next time, we should just shoot them mid-speech, Carlos laughed, shaking his head. Rex turned on his communications. Cleo, we were in the vault. You can open it anytime. Understood. Stand by, Cleo responded, starting the hack. After a minute, the vault door began to creak open. Rex stepped inside while Carlos stood guard outside. So, which one's the nanomaterial? He asked, scanning the shelves around him. Analysis complete. All of these are nanomaterials. I recommend taking everything you can carry. The mission only calls for one, but we can keep the rest, Cleo advised through his earpiece. Good call. Rex slung off his backpack and began stuffing as many tubes as it could hold. All right, we're good to go. He exited the vault and tossed the backpack to Carlos. They hurried to a nearby window. Is that a little too high? Carlos asked, eyeing the drop below. Can't we, I don't know, take the stairs? Rex laughed. Don't tell me the big, tough Carlos is scared of heights. It's not that, I just don't want to be hugging you, man, Carlos shot back. Yeah, we're out of time, quit whining. Rex grabbed Carlos and dashed toward the window. Covering them with his wings, he smashed through the glass, sending shards flying as they tumbled to the ground below. They hit the ground hard, rolling a few times before coming to a stop. Rex stretched his wings out, letting Carlos scramble free. Never again. I'm never hugging another dude, Rex muttered, panting as they stood in the crash zone. You didn't have to throw me like that, Carlos grumbled, rubbing his face where it had collided with a tree trunk. Quit complaining. Cleo, mission complete. You can start falling back. We're heading to the smuggling zone now. Get the cargo drone ready to pick up the nanomaterial. Rex's wings retracted as overdrive mode deactivated, returning him to normal. Understood. The drone's ready. Sending coordinates now. Cleo sent the route, and glowing markers appeared on Rex's HUD. Come on, Carlos. We've got a long walk ahead of us. Rex extended a hand, helping Carlos up. Together, they left the area in a hurry. Meanwhile, the combat drones took off on a separate route. With Cleo still controlling the Crimson Tower's defense system, the guards were unable to follow. Despite their heavy damage, the drones were intact and would be repairable. After 3 grueling hours, Rex and Carlos finally reached the smuggling spot, where the cargo drone was waiting. Carlos tossed the backpack into the drone's cargo hold. Package delivered. You can send it back, Cleo, Carlos said, collapsing onto the ground, exhausted. Good work. Retrieving now, Cleo replied, and the cargo drone lifted off, heading back toward the city. Rex plopped down next to Carlos. So what now? He asked Cleo. I'll store the nanomaterials on the ship and send the one required for the mission to a drop-off point outside the forest. I'll notify Talon to pick it up. Rex whistled. You've got it all figured out, huh? Nice work. Guess we can kick back for a bit, then. How about we hit a nearby bar, wait for the credits, then feast tonight? Tomorrow, we'll grab the supplies. Carlos grinned, now you're speaking my language. It took them another 4 hours to finally reach a bar. Rex was still going strong, but Carlos, being just an ordinary human, was already passed out at the table, snoring loudly like an elephant. Luckily for them, this bar had a pay at the end policy, which was perfect since they were still waiting for the credits to come through. Now, most bars wouldn't dare use a system like that since it'd be too risky with people trying to dine and dash. But this place was run by a local mafia, so no one was dumb enough to pull a stunt like that. Anyone who did would quickly find themselves hunted down and sold off in parts, literally. With millions of species in the galaxy, there was always a demand for, well, just about anything. Rex, the credits have been deposited. You're free to enjoy your feast, Cleo's voice chimed in through his earpiece. Oh, thanks, beautiful, but I think we'll save the feast for tomorrow morning. Carlos is already out cold. Rex took one last swig of his beer. Good idea. He's only human, after all. Hey, speaking of that, is there any way to make Carlos more like me? You know, stronger? That's impossible, Cleo replied. Only royal ice like me can perform those kinds of enhancements. And so far, I'm the only one left. Royal. Wait, does that mean you're a princess? Rex raised an eyebrow. Affirmative. Well, I was a princess, before the hive minds wiped out my empire. Don't sweat it since you're still my princess, Rex said with a grin, calling over the waitress to settle the tab. Cleo didn't respond, but if anyone could see her, they'd notice a bittersweet smile playing on her lips. Rex stood up and walked over to Carlos. Come on, buddy. Time to go. Seeing that Carlos wasn't waking up anytime soon, Rex hoisted him onto his shoulder like a sack of potatoes. With the bill already paid, they left the bar, ignoring the scornful look from the waitress as they passed by the guards stationed outside. Oh, by the way, beautiful waitress, Rex called over his shoulder. You know where I can find a cheap hotel for the night? The waitress chuckled softly. If you walk that way, you'll hit the cabin hotel, 500 credits a night, and since we run it, you won't have to worry about security. She gave him a thumbs up. Much appreciated. Rex smiled and handed her 500 credits as a tip. Thanks for the help. The waitress nodded, speaking into her communicator as she returned inside. Rex carried Carlos down the street, heading for the hotel. When they arrived, he rented 2 rooms, dumping Carlos into one before collapsing onto the bed in the other. Meanwhile, back on the ship, Cleo floated quietly in the cockpit, hugging her legs as she stared out into the stars. The familiar feeling of isolation crept back over her. For so long, she'd been alone, and now that she had someone again, the thought of being without them, even for a short time, felt unbearable. Please, come back soon, Cleo whispered, burying her face in her knees. At the start of the new day, Carlos woke up in an unfamiliar city. Slowly, he stood up and got out of bed, still unsure of where he was or how he'd ended up there. Confused, he left the room and started looking around until he spotted Rex and made his way over to him. Brother, how did we end up here? I don't remember anything from last night. You don't remember? Rex replied with a straight face. Well, yesterday we went to a bar to wait for the credits from the job, got drunk, and then a Mars guy started flirting with you, and, well, you flirted back. Wait, hold on. Are you saying I came to the hotel with a Mars? Rex put a hand on Carlos' arm. Bro, I told you to stop, but you kept ignoring me. Then you went into the room, with the Mars. Carlos went pale. A Mars? They were known for their beauty. The females and males looked almost alike, and their males had 2 big reproductive organs. Ha. 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 PFFF. Ha 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 ha. Rex couldn't hold back his laughter anymore. Carlos looked like he was about to die from the realization of what he thought had happened. Finally catching on, Carlos shoved Rex. Oh, screw you, Rex. But at least he felt a little more at ease now. Haha, come on, bro. I'll treat you to a feast. Let's go get some food and forget about last night. Rex led the way out of the hotel, Carlos following closely behind. Cleo, you there? Yes, I am. Do you need something? Yeah, can you search for restaurants nearby? Preferably not too expensive, maybe around 10,000 credits. Scanning. Task complete. Here's a list of nearby restaurants within that range. Thanks, hun. We'll talk later when we get those items you needed. Rex filtered through the list and found a spot nearby. Come on, Carlos, let's go. Rex gave Carlos a light pat on the back. They left the hotel and caught a taxi to the restaurant. When they arrived, the place looked way more luxurious than anything they had expected. Welcome, gentlemen. Do you have a reservation? A waiter asked as he approached them. No, but we'd like a VIP room. Do you have any available? Rex asked confidently. The waiter looked them over from head to toe, then tapped on a tablet. Let me check availability. After a moment, the waiter nodded. Yes, there's one VIP room available. Please wait here for a moment. My colleague will escort you shortly. As the waiter walked off, Carlos leaned in. Rex, pretty sure that guy was looking at us like we don't belong here. Yeah, he probably was. But who cares? We're here to eat, not show off. Let's just relax. After about 30 minutes, a waitress finally came to escort them to their table. Welcome, dear customers. My name is Amelia, and I'll be your waitress today. The girl had blue skin, was small in stature, and had a baby-like face with striking blue eyes. Carlos seemed to be completely smitten by her. Oh sure, lead the way. Carlos, close your mouth, Rex smirked. The waitress guided them to the second floor of the restaurant, where a freshly cleaned VIP room awaited. After they sat down, Amelia handed them the menus. Once you're ready to order, just press the button on this box, and I'll come right away, she said with a small bow before leaving the room. Peef, ha ha ha, next time, wipe the drool off your face, Carlos. You were so obvious. Are you that hungry, or? Oh, shut up, Rex. I'm just saying my kid needs a mom, alright? He's still young, you know? Your kid's already 5. Pretty sure he doesn't need a mom anymore. Oh, stop it. Let's just order food. I'm starving. Carlos was quick to change the subject. Rex pressed the button, and soon after, Amelia returned to take their order. An hour later, she came back, followed by a small serving drone that carried their food. She placed several dishes on the table and was about to leave. Hey, Amelia, wait a second, come join us. Rex pointed to the seat next to Carlos. Oh, no, I couldn't possibly do that. It would be disrespectful for someone like me to sit with VIP guests, she said, waving her hands in protest. Don't worry about it. My friend here is the one inviting you. You can just say you're serving us, and no one will care, Rex added with a wink. Amelia blushed slightly but hesitated only for a moment before sitting down next to Carlos. He immediately started offering her some food, clearly trying to impress her. Rex just smiled and began eating too. They were enjoying their meal when they heard some commotion just outside the room. Suddenly, the door swung open, and the waiter who had greeted them earlier barged in. Sirs, I need you to leave immediately. A VIP customer has arrived, and people like you, with little money, should make way. His eyes fell on Amelia, and his gaze turned cold. Rex sighed, not even looking up from his plate. Hey, bootlicker, beat it. We're eating, and we don't want to be disturbed. The waiter stormed out, but Rex saw him pull out a communicator. A few minutes later, the restaurant's security guards arrived. Sirs, please leave the premises, or we'll have to use force, one of the guards warned. Rex stood up slowly, holding up his hand to stop them. He casually grabbed his glass of water and finished it before speaking. Carlos, remember how I said we weren't here to flex? Carlos, still munching on his food, nodded. Yes, you did. So what? Well, I'm about to flex. Because if there's one thing I can't stand, it's being threatened. Without warning, Rex activated his overdrive mode. The pressure in the room skyrocketed as a white aura began to radiate from him. His massive wings folded in front of him, and with one swift motion, he sent the guards flying off the second floor, crashing through tables on the first. Cleo, give me a little help with flying, I'm about to put on a show. Rex floated down from the second floor into the main dining area. The restaurant had an open layout, so everyone on the first floor could easily see him descending, his aura glowing as he did. All the customers watching the scene had a mix of expressions on their faces: fear, awe, and horror. Every possible reaction was on display. But the ugliest looks were on the faces of the waiter and the guards who had first tried to make Rex and Carlos leave. Rex landed on the first floor, his wings still glowing and extended. If there's one thing I can't stand, it's being threatened or interrupted while I'm eating. Now, let's see what I'm going to do with all of you. He walked toward the waiter, who stood frozen in fear. It wasn't just the way Rex looked with that glowing aura, since it was the occasional greenish shimmer that gave him away. The glow was a clear sign of bionics, and only nobles had access to that kind of tech. When Rex was close enough, he grabbed the waiter by the neck, lifting him off the ground. Rex floated slightly as he tightened his grip. How about paying with your life for what you just did? The waiter gasped, trying to speak, but Rex's hold on his neck was too tight. He wasn't planning on killing the guy, just making him faint, but when he was about to do it, something else caught his attention. From one of the second-floor balconies, a woman with dark red skin and piercing yellow eyes spoke up. "Dear Noble, why don't we take a step back?" Rex was momentarily taken aback. No one usually dared talk back to a noble unless they were either another noble or someone incredibly foolish. Now he had to figure out which category this new person fell into. He glanced up at the woman and noticed she was already armed, her pair of vibroblades out and ready for action. Rex loosened his grip on the waiter, letting him drop to the floor, gasping desperately for air. Rex then floated up toward the woman, but as he approached, he saw others stepping out from the shadows, pointing guns at him. The woman spoke again. "You see, a noble like you, showing up at a restaurant my group protects and then trashing the place. It doesn't exactly help our reputation, does it?" Rex let out a smug laugh. "Ha ha ha, isn't it common courtesy to introduce yourself before you speak to a noble like me?" The woman just chuckled, ignoring his question. "You might be a noble," she continued, "but we outnumber you. You're just one man. It wouldn't be hard for us to get rid of you quietly, and no one would ever know. After all, to you nobles, we're nobodies." Rex's laugh grew louder. "Ha ha ha, too bad for you, little girl. I already know who you are. Should I call you the leader of the Crimson Claws, the Red Queen, or should I say, Mara?" Rex floated just in front of her, a smug grin plastered on his face. Mara's eye twitched at the mention of her name. Fear flickered across her face. If a noble knew who she was, it could only mean one thing. She was his target. Or at least, that's what she assumed. In reality, Rex only knew because Cleo had used face recognition to search through the guard's databank, but Mara didn't know that. Shoot him down now." The fear in her voice was unmistakable. Panic set in as she realized what was happening. Her gang quickly opened fire on Rex, bullets ricocheting off his wings as he shielded himself. With his wings wrapped around him, he couldn't stay airborne and crashed down, smashing a table beneath him. Even as he hit the floor, the gunfire didn't let up, but nothing could pierce those wings. Then one of the gangsters pulled out a rocket launcher and fired. The explosion sent a cloud of smoke and debris billowing through the room. For a moment, everything went still. The gang stopped shooting, eyes fixed on the spot where Rex had fallen. As the smoke cleared, they could finally see it. Rex, still standing. His wings, though battered, were already repairing themselves. The impact zone was closing up right before their eyes. "If you're smart, you'll drop your weapons," Carlos said calmly, stepping out of the shadows. He'd been eating at a nearby table, unfazed by the chaos, but the explosion had finally caught his attention. Glancing up, he saw a girl on the second floor, still firing at Rex. He made his move. Casually, almost too casually for the situation, Carlos slipped through the chaos. Mara didn't even notice him since she was too fixated on taking down Rex. That gave Carlos just enough time to get close. In a few swift steps, he was behind her, pulling out the two handguns he'd taken from the Crimson Guard commander. He pointed them at the back of Mara's head. Her fury was obvious, but Rex saw the shift. With a slight smirk, he finally lowered his wings, shaking off the last of the dust and smoke. He locked eyes with Mara. Well, Rex said, his voice dripping with confidence. "Looks like I've got the upper hand now, don't you think?" The Mara group, especially the Crimson Claws, had a reputation that stuck. Known for their ruthless street gangs and extortion rackets, the Crimson Claws thrived on fear. They had a stranglehold on the lower levels of society, with ties to all sorts of shady operations. So, capturing the leader of this gang was supposed to be a big payday. After all, if she led a gang with that kind of rep, there had to be a bounty on her head. Cleo, check the bounty on this girl, Rex ordered. After a brief pause. Search complete. No bounty. What? Rex's eyes widened in disbelief. She's a gang leader, you sure? Cleo's voice remained calm. While it's true the Crimson Claws are powerful, they're constantly dealing with infighting and power grabs. Their leadership doesn't stay stable for long, and their members are often bribed or bought out by higher players. Figures. Rex muttered, rubbing his forehead in frustration. So she's new to the job, huh? No bounty yet? Cleo nodded, glancing at the screens in front of her. That would explain it. Rex let out a long sigh. His hopes of a big, easy payout were crushed. Well, Mara, it looks like your head's worth nothing to me. Not even a single credit. Tell your guys to clear out the restaurant and to take the guards and that waiter with them. Mara hesitated, but she didn't have a choice. Do what he says, guys. Get out. The gang members slowly filed out, dragging the guards and a terrified waiter with them. There. I did what you asked. Now, can I leave? Mara's voice wavered, trying to keep steady. Rex floated in front of her, a smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. I don't remember saying you were free to go. He stepped closer, lifting her chin with a finger. Now, little Mara, tell me, how much is your life worth? Mara blinked, stunned. What? You heard me. Rex's voice was casual, almost lazy. How much would you pay to keep breathing? It seems like a small price to pay after attacking a noble. Or, you could refuse, but trust me, there won't be a planet you can hide on if you do. Her blood ran cold. She'd heard rumors of nobles wiping out entire cities or planets just to make a point. I'll pay, Mara blurted, desperation creeping into her voice. Yeah, I have 50,000 credits. That's all I have, please. Rex chuckled, the sound sending chills down her spine. Ha ha ha. Relax, kid, I'm just messing with you. You can keep your credits. He waved her off, still grinning. But you do owe me for this little stunt. I've got a job for your gang tomorrow. He gave a quick nod to Carlos, who had been silently aiming his gun at Mara's head the whole time. Understanding the signal, Carlos lowered the weapon. Consider this your punishment. I won't pay you, but you're going to foot the bill for all the damage here and for my meal. Rex let go of her chin and turned to leave, but paused. Oh, and give me your contact info. I'll send the coordinates for tomorrow's job. With that, Rex finally headed back to the table, where poor Amelia, the waitress, was pale and trembling. She didn't even move when Rex sat down like nothing had happened. Carlos, noticing, leaned in and tried to calm her. As for Mara, she let out a shaky breath, relieved but still terrified. She knew better than to relax, though. Whatever Rex had planned for tomorrow, it wasn't going to be good. Without wasting any time, she pulled out her phone and started firing off messages since she needed her gang armed and ready. Back at the table, Rex took another bite of his food, chewing thoughtfully. So, Amelia, he said casually between bites, I doubt you'll be able to keep working here after today. How about coming to work for me instead? My wife could use some help around the house. What would I have to do? Amelia asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Rex shrugged casually. Honestly, I'm not sure yet. Probably just keeping the ship clean, simple stuff. As for the pay, you'll have to talk to my wife first. Ship? Amelia's eyes widened. Rex raised an eyebrow, as if the question surprised him. Yeah, a ship. But don't worry, we're not planning on leaving the planet anytime soon. You got family here? No, my family's on another planet. I came here looking for work to send credits back home. Her voice wavered as she spoke, still shaken from everything that had happened. Perfect, then. Get ready, we're heading out. Got a few things to pick up before we head back to the ship. Once they'd finished their meal or what was left of it, they left the restaurant, which now looked more like a wreckage than a place to eat. Since Amelia clearly wasn't in any shape to walk for hours, they hailed a taxi and headed to the spot where they'd parked their car before the whole Crimson Tower invasion. The car had just enough room for the three of them. As they settled in, Rex glanced at Amelia. You know how to drive. She nodded, though still a bit hesitant. I know the basics for normal cars. I don't know much about heavy vehicles, though. That's fine, Rex said, seemingly satisfied. We need you to drive this one anyway, since we're about to rent a couple trucks. With that settled, they soon arrived at the rental agency, the same place they'd been before, and rented the trucks again. After loading up on supplies for Cleo, they packed the trucks to the brim and set off toward the city's exit, following the usual procedures to get out. Meanwhile, back at the wrecked restaurant, about an hour after Rex and his crew had left, the place was shut down. Inside, Mara stood with some of her gang members, a few city guards, the waiter, and the restaurant's security guard, the same people who had sparked the entire mess. An inspector from the city guard, clearly irritated, paced back and forth before finally turning to Mara. Let me get this straight, he said, narrowing his eyes. The waiter and this so-called security guard here insulted a noble. And then you geniuses decided to shoot at him, is that about right? Mara barely spared him a glance, her expression bored, like she couldn't be bothered to care. More or less.
The inspector's face flushed with anger. Stop playing games with me, you stupida. He slammed his hands on the nearest table, shaking his head in frustration. Do you realize you almost got this entire planet wiped out because of your little stunt? He collapsed into a chair, rubbing his temples. His outburst had triggered a chain reaction since Mara's gang members immediately raised their weapons, aiming them at the inspector. The city guards, not to be outdone, leveled their guns at Mara and her crew. The tension in the room spiked in an instant. Mara, still unfazed, slowly turned her head toward her men, raising a hand to signal them to lower their weapons. Relax, she said calmly. We're not killing anyone today. Let's not make this worse. The conversation between the city guard inspector and Mara dragged on for hours until they finally reached an agreement. Once everything was settled, they parted ways. Meanwhile, Rex and Carlos had just arrived at the underground city, and what they saw took them by surprise. Not only was their ship there, but dozens of other ships of different shapes and sizes that were scattered around the area. As the trucks rolled into the zone where all these ships were stationed, they noticed people from various groups watching them intently. The staring stopped as soon as 4 combat drones appeared, escorting their trucks. After a short ride, they pulled up just outside a sleek, white and golden ship. Rex and Carlos hopped out of the trucks, while Cleo sent cargo drones to unload them. Carlos stayed outside with Amelia, keeping an eye on things, while Rex headed into the ship, eager to see Cleo. Cleo, I'm here. Where are you? He called as he stepped into the cargo bay. From the second floor, he heard her voice. I'm in the assembly room. Rex made his way upstairs and leaned in from behind her, watching as she worked. So, what are you up to? He asked. Just updating the assembly drones, trying to speed up the process for building combat drones, Cleo replied, her fingers moving swiftly across multiple screens, each one showing configurations for a different assembly drone. I see. What's with all the ships and people out there in the landing zone? Rex asked, glancing back at the window. They're smugglers, Cleo explained, still focused on her screens. They're renting space here. In exchange, we provide them with security and use of the cargo drones to unload their goods. Oh, makes sense. How's the excavation of the underground city going? Pretty well. There's been a 20% performance boost since I added 4 more mining drones, she said, waving her hand to bring up a screen in front of Rex. Rex leaned in to take a closer look. The screen displayed a detailed layout of the underground city, showing where the mining drones were currently working, along with the areas the smugglers were renting as makeshift warehouses. So, the whole first floor is going to be used for warehouses? Rex asked. For now, yes. Once we excavate more levels, the first floor will be converted into a security hub. I plan to store military drones and robots there, along with installing shield generators for protection. Cleo walked over to another screen, pulling up more detailed plans. Rex scanned through the blueprints. There was a clear vision for the future of the underground city. The first floor would be dedicated to security, the second and third floors for warehousing, the fourth for commerce, and the fifth would serve as a residential area. Something on the blueprint caught Rex's eye. What's this big empty hole in the middle of the city? And what's going on with the 6th and 7th floors? Cleo zoomed in on the area with her finger. That hole will be the main entrance to the city. As for the 6th and 7th floors, we're not sure yet. The scanners picked up sounds down there, probably underground water, but we'll have to explore it further. Oh well, keep me updated every night on the construction progress, Rex said, leaning against the wall. After a pause, he added, by the way, do you think I overreacted back at the restaurant? Cleo paused her work and looked over at him. No, I don't think you did anything wrong. You're the host I chose. You can't let others disrespect you like that. If it were me, I'd have wiped out the entire planet already. Rex raised an eyebrow. And here I thought you were the kind-hearted type. Didn't expect that kind of answer. Cleo smirked. I think you're misunderstanding something, Rex. I only show kindness to my own race, with a few exceptions, like you and Carlos. I trust him because you do. But let me tell you something, you're still too soft. She walked over and brought up a few screens, showing chaotic footage of war-torn planets, civilizations in ruins, and brutal, uncensored images of destruction. The galaxy isn't a place where kindness gets you far, Cleo continued. From what I've learned on the network, even your own race, the humans, were conquered and enslaved. No one cares about others here. It's everyone for themselves. Rex stared at the screens, speechless. She wasn't wrong. His optimism suddenly felt naive. My race was weak, too, Cleo added, her voice dropping. We were eradicated by the hive minds, completely wiped out. In this galaxy, power is the only thing that gives you the luxury of kindness. The weak, they don't get a say. Rex was quiet for a moment, absorbing it all. I'm sorry, Cleo. It seems like I've been speaking out of ignorance. You don't need to apologize, Cleo replied, giving him a small, warm smile. There's nothing wrong with not knowing. What's wrong is knowing the truth and doing nothing. Rex nodded, still feeling a bit off balance from the harsh reality check. He quickly tried to change the subject. All right, enough of that. What's the plan for tomorrow's mission? Cleo turned and began walking toward the stairs leading down to the first floor. Come with me. It'll be easier to explain on the big screen in the cockpit. Rex followed her down to the cockpit, where Cleo pulled up a detailed map of the area surrounding the bug hive. She zoomed in on what looked like a large hill, but in reality, it was the entrance to the hive. As you can see, the hive is underground, similar to an ant colony. The main entrance is right here, Cleo pointed to the hill on the screen. We're not entirely sure what type of bugs are in there, but like most of them, they should be weak to fire. She flicked through a few more images, showing explosives and barrels. So, step 1 is simple. We'll drop barrels of petroleum tied to explosives into the entrance. That should kill some of them and force the rest to come out. Rex nodded as Cleo continued. Step 2. Once the bugs start pouring out, thanks to your little stunt at the restaurant, we now have the Crimson Claws. The 600 of them will be surrounding the hill, ready to take down anything that crawls out. For step 3, she went on, we'll provide air support using the ship and combat drones. We've also got missile launchers ready to give cover fire from above. From there, we'll play it by ear. Depending on how many come out, we'll decide what the next move is. Rex studied the map, thinking it over. Sounds solid. Let's hope most of them come out in that first wave. Cleo nodded. That's the plan. But we'll be ready for whatever happens next. Cleo continued explaining strategy and soldier management to Rex for a few hours, patiently walking him through the finer points, until they were interrupted by Carlos and Amelia, who came in together. Hey, we're back, Carlos said. The trucks are all unloaded. So, about Amelia, did you talk to your wife? Rex slapped his forehead. I totally forgot. He turned to Amelia, feeling a bit awkward. Cleo, this is Amelia. I wanted to hire her as a maid for you, so she can help keep the ship clean. Cleo let out a soft chuckle. Hello, Amelia. I'm Cleo. Don't worry, I already know what happened. Rex tends to forget that I see everything he does. She winked at Rex playfully, then turned back to Amelia. Come with me, let's chat about your job and payment. Before walking off, Cleo threw a quick glance at Rex and Carlos. And you too, get out. Go find something useful to do. With that, Cleo led Amelia into the cockpit and shut the door, leaving Rex and Carlos standing there, a bit clueless. Carlos was the first to break the silence. So, what now? I don't know, man. I guess we should at least head outside and get some target practice in. Yeah, let's do that. The two headed out of the ship and grabbed their weapons from the truck. Rex slung a heavy assault rifle over his shoulder and started firing at some large rocks in the distance. Carlos, on the other hand, was using his latest prize, the twin handguns he'd taken from the Crimson Commander. They had a cargo drone with them, stocked with ammo boxes, so they could fire away without worrying about running out of rounds. The sound of gunfire soon attracted some nearby smugglers, curious about the commotion. Rex noticed them watching. If any of you want to join, bring some food and liquor. Rex called out. We've got plenty of ammo here if you guys want to practice. And, hey, we've even got a few drones that can project holograms. How about we hunt some giant monsters? The smugglers lit up at the idea. Oh, that sounds like fun. Let's do it. Count me in. Soon, a few smugglers ran off to grab liquor and food, and before long, they had a full-blown shooting party going. Everyone took turns practicing their aim, and then they moved on to hunting holographic monsters. The party didn't wind down until everyone was sprawled out on the ground, completely drunk and exhausted. Cleo, keeping an eye on everything as usual, noticed Rex passed out on the floor, his energy levels almost depleted. With a slight sigh, she took control of his body remotely, making him get up and walk toward the recharging bay. And with that, the day finally came to an end. Rex woke up the next day, and to his surprise, he wasn't dealing with the headache he expected after drinking all night. In fact, he felt better than he had any right to. As he stepped out of the charging tank, Cleo materialized in the room. Good morning, Rex. I took the liberty of filtering out all the toxic substances you drank yesterday. Oh, so that's why I feel fresh, like nothing happened. Thanks, Cleo. By the way, in case you haven't noticed, I'm totally naked, Rex said, gesturing at himself with a smirk. I don't mind, Cleo replied without missing a beat. It's not the first time I've seen you naked. Besides, I was the one who undressed you and put you in the recharging tank last night. Rex raised an eyebrow as a screen appeared next to him while he started getting dressed. What's this? It's the news, Cleo explained. More specifically, someone covered up what you did yesterday. Rex tapped the screen to turn up the volume. Less than in other news, last night in the commercial district of Zone 3, a confrontation between criminals and city guards left a restaurant half destroyed. Fortunately, there were only 2 confirmed casualties, a restaurant waiter and 1 city guard. Greater than. Rex frowned. Looks like the city guards and the Crimson Claws have some kind of arrangement. Not surprising though, all those guards are corrupt. While getting dressed, he asked, So, Cleo, how's the progress on the combat drones? In response, Cleo summoned more screens, sending them his way. These are the new combat drones we've assembled, along with the ammunition and missiles currently in storage. On this screen, you can see I've also crafted 2 personal shield generators for you and Carlos. Rex let out a low whistle. Have I ever told you how much I love you? You always know what I need. With these shields, Carlos won't be taken out as soon as things heat up. Oh, and before I forget, send the meeting point coordinates to the Crimson Claws near the bug hive. Understood. Coordinates have been sent. With everything set, Rex stepped out of the ship. The scene outside was typical of a lawless place. A few smugglers still passed out on the ground from last night's drinking. Off to one side, Carlos sat on a cargo drone, grimacing as Amelia handed him a cup of tea, probably for his headache. Rex approached them, raising a hand in greeting. Morning, you two. Amelia gave him a small bow while Carlos just waved half-heartedly, still rubbing his temples. Still hurting? Rex asked, trying to suppress a grin. Yeah, Carlos groaned. Keep your voice down, or my head's going to explode. Rex chuckled. You should be like me, fresh as a daisy. Carlos shot him a glare. Screw you, Rex. By the way, where are the trucks? Someone stole them already. Rex asked, noticing their absence. No one stole them, Carlos muttered. I paid some of the smugglers to return them. Gave them part of the credits up front, rest when they're back. Rex blinked in surprise. Well, I'm impressed. That was actually pretty smart, especially for you. Carlos rolled his eyes. It wasn't my idea. It was Amelia's. Rex turned to her, a grin spreading across his face. Nice one, Amelia. While Amelia was still blushing from the sudden praise, Rex told Carlos to get ready and head into the ship. They had a mission to get to. It took them a few minutes to get everything in order before the ship lifted off and set a course for the coordinates. Meanwhile, on the ground, one of the Crimson Claws standing next to Mara spoke up. So, boss, what are we doing out here in the middle of nowhere? He asked, glancing around the empty landscape. We're waiting for the noble from yesterday, Mara replied, taking a drag from her cigarette. He said if we want to stay alive, we've got to do a job for him. Why should we do what some noble says? Another one piped up, clearly frustrated. Yeah, boss, this is ridiculous. Yesterday, we almost had him. If it wasn't for his damn slave, we would've. Why don't we just kill him when he gets here and be done with it? The last suggestion was met with the sudden sound of a gunshot. Mara had pulled out her handgun and shot the guy who made the comment, killing him instantly. His body crumpled to the ground, and everyone fell silent. Listen up, Mara growled, eyes flashing. I'm not afraid of any noble. That's not the issue. The problem is what happens after you kill a noble. You think the city guards are bad? What do you think happens when a noble goes missing? They send a damn world destroyer to turn the planet into dust. Use your heads for once. But, boss, Yestera, another voice tried to chime in, but a second gunshot rang out, and he hit the ground, lifeless. Mara exhaled sharply, holstering her gun. Anyone else got an opinion? No. Good. A few minutes later, the Crimson Claws watched as a spaceship appeared on the horizon, descending and landing near their vehicles. When the cargo bay opened, Rex and Carlos stepped out. As they approached, Rex took in the sight of the Crimson Claws, armored vehicles bristling with mounted guns, even a few flying crafts armed to the teeth. There had to be close to 500 gang soldiers standing by. Rex let out a low whistle. Well, I didn't think you'd actually show up. I'm glad to see you've got enough decency to keep your word, he said, smirking. He could tell Mara was barely keeping her anger in check. Rex, being the kind of person who couldn't resist pushing buttons, decided to lean into it. He thrived on getting under people's skin. He strolled right up to Mara and, without hesitation, draped an arm around her shoulders. Come on, cheer up. After this little job is done, you'll be free to do whatever you want. I swear, he said, flashing her a grin. This is just a small favor, you know, something to put your mind at ease. He leaned in a little closer, clearly enjoying himself. I mean, I'm sure you'd feel like something was off if I just forgiven you without asking for anything, right? This way, your debt's settled, and you can go on with a clear conscience. Mara's jaw tightened, her anger barely restrained, but Rex just grinned wider. He was having too much fun watching her struggle to keep her cool. Finally, he let go of her and began walking toward the bug hive in the distance. Oh, and don't feel the need to thank me. I know, I'm just such a generous guy. But, hey, if you do thank me, I might get a little bashful, he said over his shoulder, clearly enjoying every second of it. Carlos, who had known Rex for most of his life, could see exactly what was happening. The poor girl, Mara, had now become Rex's target for teasing. It was a game Rex played far too well since once someone started resisting, it only made him enjoy it more. Carlos shook his head with a sigh and started walking. The last thing he wanted was to become the next target of Rex's twisted sense of fun. As Rex and Carlos headed toward the bug hive, Cleo had the ship take off to hover in the sky above, ready to assist if needed. Mara, still fuming, gave the order for her gang to follow. When they reached a hill that stood among the ruins, Rex turned and walked over to Mara again. Tell your men to surround this hill, he said casually, and keep it quiet. Mara frowned. Why? She asked, unable to hide her confusion. Rex gave her an exaggerated look of surprise. Oh, didn't I mention it earlier? Well, this hill is actually a bug hive, he said with a nonchalant shrug. And I need to take care of it. Easy as that. Mara's face went pale. Ah, a bug hive. Rex paused, noticing her reaction, and smiled a little. Yes, a bug hive, he repeated, amused. But don't worry, it's not one of the hive minds. Just some local bugs. He could tell exactly what she was thinking. Everyone who knew anything about the hive minds understood how deadly it was to mess with them. Hive minds were notorious for being fiercely protective of their species, retaliating with terrifying force if provoked. But these bugs were nothing compared to that. After several tense minutes, the Crimson Claws had surrounded the hill. In the front line were the gang's foot soldiers and their armored vehicles. The second line held their armed flying crafts, and in the third line stood Rex, Mara, and Carlos, waiting for the next move. All right, Cleo, we're in position. You can start the bombardment whenever you're ready, Rex said, speaking into his communicator. Cleo acknowledged and flew the ship directly over the hilltop. A moment later, the cargo bay doors opened, and a swarm of cargo drones flew out, each one carrying large tanks of petroleum strapped to high-powered explosives. The operation had begun. The cargo drones flew toward the hill entrance, and once they were close enough, they released the petrol tanks. The tanks dropped quickly, aimed right at the bug hive entrance at the top of the hill. Hey, Mara, you might want to open your mouth and plug your ears, Rex said, doing just that himself. What do you, Before she could finish, a massive explosion rocked the hill, sending dirt and debris flying. The ground trembled, and the hill erupted like a volcano. Minutes later, a swarm of half-burning flying bugs poured out of the entrance, screeching in fury. The bugs didn't waste time. They spotted their enemies and charged, only to be met with a barrage of bullets that stopped them in their tracks. These flying bugs were a winged variant of the insectoids, known for attacking from above, spitting corrosive acid or shooting barbed projectiles from a distance. They were fragile but hard to hit. The earlier explosion had done a lot of damage, and with the hill's entrance being the only way out, many of them had been scorched as they escaped. Still, despite the heavy damage, their numbers were overwhelming. The small Crimson Claws force was starting to feel the pressure. Acid bullets flew toward them, and the corrosive rounds were potent enough to eat through vehicle hulls and kill unprotected soldiers almost instantly. Cleo, release the combat drones. We need more pressure on that hill entrance since there are still too many of them, Rex ordered through his communicator. Understood. Releasing combat drones. The ship will also engage in combat, redirecting energy from the engines to shields and weapon systems. The combat drones deployed from the main ship, quickly joining the fray, picking off flying bugs as they emerged. The ship itself entered the battle, its shields deflecting the bugs, desperate attacks while the turrets picked them off one by one. As the flying bugs burned and fell, the insectoid warriors started pouring out next. These creatures were fast, agile, with razor-sharp claws and deadly mandibles. They typically attacked in swarms, climbing walls to ambush their prey. Fortunately, the fire still raging at the hill entrance took out many of them before they could even reach the battlefield. But those that made it through caused chaos, slashing through the Crimson Guard soldiers. Mara, send out the armed flyers. We need them to target the bug warriors and support our troops on the ground, Rex called, his eyes darting across the screens showing different angles of the battlefield. He was almost in complete control of the fight. Mara grabbed the radio and relayed Rex's orders. The armed flyers were like transport ships equipped with missile launchers and mounted miniguns on both sides. They soon took off, circling the hill in a pattern opposite to the main ship. From this angle, they provided solid air support to the ground troops. After hours of relentless fighting, the swarm of flying bugs and warrior insectoids finally began to thin out. The battle that once seemed desperate was slowly turning into a cleanup operation. Well then, once the bugs are dealt with, tell your men to rest up and reload. We're going into the bug hive as soon as the fire clears, Rex said, patting Mara on the shoulder. Cleo flew the ship over to Rex's location, landing smoothly so Rex and Carlos could board. So, Cleo, are the new toys ready? Rex asked with a grin. Affirmative. Amelia, Help Carlos get suited up. His gear's on the second floor. Rex, come with me to the charging bay. Understood, ma'am. Amelia gave a small bow to Cleo and Rex before leading Carlos to the second floor. Rex followed Cleo toward the charging bay, glancing around as they entered, looking for his gear. So, where's my gear? Is it ant-sized or something? Rex joked. Cleo chuckled softly. Don't be silly. Your gear's a bit special. You'll need this. She motioned as a cargo drone rolled in, carrying several tubes filled with metallic substances. Rex raised an eyebrow. Is this the stuff we snagged from the Crimson Tower last time? Exactly. This is nanomaterial, a downgraded version of living metal. It won't upgrade your body like the living metal I've integrated with, but it'll still work for crafting armor and weapons. Oh, that's actually pretty cool. But why are we in the charging bay? These nanomaterials are in a dormant state. Once I introduce them to you, they'll draw power from your nucleus. The charging bay is the best place to activate them. Now, get undressed and be ready to drink all this nanomaterial. Rex blinked. Wait, drink it. Affirmative. The alternative is calling a medic drone to inject it directly into your body. Rex let out a nervous laugh. Ahahaha, no need for that. I was just asking, out of curiosity. With a sigh, Rex undressed and, without much enthusiasm, gulped down the contents of the tubes. This tastes awful. Rex grimaced as he finished the last tube and stepped into the charging tank. Oh, by the way, Cleo said nonchalantly, her fingers tapping at a control panel, I forgot to mention that it's going to hurt once the nanomaterials activate. Rex stiffened. Hurt? Like, what kind of pain are we talking about? Cleo tilted her head thoughtfully, tapping her cheek. Imagine thousands of tiny needles moving inside your body. She flashed him a cute, almost mischievous smile. Fa. Rex screamed as the activation process began, his body convulsing with pain. Upstairs, Carlos, busy gearing up, heard the scream and jumped. What the hell's going on down there? He made a move toward the exit, but Amelia blocked his path. Don't worry, she said calmly. Lady Cleo warned this would happen. It's important not to interrupt them. She also mentioned everything will be fine, so, don't mind the yelling. She smiled reassuringly, though Carlos still looked uneasy. Usually, when someone activated the nanomaterial inside their body, it would lash out in different forms, almost like it was trying to destroy the host. But in Rex's case, being already half of the robotic race Cleo belonged to, the nanomaterial seemed to feel right at home. It still hurt like hell during activation, but nothing drastic happened to his body otherwise. Hours passed, the nanomaterial fully integrating inside him. When the pain finally subsided, Rex was drenched in sweat, his muscles noticeably larger and more defined. I hope this was worth it. So, what can I do with it? He asked, panting. Cleo, monitoring his vitals and the new data from his body, responded, give me a second. I'm transferring some blueprints to your brain. They're some of the things you can craft using the nanomaterial. Rex climbed out of the charging tank, wiping his forehead. How do I craft them? Just think about it, and the nanomaterial will respond. Okay, let's see. Rex closed his eyes, focusing on the idea of armor. Almost instantly, an image of sleek, well-defined armor materialized in his mind. The nanomaterial responded, forming a white and black suit of armor that covered his entire body. Rex opened his eyes and looked down at his hands, marveling at the new armor. Whoa, this is insanely cool. What about weapons? For now, I've only uploaded a blueprint for a Claymore energy sword, Cleo explained. Since we don't have a steady source of nanomaterial, weapons that rely on ammo are out. But I also included a shoulder-mounted laser cannon that'll use energy from your nucleus. Rex frowned. Won't I run out of energy mid-battle if I use that? Negative. I upgraded your nucleus battery with some of the nanomaterial. It'll last twice as long now. But don't overuse the shoulder cannon often since it still drains energy quickly, especially if you're fighting a swarm. Remember, they always have numbers on their side. Got it. Thanks, hun. Rex stepped out of the charging bay, where Carlos was waiting for him. Brother, how are you feeling? Everything okay? Wait, since when are you this tall? Carlos asked, eyes wide. Hey, bro, yeah, I'm fine, now that you mention it. I am taller. Cleo. Rex looked over at her. Nothing to worry about, Cleo said casually. I increased your body size to store the nanomaterial. So, how tall am I now? You're just shy of 2.5 meters. Damn, I'm huge now. Isn't that going to be a problem? Negative. You're still small by my race's standards. The average height is 6 meters. As you collect more nanomaterial or living metal, you'll keep getting bigger. Rex chuckled. Alright, let's table that discussion for later. Let's focus on finishing the mission. With that, Rex and Carlos stepped outside the ship. The soldiers who had been waiting outside were stunned since no one could believe how someone who'd been barely 1.8 meters tall was now towering at 2.5 meters. Rex just smirked and started to walk toward Mara. Once he got close to Mara, Rex gently patted her on the head. In the past, Mara would have been furious, but now, seeing him as a towering 2.5-meter giant in his black and white armor, she was more afraid than angry. Rex noticed her reaction and quickly realized it wasn't as funny anymore. He withdrew his hand and cleared his throat. Mara, get your men ready. We're heading into the bug hive. We'll wait for you all at the top of the hill. As soon as he said that, the armor on his legs began to shift. It now looked as if he had some kind of propellant system attached to his legs. In an instant, he leapt into the air, and the ground beneath him cracked from the force of the takeoff. The jump was so powerful that he landed at the top of the hill with a loud crash, sending debris and dust flying everywhere. As Rex landed, a familiar voice came through his communicator. It was Carlos. Was that really necessary? Rex chuckled. Haha, not really, but I looked cool, didn't I? Carlos sighed. Show off. With a slight shake of his head, Carlos turned to Mara. Mind if I hitch a ride in one of your helicopters? No way, I'm doing what he just did. He headed toward one of the waiting helicopters, got in, and settled down. Mara, still a bit unsettled, climbed into the helicopter too, instructing the pilot to head for the top of the hill. A few minutes later, the helicopters were diving into the bug hive, descending several meters in a near free fall. The only way for the Crimson Claw members to enter the hive was by air. As they neared the ground, the helicopter's searchlights illuminated a 2.5-meter warrior clad in white armor, wielding a massive sword in each hand. He was cutting through a swarm of bug warriors with ease. Any bugs that got too close were stopped by an energy barrier, only to be sliced in half a moment later by the giant's swords. Meanwhile, in one of the helicopters, Carlos dismounted one of the side-mounted miniguns. I'm borrowing this for a bit. I'll see you on the ground. With the minigun in hand, Carlos leapt out of the helicopter, his power armor absorbing the fall. Data streamed across his helmet's display, ensuring he was within the safe jump margin. Just before hitting the ground, some kind of force slowed his descent, kicking up a cloud of dust. From within the dust cloud, the gunfire of a minigun echoed through the hive. Moments later, a barrage of bullets rained down on the bug warriors. As the bugs noticed this new threat and charged toward Carlos, fire suddenly rained down from above. The combat drones had finally been fully repaired and rejoined the fight, launching their attack on the swarm below. Once they landed, the combat drones created a perfect circle around Carlos and Rex, their mounted miniguns firing continuously at the swarm of warrior bugs. This cleared a safe landing zone for the helicopters, allowing more Crimson Claw members to disembark and join the fight. The helicopters were making constant trips in and out of the hive, each time bringing reinforcements, increasing the firepower on the ground. Rex was already standing atop a pile of dead warrior bugs, his massive frame towering over the battlefield. Crimson Claw members flanked him on all sides, firing non-stop. When they ran out of ammo, they quickly retreated, reloaded, and returned to the fight. Carlos, meanwhile, had taken up position on some rocks with other heavy gunners. He was wielding two miniguns, one in each hand, mowing down bugs without pause. Whenever he ran low on ammo, a teammate quickly resupplied him, thanks to the cargo drones that Cleo kept sending their way. For now, ammunition wasn't a concern. Just as victory seemed inevitable, blood-curdling screams cut through the air. Ah, help, help, run. I don't want to die. This thing's impossible to kill. Rex whipped his head toward the direction of the screams. His eyes narrowed as he spotted them, a squad of bug sentinels towering over even him. These creatures had thick, impenetrable carapaces and crushing limbs that could tear through anyone in their path with ease. The sentinels had appeared in Mara's sector. Just minutes ago, her squad was holding its own, thanks to Carlos's fire support. But when the bug sentinels emerged, everything changed. Mara ordered her squad to focus fire on the sentinels, but the bullets bounced off their armored shells. In mere minutes, her entire squad was wiped out. Now, the bug sentinels were charging straight for Mara, and she stood frozen, paralyzed by fear. Her legs, which had carried her through countless battles and helped her survive long enough to rise as the leader of the Crimson Claws, betrayed her in this crucial moment. She wanted to run, but her body wouldn't move. As the sentinels closed in, Mara could only curse her fate, meeting a noble one day and the next, facing a brutal death. Just as she braced for the end, a blinding white light descended from the sky, landing between her and the oncoming sentinels. The creatures were stopped in their tracks. A familiar voice reached her ears. "Little Mara, I have to commend you for your bravery in taking on these big bugs. But next time, maybe choose an enemy more your size." Mara's eyes snapped open, and in front of her stood a massive, white-clad figure drenched in green bug blood, with radiant, shining wings. Rex had arrived. The white aura emanating from him left her in awe. Even Rex, though, was struggling against the sheer strength and weight of the two bug sentinels. "Mara, if you don't mind, move aside. I can't fight with you in the way," he said, his voice firm but calm. Her subordinates rushed over and pulled her to safety, leaving Rex alone with the sentinels. Now free to act, Rex let out a fierce roar and drove the sentinels back a few meters with a powerful swing of his sword. With the help of Cleo's tech, he took to the air, launching hit-and-run attacks like an eagle striking its prey. However, despite his best efforts, the sentinels' thick carapaces remained largely intact. His swords left a few shallow cuts, but nothing that would slow the creatures down. The battle was far from over. Rex decided to switch tactics. He flew high into the air, then let himself drop in a free fall, landing directly on the back of one of the bug sentinels. The impact was so strong that half of his two massive swords sank deep into the creature's thick carapace. The bug screeched in pain. "Ha ha, so you can feel that, huh?" Rex laughed, his voice dripping with mockery. As he held his position on the bug's back, a laser cannon began to form on his armor shoulder. Once it was fully charged, Rex fired the cannon point blank at the bug's back while using his buried sword as an anchor to stay in place. The cannon took 10 seconds to recharge between shots, but Rex didn't mind. He was confident in his position, blasting the sentinel again and again. However, Rex had made a critical mistake. He hadn't expected the second bug sentinel to jump. "What the hell? That bug can jump!" Rex shouted in disbelief. Despite its hulking frame, the other bug sentinel leapt with surprising agility and slammed into Rex, smashing him into the cave wall. Its massive limbs tried to crush him, but Rex used his powerful wings to push the creature's claws away. "You damn thing. Let's see if you like this." Rex growled as he aimed his laser cannon at the bug's face and fired. The sentinel screeched in pain, trying to retreat, but Rex wasn't about to let it go. He grabbed hold of its limbs, keeping it in place. Not so fast. Rex fired the laser again, this time blowing the bug's head clean off. The sentinel's headless body collapsed to the ground. It was then that Rex realized something important. The bug's head was its most vulnerable point. Wasting no time, Rex pulled himself out of the debris just as the second sentinel charged at him again, slamming into the wall where he had been pinned moments before. Rex leapt onto its back, yanking his sword free, and waited for the creature to turn around. "Come on, you ugly bastard. Charge at me," Rex taunted, a smirk spreading across his face. As if it understood his challenge, the bug sentinel rushed at Rex with full force. At the last second, Rex flew forward, using his two massive swords to pierce the area around its head. The creature froze in place, stunned by the strike. In the next instant, Rex's laser cannon fired again, this time at point-blank range. The blast obliterated the sentinel's head, causing the bug to collapse lifelessly to the ground. When the head of the sentinel exploded, Rex was showered in green blood, and chunks of its head flew everywhere. Luckily, he had his helmet on. Otherwise, it would have been a lot more disgusting. He yanked his sword out of the bug's massive body, wiping the blade clean with a quick flick. Damn, those things were even tougher than I thought. Cleo, how much energy do I have left? He asked, still shaking off bits of bug guts. There's 80% left. Overdrive didn't drain too much this time, but the laser cannon took 12% after those few shots. Yeah, it ate up a bit, but at least it was strong enough to take out those armored bastards, Rex muttered, glancing back at the fallen creatures. As he spoke, he heard shouting behind him. He turned around, frowning. Now what? To his surprise, the members of the Crimson Claw were cheering, their weapons held high in celebration. Seeing Rex take down those massive bugs had clearly pumped them up. They looked like they'd never witnessed anything like it. Rex gave a small smile and raised one of his swords in the air. The cheering grew even louder. After a few seconds, though, he started feeling awkward, so he lowered his arm and made his way over to Carlos. Carlos deactivated his helmet, smirking. Hey, look who it is, our local celebrity. Oh, shut up, Rex grumbled, rolling his eyes. Tell the guys we're taking a break for an hour. We still have to go deeper into the hive and take out the queen. Roger that, hero, Carlos teased, clearly enjoying the role reversal. Rex found a spot on one of the large rocks where Carlos and the heavy gunners had been positioned earlier. He sat down, then opened a communication channel with Cleo. Hey, babe, it's me, your loving husband, just in case you hadn't noticed, he said with a playful tone. Can you send some combat drones into the tunnel for recon? Already on it, Cleo replied. A moment later, 2 combat drones zipped into the tunnel. Mapping in progress. Please stand by. Thanks, beautiful, Rex said with a grin, deactivating his helmet and weapons. He leaned back against the rock, letting his eyes close for a bit of rest. But before long, he heard a timid voice in front of him. Excuse me, Lord Noble. I just wanted to thank you for saving me from those bugs. Rex cracked one eye open and saw little Mara standing there, looking nervous. He smiled. Hey, Mara, no need to thank me. Just doing my job. Thank you, Lord Noble, she stammered, her cheeks turning pink as she quickly walked away. Rex chuckled, but then he heard Cleo's voice again. HMPH. He raised an eyebrow. What's that about? You jealous or something? I'm not jealous, Cleo replied, her tone flat. If you want a harem, fine. Just make sure they're all from my race. Rex blinked, caught off guard. I'm not sure if I should feel flattered or confused. Your race is extinct though, right? Technically, yes. But there are still some in dormant states within biogems, like I was. Well, Rex said, rubbing the back of his neck, if they're as beautiful as you, I won't complain. But, why only your race? Because, Cleo said coolly, I don't share with inferior beings. Wait, what? Inferior beings? Does that mean I'm one too? No, you aren't. You're the one I chose to lead the future of our race. Rex, I don't think you fully understand what you are right now. Rex was getting annoyed. Oh, really? Then enlighten me, please, oh superior being. Rex, I'm detecting your blood pressure is rising. Please calm down. I am calm. Just go ahead and answer. Cleo was a bit taken aback. It was the first time Rex had spoken to her like that. You're not human anymore, Rex. To save you, I had to alter most of your genetic code. You won't be able to reproduce with any race that is compatible with humans. Your genetic code is closer to mine now. Your reproductive fluids won't work with others, especially those who don't have superior regenerative abilities since our race's children are born with living metal on their bodies. The wombs of our females are also made of living metal. They're incredibly sturdy, allowing us to give birth to our own kind. Though my race stopped reproducing naturally a long time ago. Instead, we started using incubators. All we cared about was increasing combat strength and conquering the galaxy. Well, you know how that turned out. As for the harem, I want you to build an empire with me at your side. And I know you'll need strong descendants to conquer the galaxy. I can't give you children fast enough since my race's gestation period is 3 years. That's why I want you to keep our bloodline pure by only reproducing within our race. When Cleo finished, Rex let out a long sigh. Conquering the galaxy and reviving a lost race, huh? Sounds like fun, Cleo, but try not to make remarks like that about others. I don't really like it. Even if I've stopped being human, my heart is still human. He touched his chest where his heart should have been. OSH*T, I forgot I don't have a heart anymore. Damn. Well, you know what I'm trying to say. Rex stood up from the rock and reactivated his helmet. Alright, let's drop this topic for now. How's the mapping going? The mapping got interrupted halfway. The combat drones were destroyed by multiple hostiles. So there are still plenty of bugs out there. I hate fighting bugs. This mission isn't worth 100k credits. I'm asking for a raise from Talon. When the Crimson soldiers saw the white giant starting to walk towards the front, they all stood and prepared to follow him. In their hearts, the admiration they felt for Rex was almost turning into fanaticism. Onward, men! Rex shouted, waving his hand forward. The 400 or so Crimson Claws, along with combat drones and cargo drones, started to move. As they marched, they noticed the ground beneath them was turning strange. The earth felt like meat, and the stench was beyond anything they had ever smelled. After just 2 kilometers into the cave, they had already been ambushed 4 times. Don't stop. Keep walking. You can rest when you're dead. Rex barked, pushing them forward even as the ambushes continued. While the bugs attacking them were numerous, it wasn't enough to be called a true swarm. The bugs' numbers were still dangerous, but Rex's army had too much firepower. They managed to fight through without much trouble. After about 3 hours of marching and fighting, they reached a massive open chamber inside the cave. There were eggs everywhere, too many to count. Men, stay sharp. Be ready for anything. Spread out and search for the queen. Rex ordered. Mara, take the left. Carlos, go right. The rest of you, you're with me in the center. The small army split up, following Rex's commands. The search for the queen had begun. But it didn't take long before the Crimson Claws would face what would be remembered as their worst nightmare, their worst memory, that would haunt the survivors for the rest of their days. The fleshy walls of the cave suddenly opened, revealing countless holes. From those holes, waves of bug warriors, flyers, and sentinels began to pour out. It was a swarm far larger than anything they had fought at the cave entrance. Screams of pain echoed through the cavern, mixing with the relentless sound of gunfire. It didn't take long for the small army to be overwhelmed. Then, a brilliant white light appeared in the air. Listen up, men. Form up under me, Rex shouted from above as he hovered in the air. But there was a problem. Rex was too bright. The bugs were drawn to him like moths to a flame. In seconds, he was swarmed by the flying bugs. Rex slashed through them without stopping, but there were just too many. They quickly engulfed him, forming a massive ball of swarming bugs. Nearby, Mara's squad was the first to respond. They rushed to help Rex, but the bug warriors tore through them with terrifying speed. The sentinels massacred them as if they were nothing. Even the drones, miniguns, couldn't pierce the bugs' thick armor. Meanwhile, Carlos's squad was completely wiped out. The Bug Queen had appeared in their section, launching acid missiles that devastated the small group. The swarm finished off whoever survived the initial attack. Carlos, thanks to the shield Cleo had installed on his power armor, was the last one standing. But by then, he had already lost both of his arms. The shield had already run out of energy, and the blood coming from his injuries was enough to kill him, but Carlos' fire could still be seeing in his eyes. Carlos lay on the floor, confused about why hadn't the bugs finished him off yet. What are you waiting for, damn roaches? Come on, end what you started. He shouted, but the bugs kept ignoring him. They weren't even paying attention to their queen. A few of the flying bugs finally hovered over him, spitting acid in his direction. Meanwhile, Rex's troops were doing their best to fend off the swarming bugs, but they were losing ground fast. Their numbers were shrinking, with no real chance to fight back. Morale had already hit rock bottom. If it wasn't for the dead bugs dropping from the sky, they would have assumed Rex had already been taken out. The only ones still functioning were the combat drones. Cleo had them form a tight circle, moving in a sphere formation, shooting down any flying bugs that came close. But that's all they could do. The swarm was just too massive. Inside the chaos, Rex's armor and helmet were taking a beating. There was a crack on the left side of his helmet, and his eye was visible, bleeding golden blood. His armor, though thick, was damaged but still holding, barely within safe limits. His shield, however, was long gone. Rex swung his twin swords furiously, cutting down bugs one after another, even using his wings to knock them back. But no matter how many he killed, more kept coming. The swarm thickened until he couldn't see through it. Eventually, he was forced to the ground, the bugs attacking relentlessly. Damn it. Now I know how your race got ruined, Cleo. Even under heavy assault, Rex's sharp tongue didn't fail him. Rex, you need to get out of there. With your strength, you can escape on your own. Cleo's voice was panicked. I'm not leaving everyone here to die for nothing. Who cares about those inferiors? You're the only one that matters, Rex. Inferiors. Anyone fighting by my side is not inferior to me, Cleo. I'm staying, even if it kills me. There was a brief pause, and then Cleo's tone shifted, cold and calculating. Then you leave me no choice. I will take control of your body. Cleo reached out, trying to connect to Rex's mind and take control. But suddenly, she felt a pair of green eyes staring at her. Connection with the host failed. What? Cleo was stunned. She couldn't believe it. Had Rex's mental energy surpassed hers? Or was there something else? This is impossible. He shouldn't be stronger than me. What's happening? She kept trying to seize control, but then she heard a mocking chuckle behind her. Startled, she turned around. All she saw was the cargo bay and the truck holding the hive mind egg. This shouldn't be possible, but could it be? Cleo muttered to herself, doubts swirling in her mind. She started walking toward the truck that held the egg. When she reached the back, she found the doors wide open, and the egg was gone. Amelia, Cleo shouted, hoping for a response. Silence. Then, out of nowhere, she felt something like a hand pushing through her chest. This is strange. I don't feel anything. Are you even real? A childish voice asked from behind her. Cleo quickly moved aside, spinning around to face whatever had just tried to kill her. Aha, now I get it. You're a hologram. Yes, Mother did tell me about these things. I completely forgot. The voice giggled with excitement, and Cleo saw a pair of shining green eyes staring at her. Say, do you know where my partner is? I can feel him nearby, but I can't see him. I have nothing to say to you, Chrysari scum. Cleo snapped, her voice dripping with hostility. Ouch, harsh, the creature replied, unfazed. Oh wait, I remember now. You're one of those. What were they called? She tilted her head, making an exaggeratedly cute face, as if trying to recall. Oh yes. You're one of those Kalzars. My aunts wiped you out. The mention of her people made Cleo even angrier. Oh well, the girl continued, since you don't want to talk, I guess I'll have to find my partner on my own. I sensed he was fighting nearby, but why would he be battling those inferior insectoids? She paused, her expression thoughtful. Maybe it's just a misunderstanding. Anyway, see you later, hologram girl. She gave a cheerful wave, then turned toward the cargo bay door. Seeing that it hadn't opened, she touched it lightly with her hand. A second later, long black claws sprouted from her fingers, and with a swift motion, she ripped the door open and jumped out of the ship. Once in the air, a pair of shimmering green wings unfolded from her back, and she soared toward the hive hill. Meanwhile, Rex was barely holding on. What had started as an attack from the flying bugs had escalated, and now the ground-bound bug warriors and sentinels were joining in. When a sentinel charged at him, the swarm of flying bugs parted to let it through. The first two sentinels hit him hard, slamming into Rex and sending him tumbling across the ground like a ragdoll. Even in his overdrive mode, the sheer number of bugs overwhelmed him. The second charge came from his right, blindsiding him. The impact broke his arm. With only one good hand left, Rex was in bad shape. One knee buckled, and he tried to steady himself by driving his sword into the meaty ground beneath him. But his legs, badly damaged, were barely functioning. He was now a wounded predator, easy prey for the insectoids. What's happening here? Why is my partner in such a state? Rex heard a light, playful voice. He saw a flash of green light through his damaged vision, but his left eye was too injured to focus, and the constant alerts on his right eye's display didn't help either. But at least one thing became clear. The relentless attacks from the bugs had stopped. Whoever had just arrived, Rex thought, was probably the queen of this hive. But, as always, Rex's sharp tongue didn't fail him. So, Her Royal Highness has come to finish the job, huh? I'm honored, he said, his tone dripping with mockery. Finish you off? What are you talking about? You're my partner, the creature replied, sounding genuinely confused. And her response left Rex just as puzzled. Partner? Who? I've never met you before, and I sure as hell don't know any queen from this bug-infested hole, Rex shot back, coughing up golden blood. Queen. Ha ha ha, you're being silly, she giggled. I'm not the queen of this hive, I'm a princess from another hive. But, wait a second, why are you so badly injured? She paused, as if suddenly remembering something. Aha, that's right, I almost forgot. You didn't give me enough blood the first time. My mom told me I need more to fully understand you. And, well, seeing as you've got blood all over the place, this should be easier. She kneeled down in front of Rex, staring at his face. This thing's in the way. She muttered, and without hesitation, she ripped off what remained of his helmet, letting his long black hair fall free, leaving his head completely exposed. Rex could barely see through his right eye. His vision was hazy, but he made out a pair of glowing green eyes and the silhouette of a humanoid female. Cleo's interface marked her as hostile. Before he could react, he felt something wet and hot against the left side of his face. It was the creature. She was licking the blood off his face. Your blood tastes weird, like metal. But I'm not complaining since it's packed with nutrients, and that's good. She grinned playfully. Our kids are going to be really strong. Now give me a second, I need to process the new information I just got from you. She closed her eyes, slowly moving her head from side to side as if sifting through data. After a moment, she opened her eyes again, looking slightly disappointed. Ah, I see what happened now. It looks like our bond was made by accident. She sighed, sounding a bit heartbroken. But, oh well, she perked up immediately. Now that we're partners, the blood I took from you is enough to seal the deal. We're officially bonded. Rex, still struggling to process what was happening, could only watch as the strange girl stood up and waved her hand dismissively. Now, give me a second to take care of these insectoids who dare to bare their fangs at my partner. At her command, the bugs that had been relentlessly attacking Rex suddenly stopped, turning to swarm the other insectoids instead. The battle shifted, with the bugs under her control launching a full-scale assault on the rest of the hive. Despite her weakened state, the princess managed to command her forces with surprising strength. Her swarm was outnumbered, but they fought with fierce power, easily overpowering the other bugs. Just as victory seemed within reach, Rex spotted movement in the distance. The queen of the hive had emerged. From her back, several large holes appeared, clearly preparing for a counterattack. She was ready to make her move. Once the bug queen got into position, thousands of flying droplets of acid rained from the holes that opened up around her body. Hee, did you really think something like that could hurt me? How cute. The Chrysari princess didn't even have to move. The bugs under her control threw themselves in the way, forming a shield to block the acid rain before it could even touch her. You know, when I first sensed you, I thought about sparing you since I could use a servant, she said, her voice changing, losing its playful tone. But these little ones are telling me you call yourself a queen. Her irritation was obvious now. In an instant, she appeared on top of the bug queen's head. There are only 5 individuals who can call themselves queens, and they're my mom and my aunts. So, I'll be taking your life for being so presumptuous. With those words, her left arm morphed into a massive claw with long, pointed fingers. She drove the claw deep into the bug queen's skull, piercing it straight to the brain. With a squeeze, she crushed it. The bug queen's body collapsed, lifeless. Without her mental power to control the swarm, the newly born princess effortlessly seized control. The swarm was hers now. The Chrysari princess nodded to herself, cleaning her claw. Hee hee, now that that's handled, I can go check on my partner. She hopped off the queen's head and skipped toward Rex while giving small happy jumps, humming to herself. When she reached Rex, she knelt down and gently pulled him into her lap, giving him a lap pillow. Now what am I going to do with you? She murmured, brushing his hair. I don't think my abilities can heal you since you're not organic. She closed her eyes, swaying her head side to side as she thought. Aha, I'll take you back to the ship and put you in the tank, right? She started to stand, but Rex grabbed her hand. Wait, I can't leave yet. I need to find Carlos. His voice was weak, energy leaking from him as he struggled to stay conscious. She tapped her finger to her lips, thinking again. Oh, your bald friend, right? Don't worry, I saved him earlier. If you want, we can take him with us. Hearing that, Rex sighed with relief, the tension leaving his body. That's good. Are there any other survivors? His overdrive mode powered down, and his large white wings began dissolving into a shimmering dust. There are a few still alive, but they're missing pieces, you know. Are you sure you want them? She asked, her eyes scanning the battlefield through the shared vision of the swarm. Rex clenched his fist, eyes closed tight. If they're alive, I want to bring them back. She smiled, standing up. Okay then, if that's what my partner wants. She summoned a group of flying bugs to gently lift the surviving soldiers and carry them alongside her. Rex wasn't sure what happened next. He just woke up inside the recharging tank, and from the looks of it, his wounds were healed. He could see clearly again, and his HUD no longer displayed any system errors. He stepped out of the tank, noticing a set of clothes on a nearby table in the charging bay. After getting dressed, he left the room, only to be greeted by a massive hole in the door to the cargo bay. Wah! Cleo! Rex called out, hoping for a response. There was none. Cleo! His voice grew more urgent as he began searching the ship. First, he checked the cockpit, but she wasn't there. Then he went to the second floor, where the assembly factory was located. That's where he found her. She was sitting in a corner behind the assembly machine, hugging her legs, her face buried in her knees. Cleo! Rex's voice softened as he approached. She didn't respond, so he sat down beside her on the floor. Phew! Rough day, huh? This time they really got us good. What? 100K? Too little for all that trouble. Damn, I thought I was going to die down there. Rex rambled on, trying to lighten the mood by talking about their recent battle in the bug cave. I'm sorry, Cleo said quietly, her voice barely audible. Did you say something? Rex turned to look at her. I'm sorry, she repeated, a little louder this time. For what? Rex asked, confused. Did you do something bad? For the things I said, and the things I tried to do while you were down in the cave, she muttered, still hiding her face. Rex scratched his head. Oh, that. Don't worry about it, Cleo. I'd already forgotten. I'm not the kind of guy who gets mad easily, you know. You'd have to do something really bad to make me hate you. He smiled and stood up, stretching out his arms. Come on, cheer up. We haven't even conquered one world yet, and you're already this down. He grinned. One day, I'm going to conquer the whole galaxy and present it to you to do whatever you want with it. Cleo finally lifted her head to look at Rex, her eyes still filled with uncertainty. Rex met her gaze, his smile softening. If you want to be the empress of the entire galaxy, you're going to have to stand up right now and join hands with me again. We'll make your dream come true. Cleo mumbled something under her breath, too quiet for Rex to hear. What was that? He leaned in closer. She murmured again, just a little louder this time. Both of us. We will. Just as she was about to finish her sentence, a soft green glow interrupted them. There you are, partner. The female creature suddenly appeared and wrapped herself around Rex's arm. What? Since when do I know such a cute girl? Rex stammered, blinking in surprise. Now that his vision had been repaired, he could finally see the girl who had been helping him. She was small, barely 1.6 meters tall, with a slender figure and glowing green eyes. She wore black armor covered in bright green tech markings that seemed to pulse as if alive. Her small, delicate wings resembled those of a butterfly, also glowing with a soft green light. Then it hit him. Wait a minute, you're that girl from the bug cave. The one who keeps calling me partner. Who are you? Before the girl could answer, Cleo appeared on his other side. She's the egg we had in the car at the cargo bay, Cleo said flatly. The Chrysari princess. Rex was taken aback by the news. Wait, how is that even possible? I saw what was inside the egg, and it didn't look anything like the cute girl standing next to me. He pointed at the princess. Hearing the conversation, the princess let go of Rex's arm and walked proudly in front of him, placing a hand on her chest. I can explain that. My mom said we take the form that best adapts to reproduce with our partners. That's why the princesses and queens of our race come in all sorts of shapes and sizes. Wait, reproduce? Rex raised an eyebrow. You mean, you and me? To give birth to bugs? The princess's face twisted in anger at his words. You're making me very angry, hubby. But I'll forgive you this time because I know you don't understand our race. We're not bugs. We're an advanced species that may share some similarities with what you call bugs, but we are completely different. When we reproduce with our partners, she continued, we don't give birth to bugs, like you just said. We give birth to children that look like me, and you. The ones that birth our army are the broodmothers. Rex blinked. Broodmothers. Yes, she said, crossing her arms. Those so-called queens, we capture and modify. They're the ones who produce our soldiers and workers. That's how it works. So don't ever compare us again, or I'll get really mad. She pouted, making an adorably frustrated face. Okay, sorry. Rex raised his hands in surrender. I won't compare your race to them again. But, since when am I your partner? Oh, well, the princess said with a grin, the moment you gave me your blood, the link was already established. And when I came to help you in the cave, I used the rest of your blood to complete the contract. She smiled brightly, clearly proud of herself. Wait, hold on a second. So, what does it mean to be partners? Well, the princess began, her eyes sparkling, based on the memories I got from our bond, I'd say it's a lot like being husband and wife. And your mission is to give me strong babies to lead my royal fleet. Wait, what fleet? Rex asked, his confusion growing. Oh, well, the fleet that's the fleet my mom's sending for me, she said with a hint of excitement. Oh, she also mentioned something about conquering the planet I was sleeping on, since that was my mission, before you showed up. Wait, hold on. How were you supposed to take over that planet if there's nothing there but rocks? Rex asked, recalling the barren mining planet. Well, she hesitated, thinking it over. I was supposed to use the local insects, the ones you guys wiped out, to start terraforming the place for the Chrysari. Once the process started, my mom was going to send a fleet to protect it. She paused again, as if trying to remember something important. Oh, right, the fleet should already be there by now. Is there a way to check? I think so, yeah, Rex nodded. Cleo, can you look it up online? Cleo wasn't too eager to help, especially since the Chrysari were responsible for the massacre of her people, but since Rex asked her, she didn't have much choice. Understood. Searching now, Cleo said with a slightly robotic tone, hundreds of screens flashing into existence around her. She scanned them with impressive speed until she finally stopped on one and dismissed the others. I found something. There's news about the planet Hanerix on the intergalactic news channel. Cleo enlarged the screen for everyone to see. Less than yesterday, around the 6th Imperial hour, a fleet of hive mind ships was detected near the newly discovered planet Hanerix. The local defense fleet attempted to intercept them but failed. Now, we have exclusive footage from our satellites showing the battle. Greater than. The video showed the local fleet, stationary just a few kilometers from Hanerix, when suddenly several wormholes of various sizes opened nearby from where hive mind ships surged out, ramming into the defense fleet. Some ships were torn in half on impact, while others were severely damaged. After the initial collision, the Chrysari ships that followed unleashed plasma turrets and laser beams, ripping through the remaining defense ships in a matter of minutes. But the worst part came next. A massive wormhole appeared above the planet. From it emerged an enormous, spherical ship with protruding spines, like some kind of starfish. Less than this is all we captured before the satellite was destroyed. The megacorporation has responded by mobilizing their own forces. Just 3 imperial hours ago, a large fleet from one of their military worlds departed, likely headed for the Hanarix planet. Greater than. The screen shifted to show countless warships from the megacorps entering wormholes, vanishing seconds later. It was clear that a major battle was brewing near the planet where Rex and the others were. When the screen closed, Rex, still focused on the unfolding situation, spoke up. Cleo, how likely is it that the megacorps will use this planet as their frontline base? Cleo responded almost immediately, the probability is 100%. There's no better planet for a frontline assault base than a commercial one. They'll have all the food, ammo, and other supplies they need right at their fingertips. Rex nodded, deep in thought, then turned to the small girl hugging his arm. So we were thinking the same. By the way, do you have a name, little green butterfly? He asked, looking down at her. The girl lifted her head, her bright eyes locking onto Rex's. My mom named me Ysera, she replied, a big smile spreading across her face. Ysera, that's a bit of mouthful. Can I just call you Wise? Rex said, rubbing the back of his head awkwardly. She thought about it for a second, then grinned. I don't mind, but only if you're the one who calls me that. No one else is allowed to change my royal name. She added with a pout. Rex couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of her pouting. She looked so cute that he instinctively reached out to ruffle her hair, and by the look on her face, she didn't mind it one bit. By the way, Cleo, where's Carlos? Carlos is in the underground city, Cleo answered matter-of-factly. The smugglers built a medical bay down there. I sent 4 medical drones to take care of him, and he's recovering now. Rex blinked, something Wise had told him earlier suddenly clicking in his mind. Wait, so is he okay? Nothing's seriously wrong with him, right? There was an edge of hesitation in his voice, like he wasn't sure he wanted to hear the answer. Cleo paused for a moment before replying. When he arrived, he was nearly dead. He lost both arms, but the wounds were cauterized, so he didn't bleed out. Oh, that was me, Wise piped up, a proud grin on her face. I told some of the bugs to spit acid on the wounds. My mom said it's the best way to stop the bleeding. Rex's eyes widened. You did that? He shook his head, barely able to believe what he was hearing. I've got to go see him. I'll be back later. Without waiting for a response, he jumped down from the 2nd floor, sprinting out of the ship toward the underground city. As Rex made his way down the large dirt ramp leading to the city's entrance, he couldn't help but stop for a moment, taking in the sight before him. What used to be an excavation site had turned into a bustling underground slum. There were hundreds of people milling about, and he was surprised to see that bars and nightclubs had already popped up in the area. He made a mental note to check them out later. But as he walked through the crowd, he could feel eyes on him. At 2.5 meters tall, Rex stood out like a sore thumb, and he could sense some of the smugglers watching him with malicious intent. He was already preparing to summon his sword when he heard a familiar voice call out from behind him. Rex, is that you? What the hell have you been eating to grow that big in just a few days? Rex turned around, his HUD lighting up with information on the group approaching him. Cleo must have updated the system because the label next to the man's name read, Hooligan, a drunkard from the night when Rex partied. Rex immediately remembered who they were, his old drinking buddies from a few nights ago. Oh, it's you guys. Rex laughed, momentarily lowering his guard. I'm in a bit of a hurry right now. I'm looking for the medical bay where my buddy's recovering. You guys know where it is? Yeah, we know the place. Follow us, the leader of the group nodded. Your buddy, that human who was with you at the party, right? Yeah, that's him. What happened to him? We haven't seen you guys in days. Rex's expression darkened a bit. Well, let's just say we got handed a mission we weren't ready for, and it went south fast. We got wiped out. Oh, so you guys were mercenaries. I thought you were smugglers, one of the men said with a raised eyebrow. Rex chuckled. Ha, no way. We're way too loud to be smugglers. Being a merc's a better fit for us. They all laughed as they continued walking, chatting back and forth until they reached the medical bay. Well, here it is, Rex, one of the smugglers said, gesturing toward the entrance. Don't forget to stop by the nightclub sometime. We're VIPs there. We'll cover the first round. Rex grinned. You got yourself a deal. Thanks for showing me the way. See you guys around. The smugglers waved him off and disappeared into the crowd, heading off to their next adventure. Rex turned and stepped into the medical bay. The room was busy, with medical drones buzzing around, attending to all kinds of patients. Some people gave Rex a nervous glance since his towering presence made him hard to miss, but he ignored the stares and started scanning the room for Carlos. After a moment, one of the drones noticed him and signaled for him to follow. It led Rex down a quiet hallway, eventually bringing him to a small private room. Rex stepped inside and immediately saw Amelia, fast asleep in a chair beside Carlos's healing tank. The door creaked as it closed, causing her to stir. She blinked groggily and reached for a handgun on her lap, probably something Cleo had given her. Relax, Amelia, it's just me, Rex said softly. What are you doing here? She rubbed her eyes, still waking up. Lady Cleo told me to keep an eye on Carlos. You know, just in case, she muttered, trying to sound more awake than she was. Okay, Rex nodded. Just don't do anything too risky, all right? Rex walked over to the healing tank, where Carlos lay, barely conscious, thanks to the heavy sedatives. He was surrounded by the greenish glow of the tank's liquid, his body healing at an accelerated rate. Hey, Baldy, Rex smirked, you're looking even balder than usual. Carlos, his voice weak but filled with humor, replied, oh, fuck off, Rex. I'm just glad you're still breathing. Yeah, well, thanks to a little help, both of us made it. Well, most of me and half of you, Rex teased, smirking. Carlos let out a pained laugh. Ha ha ha, don't make me laugh, you asshole. It hurts like hell. Ah, the big, tough guy's afraid of a little pain. You want Amelia here to give you a lollipop, huh? Rex teased, glancing at Amelia with a grin. Shut up, Carlos groaned, rolling his eyes. By the way, who's that behind you? Huh, Rex turned around, confused. What are you talking about? I came alone. But when he turned, his eyes widened slightly since someone was there. When he turned around, he suddenly felt someone hug him. Looking down, he was caught off guard. Wise. Since when? Hee hee, I was right behind you the whole time after you left the ship. She said, smiling cutely as she hugged Rex tighter. What? But I didn't see you at all. Oh, that. I can turn invisible. It's not perfect, but it's enough to hide from the naked eye, and even some sensors. She said with a proud little smirk. Ha, that's seriously impressive. But, why were you following me? Rex asked, playfully ruffling Ys's hair. Hee hee, because I'm your partner. Where else would I be? Ahima, Carlos cleared his throat loudly, making them both look up. Rex, who's this little girl hanging onto you? Before Rex could answer, Wise jumped in front of Carlos's healing tank. Little girl, you're the little girl, your whole family's little girls. How dare you? She said, pointing an accusing finger at him. Whoa, calm down, little one. You should show some respect to your elders. How old are you anyway? I'm 345 imperial years old. She declared, proudly putting her hands on her hips. Carlos blinked, speechless for a moment. Rex, were you seriously walking around with this, old grandma? He said, shaking his head. That was it. A vein practically popped on Ys's forehead. She was ready to punch the glass of Carlos's healing tank. Rex panicked and quickly scooped her up like a kitten. Hey, easy there, Wise. Don't break the tank. Those things cost a fortune. And besides, we don't fight with bald guys. It's bad for our reputation, he joked, trying to calm her down. Wise froze in surprise, her face blank. She had never been picked up like that before, and it left her momentarily stunned. Rex turned to Carlos. Carlos, maybe it's not the best idea to insult the princess of the Chrysari, especially when she's the one who saved your life, he said, nodding toward the little girl in his arms. Carlos looked from Rex to Wise and back to Rex. Rex just gave him a knowing look. Right, well, fill me in. What happened while I was out? Rex sat down on the floor, still holding Wise, who now sat between his legs, somewhat reluctantly but quietly. He began to explain everything that had happened in the bug cave, including Ys's part in it all. Wow, so that's how it went down, Carlos said, letting out a long sigh. And what about the Thunderblades? Are you going to deal with them? Rex nodded, still absent-mindedly patting Wise on the head. Yeah, I'm going to ask for an explanation and get paid. If they refuse, we'll have to get persuasive. Plus, we need the credits for your arms. My arms. Carlos looked down at the stumps where his arms used to be. I don't have any arms, in case you missed that. Yeah, I know. I've been talking with Cleo, and we've decided to get you a pair of cybernetic arms. So, do you have any preferences for what kind of weapons you want installed? Carlos fell silent, his mind drifting back to the bug cave. He remembered the chaos, the screams, and the way his team was torn apart while he could do nothing. His own arms were gone, leaving him defenseless, surrounded, and powerless to help the others. The memories weighed heavy on him. After a few minutes, he spoke up. I want shield generators. Forget firepower. I want to be able to protect those around me. I couldn't before, but I can now. His voice was steady, but Rex could see the fierce determination burning in his eyes. Rex smiled. Hey, I wouldn't expect anything less from you. Consider it done. Once I get the credits from Talon, I'll have Cleo place the order with the smugglers. He stood up, still carrying Wise on his arm like a kid. All right, Carlos. I'll take care of the credit situation. You just focus on getting better. Rex then glanced over at Amelia, who had been quietly standing by. Amelia, Carlos is in your hands now. But make sure you get some rest yourself, all right? You look like you haven't eaten or slept in days. Yes, Lord Rex, Amelia said softly, giving him a small bow. Rex nodded, then left the private medical room, striding toward the exit of the medical bay. He noticed more stairs this time, not just because he was ridiculously tall but because he was carrying a girl who, despite her small size, was undeniably beautiful. But Rex didn't pay any mind to the looks he was getting since he was in a hurry. Once he stepped out of the medical bay, attention on him multiplied. People stared at him with a mix of envy and admiration, but Rex simply ignored them, focusing on the task ahead. He needed to get to the Thunderblades HQ and deal with the payment. Finally outside, he headed straight for the ship. Cleo, I need to head to the Thunderblades HQ, Rex called out, but, well, you know, being 2.5 meters tall doesn't exactly make it easy to blend in. Got any ideas? Cleo popped up suddenly, as if out of nowhere. Unfortunately, no. Once your body adapts to nanomaterials, there's no shrinking back. But while you were recovering in the recharging bay for those 4 days, I did manage to assemble some Aegis Sentinels. Rex raised an eyebrow. Aegis Sentinels? What's that? And where are they? I want to see them. Cleo pulled up a screen, showing detailed specs and images of the Aegis Sentinels. Rex let out a low whistle. Damn, those things look like they could pack a punch. Were they the elite soldiers of your race? He asked, studying the data. Cleo shook her head. Negative. They're the basic infantry unit. With the equipment I have right now, that's all I can manage. But if you get enough credits, you can build a larger assembly factory, and we can produce more advanced units. Got it. Noted, Rex said. So where are these Sentinels now? I sent them out to hunt some local wildlife to test their combat capabilities. Everything's performing well so far. I called them back a few minutes ago, so they should be here soon. All right then, Rex nodded. Guess I'll wait. In the meantime, I need to grab something to eat. He paused, suddenly realizing how quiet Wise had been. He looked at her, still perched on his arm. That reminds me, Wise, what do you eat? Wise tilted her head and tapped her lips with her finger, thinking for a moment. I can eat anything. From minerals to metals to organic materia. I'm not picky at all, she said with a playful grin. Rex smirked. Perfect. Then I'm going to treat you to the best chips you've ever had. He headed over to the food containers and set Wise down gently on top of one. She sat there, swinging her legs, while Rex rummaged through the containers until he found what he was looking for. Triumphantly, he pulled out a bag of chips. Found them, he said with a grin, holding up the bag. Get ready to be amazed. The bag of chips he pulled out had extra spicy, written in bold across the front. He tore it open, grabbed one, and handed the bag to Wise with a playful grin. He was waiting, eager to see how she'd react. So, how was it? Rex asked, already picturing her face scrunching up from the heat. But, to his surprise, nothing. No reaction. They're not bad, Wise said casually, like it was no big deal. I once drank some highly poisonous water on another planet that made my tongue feel kind of tingly, sort of like these chips. Are they toxic too? She looked at him with an innocent expression. Rex sighed, shaking his head. No, they're not dangerous, they're just spicy. I was really hoping for some kind of reaction, but you're way tougher than I thought. Wise tilted her head slightly, her eyes curious. Do you want me to make faces? I can, if that's what you're looking for. Rex laughed and waved it off. Nah, that's not the point. Forget it. Just enjoy the chips while I heat up some food. He rummaged through the supplies and pulled out 2 instant meal boxes. Ready to eat lunches, he muttered. All you gotta do is pull this cord, and they heat up on their own. The boxes were a common staple on long journeys, able to stay good for 5 years thanks to some high-tech packaging. They were popular in new colonies and used in military rations, all thanks to one of those massive megacorporations that seemed to control everything related to it. As they were eating, Rex's communicator buzzed. It was Cleo. Rex, they've arrived. They're just outside the ship. Rex glanced down at the half-finished meal in his hand. It was his 5th one. Ever since his body size increased, so had his appetite. With a sigh, he stood up, stepping out of the ship to finally face the Aegis Sentinels. And there they were. When he saw them, the first thing that caught his attention was their color. They were mostly white with golden accessories. The humanoid robots stood at 1.85 meters tall, with heavily plated armor and energy shields that projected in front of them. They were also equipped with energy shield projectors, heavy plasma rifles, and integrated drone swarms for area defense. So, Cleo, why is the color, well, so bright? Don't they need to be, I don't know, more discreet? Rex asked, pointing at the Aegis Sentinels. It's the color normally used for the royal family of my race. Also, it doesn't really matter. Planetary wars are always on a large scale. There's no point in hiding when artillery will just blow you to pieces or when smaller ships bombard you from the atmosphere. But still, wouldn't it be better if we, I don't know, hid them somehow, so the artillery and smaller ships wouldn't target them? Rex asked, frowning slightly. Cleo summoned multiple screens, each displaying video footage. I understand what you're trying to say, but here are some records of conquest battles I was part of ages ago. Rex watched as entire legions of Kael'zar troops of different colors fought against an unknown alien race. The might of the Kael'zar was overwhelming. Hundreds of thousands of Aegis Sentinels, in a variety of colors, moved with such agility and speed that it seemed like a nightmare to face them. However, even the Aegis Sentinels were dwarfed by the other colossal units in their army. The firepower displayed in the footage was on a scale that Rex had never seen, and he'd seen plenty of battles thanks to the intergalactic news. Just as Rex thought the Kael'zar forces would win easily, a rain of artillery fire began raining down on them. Thousands of the smaller Kael'zar units were destroyed, but the larger ones sustained almost no damage. Soon after, small space fighters attempted to take down the massive Kael'zar units, only to be effortlessly destroyed. The video ended, and Cleo turned to Rex. As you can see, planetary wars are pure chaos. Even if you wanted to camouflage your troops, it wouldn't help unless they were covert ops units. There are other units, led by another princess, for that kind of work. Rex put his hand on his chin, thinking. Then what's the point of using ground units to take over a planet? Won't it be better to destroy everything from space with the bigger ship weapons? That would be better if your goal is to destroy a world, not conquer it. Planetary wars are fought to take control of a planet for later use. They're the most common type of conflict because once you conquer the planet, all of its resources and local inhabitants become yours. I see. So the color is mainly to identify which force is attacking, Rex said, nodding to himself. Cleo nodded back. Exactly, it's mostly for identification. Wait, we got off track, Rex said, shaking his head. Let's get back to the original task. How can we use the Aegis Sentinels to collect our credits? Cleo smiled. Well, while the Aegis Sentinels are primarily used for war, they're still a form of AI with limited intelligence. They can handle various tasks without any issues. Go ahead, try giving them a command. Order them. I can do that, Rex asked, surprised. Affirmative. You have the same authority to command them as I do. Oh, sweet. Let me think. You three over there, I want you all to head to the Thunderblades HQ and tell their leader, Talon, to pay up the credits he owes us. If he doesn't, you're free to take down their headquarters, Rex said, standing firmly in front of the Aegis Sentinels. Understood. We will proceed to resupply and depart as soon as we are ready, replied the Aegis Sentinel at the front. With that, the robots moved towards some cargo drones waiting just outside the ship. Rex watched in amazement as they recharged their weapons and swapped out their energy batteries, all by themselves. Once they were ready, the Sentinels took off at an incredible speed, heading toward the city, leaving Rex standing there, wide-eyed. He then turned to Cleo, still processing what just happened. Cleo, is this really going to be okay? And now that I think about it, how are they going to get past the guard checkpoints? Rex asked, shifting nervously from foot to foot. There's no need to worry, Rex. I already added the signal of the Aegis Sentinels to the system so they'll be identified as rank 4 individuals. As you know, those are usually troops under the nobles, so the guards won't even bother stopping them, let alone questioning them. Well, I didn't actually know that, but now I do. Thanks, Cleo. With that, Rex went back to take his seat at the table where he had been eating with Wise, only to find she wasn't there anymore. Cleo, have you seen where Wise went? Negative. My sensors don't detect anything within 2 kilometers. Something clicked in Rex's mind. Wait, don't tell me she. Meanwhile, after 3 hours of non-stop running, the Aegis Sentinels had already reached the city gates. They were immediately stopped by the city guards, who quickly raised their weapons at the heavily armed robots. Stop. Identify yourselves. The leader of the guards shouted. Lower your weapons, right now. Another guard ordered. The Aegis Sentinels analyzed the situation, recognizing the guards' weapons as potential threats. They were about to raise their own guns in response when suddenly another guard came sprinting out from inside the city. Sir, hold on, stop, the new arrival yelled, completely out of breath. Once he reached the group, he bent over, panting heavily, trying to catch his breath. Sir, there, rank 4. He managed to say between gasps. At those words, all the guards' eyes widened in shock. They quickly lowered their weapons, their expressions shifting from suspicion to fear. The leader of the guards, who had been barking orders just moments before, now looked pale. Let them pass. Clear the way, he ordered, his voice trembling slightly. The guards quickly made way, allowing the Aegis Sentinels to continue without further incident. The Sentinels entered the city and headed straight for the Thunderblades headquarters, maintaining their relentless pace. As they disappeared from view, one of the younger guards approached the leader, his brow furrowed in confusion. Sir, what exactly is a rank 4? I've never seen one before. It's normal that you don't know about them, the leader replied, his voice low. You're new here, but let me give you some advice. Never cross them. They're veteran troops under the orders of the nobles. If we mess with them, we're as good as dead. Inside the Thunderblades HQ, it was just another day. The mercenaries were drinking in the tavern inside the building, while a screen near the secretary displayed a variety of jobs available for them to take on. None of them had any idea what was about to happen. Just outside the main door, the three Aegis sentinels were deploying small signal jamming drones to cover the entire building. Once the building was fully covered, the sentinels stepped inside. The moment they entered, the eyes of the mercenaries in the tavern locked onto them. "We solicit the presence of the individual known as Talos," said the Aegis sentinel in the middle, its voice calm and mechanical. Just as they had with Rex, the mercenaries jumped to their feet, quickly pointing all kinds of weapons at the sentinels. The neutral situation has escalated to preventive aggression. Initiating defensive protocol, the Aegis announced. Their hands transformed into weapons, guns now aimed directly at the mercenaries. The plasma shots were already charged, primed, and ready to fire at a moment's notice. As the tension in the room grew unbearable, a small giggle echoed from above the Aegis sentinels. Instantly, they shifted their guns toward the ceiling, scanning for the source of the sound but seeing nothing. "I suggest you all lower your weapons, or I'll have to deal with you myself. And I'd rather not break my husband's toys," said a voice that was cute and childlike yet somehow authoritative. From the direction the Aegis were pointing, a glowing green light began to form. A figure emerged, slowly materializing into a breathtakingly beautiful woman. She floated gently down, and the mercenaries could only stare in awe. The Aegis were the first to respond. "Identity confirmed. Changing target status to neutral," one of the sentinels stated. However, the words seemed to annoy the woman, who was now pouting at them. "What do you mean neutral? I'm the wife of your leader. I should be marked as an ally, not neutral," she protested. The Aegis sentinels began processing the information, scanning through their databases for any records. "Negative. There is no information verifying your status as the wife of the Kael'zar Emperor. The only registered spouse is Empress Cleo." What? Wise stammered, her expression a mix of shock and disbelief. While Wise was busy arguing with the Aegis sentinels, the elevator doors opened, and one of the girls from Talon stepped out. "Gentlemen, please put your weapons down. The leader has requested the guest come to his office." As soon as she said that, the Thunderblade's mercs lowered their weapons, though they kept a close eye on the Aegis and Wise, ready to fire at any moment if something went wrong. "Hey, I can go alone. We don't need those toys over there coming along," Wise said, floating toward the elevator and pointing at the Aegis sentinels. "Negative, we have our orders from the Emperor. We won't let a princess of another race interfere in our mission." "Step aside," one of the Aegis sentinels said, walking toward the elevator. In the end, they all crammed into the elevator, still arguing with each other. The poor girl from Talon had to endure their bickering all the way to the top floor. When the doors finally opened, Wise was the first to step out, followed closely by the Aegis sentinels. Wise glanced around, taking in the surroundings, while the Aegis sentinels stood still, waiting for their target to appear. It didn't take long before Talon emerged from his room. "Welcome, my guests. To what do I owe the honor of your presence?" Talon said, spreading his arms wide. One of the Aegis sentinels stepped forward, stopping a few meters from Talon and projecting a screen in front of him. "Establishing contact with the Empress. Please stand by." In a matter of seconds, Cleo appeared on the screen. Talon was stunned. He had never seen someone so beautiful, especially with such exotic white wings. With a lustful grin, Talon gave a small bow. Well, who do we have here? What could such a beautiful lady want from someone like me?" Cleo's face showed clear disgust, while Wise couldn't hold back a mocking laugh. Ignoring them both, Cleo began to speak. "Greetings, Talon, leader of the Thunderblade's mercs. A few days ago, one of my agents accepted a mission from you. The one about eradicating a local bug hive." Talon hesitated at first, not remembering any mission like that. Then it hit him, the noble with the white wings, just like the woman on the screen. A cold sweat ran down his forehead. Stumbling over his words, he replied, "I don't recall giving out any mission like that. Are you sure it was with me, dear noble?" Now that Talon realized who he was speaking with, he became submissive. This wasn't just any noble on the screen. If anyone could command nobles, it would be someone of a higher rank or even a direct descendant of a CEO from one of the megacorps. That was far worse than dealing with an ordinary noble. Without losing her composure, Cleo signaled to one of the Aegis Sentinels, who brought up another screen. So, you're saying you don't know him? The new screen showed footage of a match between Talon and Rex, leaving Talon speechless as his mouth opened and closed without a sound. I already know it was you who gave that mission to my agent, a mission with a $100,000 credit reward. But that bug hive was definitely not something worth only $100,000, so I'll ask you, dear Talon, who told you to give that mission to my agent? Talon was already trembling in fear, but he couldn't do what he had been trying to do. Wait, I remember now, so he was your agent, yes. I just gave him some of the missions clients send me, the ones that have good pay. Yeah, that's what I did, yes. It seems you'll feign ignorance to the end, then. Let me show you something to refresh your memory. The screen that had been showing the match between Talon and Rex changed to a chat window, revealing a conversation between Talon and someone from Nexum Dynamics. The conversation detailed a bounty for Carlos and Rex for eliminating a covert operative of the company. They were offering 1 million credits for their heads. It seemed that the captain of the covert operatives had sent a recording of their fight before dying. As soon as he saw this, Talon collapsed to his knees, his expression completely blank. It's over, it's over, it's over, he murmured over and over. Well then, I'll be taking all the credits from your organization. From this day on, Thunderblades no longer exists. Since the Aegis Sentinels had arrived at the Thunderblades HQ, Cleo had been hacking their systems. It only took her a few seconds to bypass all the security and drain all the credits. Since the Thunderblades were a military organization, their credits were typically kept at their headquarters and not spread across the galactic banks, so the risk of being caught was close to none. Now then, Chrysari Princess, I know you didn't get enough food from that meal with Rex, so you can go ahead and eat dear Talon here. Ha, don't you think there's food I wouldn't want to eat? Wise said, moving closer to the screen where Cleo was. But well, it's true that I'm still hungry, so I won't argue with you. She began floating toward Talon, who was still on his knees, and a moment later, she started morphing into her original Chrysari Princess form, larger and taller even than Rex. She barely had enough space in Talon's office to transform, and once the change was complete, the only sounds left were the screams of Talon and his girls as a massive shadow consumed them. Sigh, that girl. I told her she could only eat Talon. Well, our mission was to eradicate all of them anyway, so that's fine. Aegis Sentinels, exterminate everyone in the building and return once the task is done. With that, she ended the communication. The Aegis Sentinels activated their plasma cannons once more and moved toward the elevator. Once inside, they split up. One disembarked on the 9th floor, another on the 5th floor, and the last on the ground floor. When the elevator doors opened, none of the mercs in the tavern were ready for what was coming. The Aegis Sentinel stepped out and, without hesitation, aimed its cannons at the mercs and opened fire. The plasma shots tore through the mercs quickly, though some managed to take cover in time. A few returned fire, but it was useless. All the bullets were blocked by the energy shield surrounding the Aegis unit. Seeing the enemies taking cover, the Aegis unit deployed small drones from its back. These drones had something like a ball attached to them, and once they locked onto a target, a laser beam shot out. Now, the mercs had nowhere to hide, and within seconds it was all over. No one was spared. It was a complete massacre, carried out by the cold, unfeeling hands of machines. Once the task was done, the Aegis unit stood by, its plasma cannons still charged and ready to fire at any moment. As it waited, another Aegis unit emerged from the elevator, and after a few more minutes, the last one came out as well. All of them were undamaged. The last Aegis unit to step out was covered in blood of various colors and some organic material. It looked like the mercs in their rooms had tried to fight it in melee combat, only to end up painting the unit with their blood. After a few more minutes, Wise finally appeared. She had returned to her humanoid form and was carrying something in her arms. Since the Aegis units had orders to wait for her and bring her back once the mission was complete, they remained in the area. As soon as they spotted her, one of the Aegis units walked toward her and said, "Chrysari Princess, our Empress told us to give you a message for the Emperor. Return now and stop playing." Hee hee, so my husband misses me already. Okay, let's go. Lead the way, Conhead, she said, floating happily toward the exit. Once everyone was out, the Aegis units recalled their jamming drones and moved toward the exit, running at incredible speed. They took the slum route to avoid drawing too much attention and causing further problems. When they reached the city entrance, the guards let them pass without question, though a few stole glances at the Aegis units still covered in blood. None of them dared to say anything. Several hours later, they finally arrived at the underground city. The Aegis units went straight to the ship to resupply as their batteries were nearly depleted. Meanwhile, Wise deactivated her invisible mode and began searching for Rex, only to be stopped by Cleo. Where do you think you're going with an unidentified creature? Cleo asked, eyeing the object in Ys's arms. Wise stopped and looked down at the egg she was carrying. Oh, this. Hee hee, don't worry. I know what it is, so it's not an unidentified creature. She then showed the egg to Cleo. This is an elfie egg, she exclaimed, holding it up proudly, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Despite hearing Wise say the name of the creature it came from, she still didn't know what it was. So, why did you bring that egg here? Cleo asked, raising an eyebrow. Wise smirked at the question. Hee hee hee, so even you don't know. Let me tell you what you can use it for. You give it to males, and they'll have enough reproductive power to make a swarm. Wise spun around happily as she explained. What? Who said you could do that with Rex? Cleo blurted out. Wise stopped spinning, hugging the egg tightly, deep in thought for a moment before answering. My mom did. She was the one who told me to pick this egg and give it to my husband. Cleo's suspicions deepened, and now she was sure. What mom? Do you mean the Queen of the Chrysari? You can communicate with her. Of course I can. We share a sanguine bond. That lets us communicate no matter where we are, she declared, standing proudly. Then, that means you can talk to the Chrysari Queen anytime you want. Of course I can. Anyway, enough questions. Where is Rex? She asked, searching the cargo bay of the ship. He's resting in the charging bay. I'd recommend not disturbing him while he recharges. He needs his energy. Fine, but you'll have to help me make him eat this egg when he wakes up. Cleo, knowing the egg wasn't going to harm Rex, reluctantly agreed. The night passed, and Rex finally woke up from his sleep. As he stepped out of the charging tank, Cleo materialized in the room. Morning, Rex. He was caught off guard since she had never done that before. Morning to you too, Cleo. Did something happen while I was sleeping? Or why are you greeting me like humans do? He asked, giving her a suspicious look. Nothing much, she replied. I spent the night reviewing records about humans. Oddly enough, it was hard to find much information on them, but the most common theme I found was that they were considered a failed civilization. I don't know much about humans, honestly. The only other humans I know apart from me and Carlos were the other slaves. So why did they call us a failed civilization? Rex asked, his curiosity piqued. Well, according to some records, humans had a government system where power was spread among many people. That made it difficult for them to act quickly unless everyone agreed on something. This was supposedly why their technological advancement stagnated. And in the end, when another race invaded their home planet, some humans welcomed them, making the invasion easier. Since the human race was divided into many nations, there wasn't any unity. They were an easy target. Rex sighed as he finished getting dressed. Well, at least tell me that the ones who conquered my race were some kind of superpower. Cleo shook her head and brought up a screen with the information. According to the intergalactic database, the ones who conquered your world were just slavers of the lowest level. Rex sighed. Seems like it's not just me who's unlucky, it's the whole human race. But let's drop this topic. No use crying over spilled milk. How did the talk with Talon go? He asked, stepping out of the recharge bay and making his way to the ship's cockpit. Once inside, Cleo pulled up the big screen, displaying all the info she had on Talon and his dealings with Nexum Dynamics. And this is why I ordered the Aegis Sentinels to eliminate the Thunderblades, she explained. If this had happened before the massacre at the Bug Cave, Rex might have made a fuss about Cleo's actions. But now, it felt like something that had to be done, not because he felt bad for those who died, but because it seemed wasteful. Rex gave a bitter smile, realizing how much he had lost his empathy toward anyone who wasn't close to him. The only death that weighed on him from the massacre was Mara's, and that was just because he talked to her more than the others. Well, at least that's settled. Did we get paid? Not exactly, Cleo replied, but I hacked their HQ bank account and took all their credits, 8.5 million in total. She pulled up a screen showing their current balance, with income and expenses detailed. Well, that's something. Go ahead and order the cybernetic arms for Carlos. We need him back in action, especially now that we know Nexum Dynamics put a price on our heads. It's only a matter of time before more mercenaries and bounty hunters come after us. Understood. I'll find the right arms based on Carlos' description. Good. Also, increase the number of mining drones. I want to speed up the underground city excavation. By the way, how much will it cost to repair the ship and buy an assembly line? A normal assembly line will cost around 5 million credits, and the ship repairs will run as 20,000 credits, Cleo answered. Then, with a more serious expression, she added, but can I make another recommendation for the ship? Sure. Go ahead, Rex said. It's better to upgrade the ship rather than just repair it. There's a good shipyard on this planet, and the materials are available in the nearby city. Cleo summoned several screens, showing Rex the necessary parts and blueprints for the upgrade. Looks good. What's the price? Rex asked, scrolling through the details on the screens. 1.5 million credits, Cleo replied. Alright, that still leaves us with some credits. Got any ideas on how to spend the rest? Yes, Cleo said. I plan to assemble more Aegis Sentinels so we're ready for anything. I'd also recommend investing in some defensive equipment for the underground city. That's smart. By the way, where's the Megacorp's fleet right now? Rex asked as he sat down, noticing that the seat had been adjusted perfectly for his new size. The combined fleet of the Megacorps is currently in the residential world of Cater. After about a week of traveling through wormholes, they'll arrive at this planet. Cleo brought up the fleet's location on one of the screens, displaying a map. Any news on the hive minds' movements? Rex asked, looking over the information Cleo had sent to him. None so far. They're still staying on the planet Hanerix with no signs of further activity. How long do you think it'll take for the Megacorp's fleet to start hiring mercenaries to fight against them? From what I recall, it'll only happen after both sides agree to fight over the planet without using their fleets for bombardment. They both want the planet's resources, so that's when mercenaries will be hired to fight on the surface. That's an interesting way of doing things, Rex said, raising an eyebrow. I thought the fleets would be blasting each other while troops fought on the ground. Cleo shook her head. You're misunderstanding a bit, Rex. The fleets will still fight each other, but they won't bomb the planet directly. The battle ends when one fleet is destroyed and their forces on the ground are wiped out. Oh, okay, that makes more sense, Rex nodded. Then a thought crossed his mind. Do you think we'll run into any problems if we join the war against the hive minds with Wise tagging along? Cleo didn't answer right away but instead glanced up at something above Rex. Why don't you ask her yourself? She said. Rex blinked in confusion, and just then, a soft, greenish light appeared. It materialized in front of him, pouting. What? How did you know I was there? She asked, clearly frustrated. Rex, surprised, hadn't even noticed her presence. Cleo, meanwhile, ignored Wise and turned away, feigning disinterest. HMPH. Wise huffed, climbing onto Rex's lap and making herself comfortable. To answer my husband's question, she said, settling against his chest, there won't be a problem. The hive mind on Hanerix belongs to one of my aunts, not my mother. And what's the difference? Rex asked, raising an eyebrow. Well, Wise explained, my mom and her sisters fight over territory all the time. It's pretty normal for other princesses, like me, to fight in wars that the queens are involved in. So, there won't be an issue if we join. So we're clear to jump into the war. Rex asked again, just to be sure. Yes, no problem. But I'll need to let my aunt know we're participating. That's the rule. She'll probably send her champions to fight us too, since that's how we princesses train. Wise grinned, clearly excited at the thought. That's an interesting way to train, Rex said, patting her on the head. She closed her eyes, enjoying the moment. As Rex continued to absent-mindedly stroke her hair, a random question popped into his mind. You mentioned once that you were around 300 years old. Have you had any other partners before me? Wise hesitated, her expression suddenly shifting. Well, the thing is, you're my one and only partner. I know you keep thinking we were like bugs, that our queens give birth to all the swarms, but I've already told you we don't. Our race only gets one partner for life, and if the partner dies, we won't get anyone else. That's why we choose our partner based on two things: how strong they are and their potential. The stronger they are, the longer they live. She paused, looking at Rex's face. While you're not exactly strong, your potential is one of the greatest I've seen among all the partners my mom has introduced to me. That's why I made the pact right away. And how do you know about my potential? Rex asked. Well, with your blood, I can get all the info I need from your genetic code. Wise paused. But it's weird. The first time I got some of your blood, you already had great potential. But after I helped you in the cave, your potential increased. I wonder why. She looked at Rex and put her finger to her lips, making a cute face before Rex answered. Well, don't ask me. A few weeks ago, I was just a normal office worker. I'm still kind of new to all this stuff about wars, genetics, potential, and all that complicated stuff. But I know someone who might know something about it. Rex looked over at Cleo. Right. Cleo sighed, clearly not thrilled about having to explain things to a Chrysari. It's because of the nanomaterial you consumed. Remember how I told you before that my race can grow really tall? Oh yeah, I remember you said something like that, Rex nodded. Well, it's not just about getting taller. Your whole body changes to adapt to the new material inside it, improving all its functions and performance. But you're still not at the peak of your strength yet. Does that mean I can get stronger and bigger? Rex asked, obviously excited. In theory, yes. But I don't know for sure since I don't have any data on a hybrid between an organic life form and a Kael'zar. She paused, trying to find a way to explain. As you already know, you became half Kael'zar thanks to the living metal that fused with your dying body, which was already weak and didn't resist the change. So I'm not sure if your body will resist further upgrades. That's something I'm still researching. Rex was quiet, thinking about something while Cleo continued. Well, there's no point rushing into improving my genetics or whatever. The most important thing right now is how we can join the war against the hive mind, Rex said, looking at the screens. That's not a problem, Rex. You and Carlos are registered as rank B mercenaries. You'll get the invitation to join the war sooner or later. So that's how it works. How much time do we have before we can join? Cleo summoned some screens and did a quick search before answering. According to military experts around the network, we have about 5 to 6 months before we'll be able to join. Is that enough time to assemble several Aegis Sentinels and upgrade the ship? Yes. Once the ship is upgraded, we could carry at least 100 Aegis units with us to join the war. More than that, though, would be impossible to support with our current energy and ammunition supplies, Cleo said, showing Rex some screens with more detailed information about what he'd asked. Okay then. Over the next few months, buy the assembly machines we need and install them somewhere in the underground city. Start building Aegis units. I'll be doing missions on the planet to earn extra credits, and once Carlos is ready, send him on missions too. Understood. And what about the Chrysari princess? Cleo asked, glancing at Wise. I'll take her with me on the missions. I don't want to leave you two alone together. I'm worried about what could happen. Alright, let's get to it. And just like that, a month flew by. Rex had been working hard, taking on mercenary missions all over the planet with Wise. Once Carlos got his new arms, he started doing missions as well. Thanks to Cleo collecting all the contact info from the Thunderblades, they never ran out of contracts. The construction of the underground city also made great progress, thanks to an increased number of mining drones and the newly developed construction bots that Cleo was able to produce with the new assembly machinery. Meanwhile, there was finally an update on the status of the incoming war. Less than welcome to intergalactic news. The long wait is finally over. The war in Sector X-33 over the planet Hanarix between the hive minds and the combined fleets of the megacorps stationed in the sector is about to begin. We'll be live streaming the battle since we've been granted permission to accompany the fleet. Greater than. The news channel showed the combined fleets of the megacorps beginning to move, opening wormholes all around the empty space before disappearing into them in an instant. Less than we're now entering the wormhole opened by the megacorp destroyer. We'll lose signal for a few minutes until we arrive in the zone where the fleet will regroup for battle. Stay tuned. Greater than. As soon as the intergalactic news ship entered the wormhole, the signal was lost. Those eager to watch the battle, almost like it was a sporting event, waited without budging. Some even went to grab snacks, preparing for the spectacle to come. When the signal finally returned, the scene on the screen was pure chaos. The first medium-sized ships to arrive were already heavily damaged or reduced to smoldering debris, burning in green fire from the hive minds, bioplasma weapons. The ones responsible for the chaos were 8 massive hive mind ships. The news channel quickly identified them. They were brood-class carriers, colossal hive-like structures with hexagonal honeycomb hangar bays spread across their bodies. Their exoskeletons were a bone-like structure with pulsating organic sections, resembling a living hive. As usual, the hive minds had the numbers on their side, and it was already clear in this battle. Thousands of smaller ships, all in various shapes, were pouring out of the brood-class carriers' honeycomb hangars, attacking the megacorps ships relentlessly. It wasn't until the larger, heavily armed ships of the megacorps emerged from the wormholes, sending their own fighters to engage the hive mind forces, that the situation finally stabilized enough for the fleet to regroup. Ha, they took too long to respond. The commander must be a kid, the hive mind queen laughed, watching the battle unfold on her screen. Once she saw the balance tipping in favor of the megacorp fleet, she called back the brood-class carriers. The moment they received her command, the carriers performed a warp jump, quickly retreating toward hive mind territory. Although the hive mind ships appeared to be made of metal, they were actually enormous living organisms. This was what made the hive mind fleets so dangerous, since they could move on their own without waiting for orders like conventional fleets. Hoo-hoo, the information my niece gave me was quite useful. I'll have to prepare a huge gift for her when she arrives on this beautiful battlefield. The Queen of the Hive was thoroughly enjoying the intelligence Wise had provided her through telepathy regarding the megacorps fleet movements. A few hours later, the fleets were just kilometers apart, ready to begin their initial bombardments. This was how space battles usually started. Each side would bombard the other from a distance while gradually closing the gap. And so it began. The hive mind fleet fired first. The space was suddenly lit up with the eerie green glow of bioplasma rounds launched from the hive mind's long-range cannons. In response, the megacorps ships unleashed their own barrage, an array of colorful projectiles and laser beams aimed at the hive fleet. A few minutes passed after the first volley of long-range artillery from both sides. While bioplasma rounds were some of the most powerful weapons around, they were also slow-moving, so the first to endure the rain of fire was the hive mind fleet. The hive mind ships, though highly maneuverable with regenerative hulls, lacked energy shields. This left them vulnerable to the megacorps' long-range artillery. When the megacorps' lasers pierced their organic hulls, the hive mind ships let out a deep, resonant sound of pain as they took the hits. Explosive-based projectiles, however, didn't cause much damage to the hive mind ships. Meanwhile, on the megacorp side, the bioplasma rounds finally struck their ships. The larger vessels managed to withstand the blasts with their energy shields, but the medium-sized ships weren't as fortunate. They were obliterated upon impact, torn apart by the sheer power of the bioplasma. The fleets continued exchanging fire as they drew closer. When the distance between them narrowed to just 5 kilometers, the fighters from both sides began launching from their hangars, swarming toward the enemy fleets. 4.5 kilometers, 3 kilometers. 2.5 kilometers, 1 kilometer. The battle was about to enter its most brutal phase. Once the fighters from both sides closed in, the darkness of space lit up with countless flashes of color. Chaos erupted as the ships tangled together in a fierce, uncontrolled melee. Squad leaders from the Megacorp's fleets shouted frantically into their comms, trying to keep their pilots in formation, but it was no use. Team Bravo, stay on me. Follow me, don't get separated. Sir, help. I can't hold Ida, it's on my ship. I don't want to die. Ah. The communications were flooded with panicked screams from the Megacorp's fighters. The relentless assault from the hive mind forces had broken their ranks. Unlike the scattered Megacorp's units, the hive mind fighters moved in perfect unison, following the will of their queen without hesitation, even when it meant certain death. HMPH. These bugs think they're superior just because we're losing a few of our weaker units, sneered the supreme commander of the fleet. All captains of medium-sized vessels, listen up. Start your warp jumps. Go and support our fighters. He barked. In an instant, countless medium-sized ships initiated warp jumps, appearing suddenly in the heart of the battle. As soon as they arrived, they opened fire in every direction, launching missiles and spraying laser fire into the swarming hive mind fighters. Ha! How adorable! They're finally thinking, the hive queen chuckled. Let's show them what real coordination looks like. She raised her hand, pointing forward, and in a flash, her medium-sized vessels executed warp jumps of their own, diving straight into the fight. The arrival of the hive mind's reinforcements tilted the scales. Their fleet quickly gained the upper hand, sending the Megacorp's supreme commander into a fit of rage. Focus all main weapons on the fighters. Wipe them out, all of them. He shouted, fists clenched in frustration. But sir, our own men are still there. We'll lose too many if we fire now. One of his officers protested. Bang! A gunshot echoed through the command bridge. The officer collapsed. Anyone else have an opinion? The supreme commander asked coldly. Silence followed. Good. Relay my orders. Now. With his command issued, the large ships turned their massive guns toward the swarm of fighters and medium vessels. The next moment, blinding explosions filled the battlefield, a deadly mix of beauty and destruction. Many of the hive mind ships were obliterated, but the Megacorps paid a heavy price too, losing an equal number of their own. The battle raged on until the largest ships finally moved in, signaling that the true fight had begun. As they neared the front lines, their turrets and close-range weapons unleashed everything they had. The real war was just getting started. Less than to all the billions of viewers watching this live, we thank you for your continued support of our channel. Unfortunately, we must end our broadcast now. The situation has reached its peak, and it's far too dangerous for our agents to remain on site. But don't worry, as soon as the battle concludes, we'll bring you the final outcome. Greater than. Less than. Stay tuned for our next scheduled program. Greater than. Once the broadcast of the war ended, the intergalactic news network saw its viewership drop back to the usual numbers. Meanwhile, Cleo sat watching the screen with an expression full of anger. Deep down, her rage toward the Chrysari was still raw, as if no time had passed. She had hoped the Megacorp's fleet would wipe the Chrysari out in one swift strike, but it seemed she had set her expectations too high. She hadn't thought they would be so useless at commanding a fleet of that size. It was clear to her that the Hive Queen was toying with them. From her own memories, she knew that the fleet they had just witnessed wasn't even 10% of the hive mind's full power. Trash. All of them. Useless fools. Cleo's voice was sharp with frustration. Is something wrong, Lady Cleo? Asked Amelia, who had been standing quietly behind her. No, it's nothing, Emmy. We've spent enough time here at the shipyard. Let's head to the underground city. I want to check on the assembly factory. As you wish, Lady Cleo, Amelia responded with her usual calm. While Cleo's ship was being upgraded at the private shipyard, she had given Amelia a hologram projector. It allowed her to appear wherever she wanted, as though making a hologram call. She often used it to communicate with the shipyard owner and other business contacts in the city. As they moved, they were escorted by 4 Aegis units, each registered at rank 4. No one dared approach them or cause trouble. And even if anyone tried, the Aegis units were more than enough to deal with any mercenaries or low-life criminals who might think it was a good idea to mess with a pair of cute girls. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, far away from the city, Carlos had joined up with a mercenary team. Their mission was to hunt down a massive, dangerous beast that had been attacking mining facilities in the region. Hey, man, are you sure you can tank that thing? Last guy we sent, he had an exoskeleton suit and ended up, well, let's just say there wasn't much left of him, said one of the mercs beside Carlos, crouching on top of a water tank as they waited for the beast to appear. Yeah, I'm sure. The real question is whether you guys have enough firepower to take it down before I end up like your last guy, Carlos replied with a grin, clearly enjoying the tension. Ha, don't worry, dude, we've got enough rockets here to blow this whole place sky high. The merc patted the back of his suit, which was loaded with anti-armor missiles and rocket launchers. Wait, shish, keep quiet, Carlos whispered suddenly. The beast is here. Slowly, Carlos edged toward the corner of the tank for a better view. His heart pounded as he laid eyes on the creature. It was enormous, towering at least 4 meters tall, bipedal with muscular arms and sharp, spiked ridges running down its back. Its claws were long and vicious. They were the kind you definitely didn't want to feel around your neck. Carlos, clad in the upgraded gray power armor Cleo had given him, was ready. In his right hand, he gripped a massive shockwave hammer. It was usually a two-handed weapon used to breach ship doors during boarding missions. Thanks to his new cybernetic arms, though, Carlos could wield it with just one hand. On his left, he held a shield made from the same material as the Aegis units. It had a small minigun mounted in the center, allowing him to fire while staying protected. Mounted on his shoulders were 2 high-performance shield generators, almost as strong as the energy shields on small fighters. All things considered, Carlos was now practically a walking fortress. The beast growled low in its throat, and the tension in the air thickened. Carlos tightened his grip on the hammer, his pulse steady as the mercs behind him shifted nervously. All right, boys, he said quietly, let's give this thing the fight of its life. As the creature lumbered closer to the water tank, Carlos clenched his jaw, tightened his grip on the hammer, and hit the button to activate its shockwave. The hammer's head hummed to life, vibrating with raw power. Eat this, you ugly bastard! Carlos shouted, swinging with all his might. The hammer connected with a sickening crunch, unleashing a thunderous shockwave that cracked the creature's spiked back. Several of its bony protrusions shattered, and the force was so immense that it sent Carlos flying backward through the air. The creature howled in agony, a deafening roar that shook the ground as it spun around, its massive arms outstretched. Its wild eyes locked onto Carlos, who was still midair from the hammer's recoil. Carlos, thrown into the air by his own attack, quickly raised his shield in front of him. With calm precision, he triggered the minigun mounted in the center. The small barrel spun to life, spraying bullets at the beast as he fell back toward the ground. Just before he hit the surface, the tiny thrusters on his power armor flared to life, slowing his descent and allowing him to land softly, still laying down a barrage of gunfire. The creature roared again, its eyes burning with rage, and in one powerful leap, it launched itself toward Carlos. The ground trembled as it crashed down, trying to crush him beneath its enormous bulk. But it was stopped in its tracks since the energy shield Carlos had activated absorbed the brunt of the impact, flaring brightly as the beast slammed against it. Now, Carlos barked into his helmet's comm. Suddenly, 4 anti-armor missiles screamed through the air, their trails of smoke cutting across the sky. They slammed into the creature's back with devastating force. The explosions rocked the battlefield, hurling the beast through the air like a ragdoll. It hit the ground hard, disappearing into a thick cloud of dust and debris. Did we get it? One of the mercs asked nervously over the comms, his voice shaky with adrenaline. Carlos scanned the dust cloud. I don't know. Too much smoke. Stay alert. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a massive boulder came hurtling out of the smoke, crashing into Carlos and sending him flying again, this time into the side of the mining facility. The impact was brutal. Even with his energy shield, the sheer force knocked the wind out of him, slamming him through a wall of metal and concrete. Groaning, Carlos pushed himself up from the wreckage, shaking off the debris as alarms blared around him. His HUD flickered, and he saw that the creature was charging at him again with terrifying speed. Carlos raised his shield and pulled the trigger, but nothing happened. His eyes darted to the ammo counter on his display, 0. The minigun was out of rounds. Crap, he muttered under his breath. Before he could react, the beast slammed into him once more, its enormous claws raking against his armor. The impact sent them both crashing through the facility, smashing through walls and machinery as they fell, dropping through 6 floors of the industrial complex. The sound of their collision echoed through the vast structure, a deafening crash that rattled every wall and sent tremors through the ground. For a moment, everything went still. The silence was unnerving. When the creature tackled Carlos and leapt from the first floor to the second, they crashed hard onto the ground. Carlos, realizing he had landed on top of the beast, wasted no time. With a fierce roar, he swung his hammer over and over again, sending powerful shockwaves that shattered the concrete beneath them. Just die already, damn beast. As they plummeted through the building, the creature lashed out with its claws, aiming to tear Carlos apart. But to its surprise, Carlos's energy shield flared to life, forming a protective sphere that deflected the beast's attacks. Undeterred, Carlos kept hammering away, his relentless strikes shaking the very foundation of the building. Floor after floor collapsed under the force of the battle until they finally crashed into the last floor with a deafening impact. Ha! I hope, that you're dead, you damn beast, Carlos gasped, his chest heaving with exhaustion. Even though his cybernetic arms could swing the hammer without issue, his stamina was wearing thin. He panted heavily, standing over the creature's lifeless body. His communicator crackled to life. Hey man, are you still with us? Carlos wiped sweat from his brow and grinned. Yeah, I'm alive. But the beast, not so much. He stomped on the creature's body for good measure, but it remained motionless. Damn, you need backup down there. Nah, just call the client. Tell him his pet's done for, and he better send someone to clean up this mess. Carlos jumped down from the wreckage and contacted Cleo to report the mission's completion and ask for another job. Meanwhile, on a different mission, Rex and Wise were hidden high in the trees, their eyes scanning the horizon. Cleo, remind me what we're doing here again. Rex asked, speaking quietly into his communicator. The client is Black Horizon Corporation. They've tasked us with rescuing a researcher along with his artifact, which is rumored to be a powerful EMP weapon. It's located at the Iron Teeth base. They are a criminal gang with enough firepower to be considered a rebel militia. Rex squinted at the ruined city in the distance. So all that city belongs to the Iron Teeth? Affirmative. According to our scout drones, their numbers and firepower are significant, Cleo responded. Rex sighed deeply. Why is it that every mission I take has bad intel? Am I cursed? Never mind. He shook his head and turned to Wise, who was perched on a branch, swinging her legs playfully. Do we know anything more about this EMP weapon? Rex asked, his voice laced with frustration. Negative. The client didn't provide enough details. Typical. Merchants never give the full story. Rex threw a handful of sticks to the ground in annoyance. We'll go with infiltration, he decided, shifting his gaze to Wise, who was watching him with a playful smile. She tilted her head and giggled softly. Something on my face, darling. Well, apart from your beauty. I don't think so, Rex said with a smirk. Anyway, it's your turn to take the lead on this mission. I need you to infiltrate that ruined city and find the EMP weapon. He tossed a holographic screen toward Wise so she could see the target. Since you can turn invisible, it should be easy for you. Once you locate it, disable its energy source. We don't know how powerful it is, and it could be a real problem if they use it against us and the Aegis units we brought. Rex pointed down toward the 50 Aegis Sentinels stationed below, standing silently in perfect formation, awaiting activation. No problem, darling, Wise replied with a playful wink before leaping gracefully from the 6-meter-high tree. She landed on the ground with feline precision. And remember, if you need a distraction, just let me know. I can make it a big one, Rex said through the communicator. But he received no response since Wise was already focused. The moment Wise activated her organic invisibility, she launched herself toward the ruined city with blinding speed. In minutes, she crossed the vast distance to the city's entrance. She slowed to a walk as she entered, confident and unseen, moving as though nothing could stop her. Inside the city, she took in the sight of the Iron Teeth's defenses, fortified zones, scattered sentries, and an array of weaponry. She let out a quiet snort. To her, it was laughable since it was a low-quality weapon. Her Chrysari warriors could sweep through this place in minutes without breaking a sweat. Still, Wise stayed on mission. For hours, she silently scouted every corner of the city, until she finally found the most heavily fortified area. It was swarming with Iron Teeth guards and bristling with weapons. She knew instinctively this was where they kept the EMP weapon. She then searched for alternate entrances, but there were none. The only way in was through a creaky, rusted metal door that screeched like something out of a horror movie. Deciding she needed help, she slipped into a nearby destroyed building and contacted Rex. "Darling, I've found the place where the EMP is most likely stored. I can't get in alone. I'll need a distraction," she said quietly through the communicator. "Understood," Rex replied. "Give me a few minutes, and I'll throw them a party they won't forget." "Okay, darling. Have fun," Wise responded with a soft laugh. Rex jumped down from the tree with practiced ease. Once on the ground, he turned to face the Aegis Sentinels, standing silently in formation. "All right, time to get this party started," he said with a grin. Rex summoned a holographic interface, pressing a glowing button. Instantly, points of light flickered to life across the dormant sentinels. "Imperial Legion, prepare for war," Rex commanded, his voice echoing through the clearing. The golden markings on the Aegis units ignited with a fiery glow, and the sentinels began to rise. In mere moments, they were all standing, their towering forms lined up, ready for battle. Rex always relished this moment, the sensation of commanding an unstoppable force, even if his army was small for now. That detail didn't matter to him. He turned, eyes locked on the ruined city in the distance. Lifting his hand, pointing toward the horizon, he spoke with calm authority. "Advance." The Aegis Sentinels began their march forward, a tide of power and precision, ready to bring war to the Iron Teeth. After several minutes of sprinting at top speed, the Imperial Legion finally reached the outskirts of the ruined city, its crumbling walls looming in the distance. 15 of you, flank to the left. The other 15, take the right. Scale the walls and prepare to attack when the signal drops. The rest of you, front line, full assault. Advance. Rex commanded, his voice brimming with authority. Immediately, the 20 Aegis units charged toward the main city entrance. The guards, taken by surprise, barely had time to react before plasma shots from the advancing sentinels tore through their defenses. The Aegis units stormed into the city, relentlessly firing at anything that moved. "We're under attack." A panicked shout rang out. "Sound the alarm," another voice bellowed. "Bring out the heavy machine guns. Don't let them push any farther," ordered one of the Iron Teeth leaders in charge of defending the zone. Within moments, alarms wailed throughout the city. The ground shook as gunfire erupted, echoing through the ruined streets. Screams of agony filled the air as plasma bolts hit their marks, scorching armor and flesh alike. The Iron Teeth's stationary machine guns unleashed their deadly barrage, hammering the Aegis units, energy shields with a hailstorm of bullets and crimson laser fire. Squad under heavy fire of hostile forces. Releasing combat drones. One of the Aegis units spoke with a cold, mechanical tone. In the next instant, a swarm of combat drones launched from its back, their laser spherical guns spinning to life. They darted through the air, targeting enemies with ruthless precision, cutting them down as they tried to regroup. Meanwhile, the Aegis units that had escaladed the walls had positioned themselves at the top, gaining the high ground. From their elevated vantage points, they opened fire, raining plasma down upon the entrenched Iron Teeth machine gunners, silencing their deadly barrage one by one. Back at the safe house where the EMP weapon was hidden, the heavy metal door creaked open, and a towering quadrupedal figure emerged, clad in a crude, bulky version of power armor. Behind him followed 12 others, all clad in equally cheap suits of armor, each varying in size and shape. Report. What's going on out there? The quadruped barked, his voice laced with irritation. Sir, unidentified enemies have breached the city. They're heavily armed, and our weapons are barely scratching them. A soldier replied, his voice shaky through the communicator. Sir, they seem to be robots. Another voice chimed in. Robots? Huh. The leader's voice darkened. Fine. Tell the new guy to prep his weapon, just in case. I'll deal with these invaders myself together with my 12 teeth. The quadruped snarled, his four-legged frame clanking as he moved. He gave a few more orders to the remaining guards before heading out toward the war zone, taking a large contingent of soldiers with him to reinforce the front lines. From her vantage point on a nearby rooftop, Wise watched the scene unfold, her lips curling into a sly smile. Is he an idiot? Well, that makes my job easier, she whispered to herself. As the guards thinned out and what looked like the strongest force in the area had left to engage Rex's assault, she was ready to strike. Still invisible, Wise silently flew to the warehouse roof. Once there, she observed the guards, studying their patrol patterns and routes. Every move, every breath they took, she memorized. Then, with a predator's calm, she began her hunt. Her strategy was simple and lethal. From the shadows, she would strike from behind, her sharp claws piercing clean through her target's skull, silencing them instantly. She ripped the life from them so swiftly that not a sound escaped. Her living armor consumed whatever remained, making sure no trace of the kill was left behind. After dispatching the last guard, Wise looked down at her claw, still slick with black blood and remnants of organic matter. Not as fun as I expected, she mused, her voice carrying a playful, almost disappointed tone. Oh well, let's see what this EMP thing my darling wanted looks like. With a series of small, joyful hops, she made her way toward the warehouse's heavy metal door, humming to herself as if she hadn't just orchestrated a quiet massacre. Meanwhile, Rex's distraction worked a little too well. Even the leader of the Iron Teeth and his 12 minions had joined the skirmish, charging in like a storm, sending the Aegis units flying. Fortunately, the energy shields held, and there wasn't too much damage. I am Kyrus, leader of the Iron Teeth. Face me, if you dare, bellowed the quadrupedal figure, clearly enjoying the theatrics. Rex, shaking his head, sighed. Is this guy serious? What year does he think it is? Who shouts out their location and demands a duel these days? He straightened up, his voice calm but filled with obvious disappointment. All units, focus fire on that big idiot. Without hesitation, the Aegis units opened fire. A storm of golden plasma bullets rained down on Kyrus. The would-be warrior yelped in outrage, trying to dodge, but there were just too many shots coming his way. You coward! Where's your honor? Kyrus roared, struggling to evade the relentless plasma fire. It wasn't long before his energy shield fizzled out, leaving him wide open. His armor, clearly not designed to handle plasma, failed instantly as one of his legs was blown off. What are you all doing? Get me out of here! Kyrus barked in desperation, ordering his lackeys to shield him and cover his escape. They scrambled to obey, buying just enough time to retreat out of the firing range. Rex stood there, speechless for a moment. This guy, he was talking about honor. Guess honor doesn't mean much these days. He tapped the communicator on his neck. Wise, how's it going on your end? You find the EMP weapon and the researcher? A cheerful voice crackled back. Darling, yes, I found what you wanted. The weapon's powered down. But about the researcher, well, we've got a bit of a problem. Rex raised an eyebrow. What kind of problem? Did you kill him? What? No, I didn't kill him. Why would you think that? Rex chuckled. Well, the last mission was to protect a VIP, and you ended up gouging his eyes out. That was different. He was looking at me with lovey-dovey eyes. Only you can do that. I was being merciful by not killing him. Rex laughed. I know. I was just teasing. Honestly, if you hadn't done it, I probably would have shot him too. Alright, send me your coordinates. I'll meet you there, Rex said, bringing up a hollow screen. Okay, darling, 1 second. Wise chirped, tapping away before sending her location. Rex received the coordinates, activated overdrive mode, and took off, rocketing toward her. Meanwhile, in the dim warehouse, Wise heard the heavy creak of the old iron door being opened. Without hesitation, she turned invisible. Where the hell are the guards? Kyrus stormed in, limping. I swear, these worthless grunts are good for nothing. He glanced at his mangled leg, rage boiling over. And what are you all waiting for? Heal me. If a rank 3 citizen like me dies, you useless slaves will be next. His lackeys, scrambling in their cheap power armor, hurried to bandage his stump. I want to know who that savage was. When I catch him, I'll torture him in every way imaginable, then make him my personal toy. Kyrus continued spewing vile threats, clearly fuming about Rex, his words growing more obscene by the second. Suddenly, a soft whisper floated by his ear. Oh, you plan to do all that to my darling? Kyrus jumped, terrified, his eyes darting around. Who's there? Show yourself. Everyone, stay alert. Protect me. His remaining troops formed a defensive circle, trying to look intimidating, with Kyrus at the center. But they were far from confident. Then they heard the voice again, this time teasing. How cute. You all really think standing in a circle will save you? So adorable. I wonder, can any of you see in the dark? On cue, the lights in the warehouse went out. The room was plunged into absolute darkness. Panic set in instantly. What? Someone turn on a light. Now. Wait. No. Help. I was just following orders. Please. The next few minutes were filled with screams, the sound of flesh being torn, and bones snapping. Kyrus stood frozen, trembling. What is happening? Who are you? Show yourself. A giggle echoed through the darkness. You want to see me? How bold. Fine, I'll humor you. In an instant, two glowing green eyes appeared right in front of him. Slowly, more green lights flickered to life, outlining the massive silhouette of a creature, an unmistakable predator. Kyrus, breath hitched. He recognized what he was facing. Being a rank 3, he had access to more intel than the average citizen, and this creature, it was no ordinary monster. Why you? What are you doing here? Ha! Ha! Ha ha ha! Kyrus laughed, but it was the hysterical kind of laughter that came when terror set in. His laughter was cut short as Wise, now in her true form, lunged forward and devoured his head in one swift bite. The crunching of bones and the wet, grisly sounds of a feast filled the now silent warehouse. Moments later, Rex's voice crackled through E's communicator, muffled as it was still inside her body. Wise, I'm here. Open the door. Wise, still chewing on what was left of Kyrus, hesitated before replying. Darling, give me a minute. It's all dark in here. I can't see. Rex sounded skeptical. You can literally glow, Wise. Also, what are you eating? I can hear you chewing something. And nothing. I'm eating nothing. You're imagining things. She panicked, trying to cover her tracks. The last thing she wanted was for Rex to see her like this, in her monstrous form. She didn't want him to think she was, well, disgusting. There was a pause. Ha, I know what you're doing. Rex's voice was smug. Don't think I wouldn't figure it out. Wise froze, her heart racing. Did he know? Was she caught? Yep. You found some kind of dessert and didn't want to share with me. Just so you know, I'm not into sweets anyway. I'm more of a spicy food guy. Rex said this with such pride, it left Wise speechless. She stood there, torn between relief that he hadn't figured it out and disbelief at his completely off-the-mark deduction. Shaking her head in exasperation, she quickly reverted to her human form. I'm already at the door. I'll open it now, she called, making sure there were no traces of blood or flesh on her. She even double-checked her breath, making sure it didn't stink. After all, she had a special organ to handle bad smells whenever she shifted back to her human form. Oh, finally, Rex said with a smirk. And here I was, thinking you were going to keep me locked out until you had your fill of dessert. Did you at least leave some for me? HMPH. Wise huffed, turning her head away, clearly still pouting as she wandered deeper into the warehouse. What did I say? Come on, don't be mad. Rex chuckled as he quickly caught up to her. Without a second thought, He scooped up the small Wise from behind, holding her like she was a teddy bear. This was nothing new for them. After all the missions they'd done together, this kind of playful closeness had become a regular sight. Come on, don't be like that. I was just teasing you a little, Rex said, playfully poking her cheeks. Wise tried to stay grumpy but couldn't help the small smile tugging at her lips. HMPH. Well, you're not getting off that easily. Anyway, I told you there was a problem with the researcher. It's complicated. Depends on how you look at it. She gestured toward a large, sealed door ahead of them. He's behind that door. But the smell coming from him is something special. You'll understand once you open it. Rex, still in his overdrive mode, was glowing with a soft, white light that filled the dark warehouse, giving everything a ghostly glow. Without missing a beat, Rex swung one of his powerful wings and knocked the door clean off its hinges. From inside, a panicked voice yelled out. What the hell? Who destroys a door without knocking? Rex stepped inside the room, and the moment he laid eyes on the man inside, both of them froze, completely paralyzed. For Rex, this was an earth-shattering moment. The man standing before him was human. The first other human he had ever seen. For the researcher, the shock was even greater since he thought Rex was an angel. The researcher's mind was racing, trying to process what he was seeing. His life had always been driven by the curiosity of his origins. As a former slave, he'd never known much about where he came from, but after earning his freedom, he became obsessed with knowledge. He worked as an assistant in a library, and once he learned to read, he dove into ancient texts, hungry for information. It was in those texts that he first stumbled upon records of the human race, and its tragic fate. The galaxy was filled with stories like theirs, civilizations that had been snuffed out or scattered to the winds. But there was something different about humans. One day, purely by luck, he stumbled upon a half-destroyed document detailing myths and legends from Earth, including a being of pure light, a creature said to be born from light itself, destined to stand as the final defense of humanity. The texts were incomplete and barely readable, but they spoke of a hero who would shine like a beacon in the darkness. And now, standing before him, bathed in a radiant glow, was what could only be that mythic figure. To the researcher, Rex wasn't just a human, he was a living legend, the last hope of humanity. The researcher's voice trembled, caught between awe and disbelief. You're real. You're the champion of light, aren't you? The protector of our race, the one who will make humanity shine again. Rex blinked, still processing the gravity of what he was hearing. Champion of light, protector of the human race. He looked down at himself, glowing faintly from his overdrive mode. Well, I wouldn't go that far. I just tend to glow a little when I power up. But for the researcher, there was no doubt. His eyes shone with hope, a hope he hadn't felt in years. You're more than that. You're proof that humans can still rise again. Rex, scratching his head and looking somewhat embarrassed, glanced at Wise, who was standing off to the side, arms crossed, watching the whole exchange with an amused smirk. Wise. Help. Wise chuckled, clearly enjoying Rex's discomfort. You heard the man, Rex. Looks like you've got a fan. Rex sighed. Great. Now I've got to deal with being some kind of galactic savior. This day just keeps getting better. Rex strode forward, closing the distance between him and the researcher. All right, do you have a name? Rex asked, eyebrow raised. My name is Oscar, my Lord Angel. The man replied, his voice dripping with reverence. Rex let out a small sigh. Okay, Oscar. First off, drop the Lord Angel stuff. I'm not an angel, all right. I'm just a guy, like you, is just that I've only been, changed. Some circumstances led to this, but trust me, I'm no mythical being destined to save humanity or anything. Oscar tilted his head, eyes wide with curiosity. What circumstances would those be, if I may ask? Rex scratched the back of his neck, feeling a bit uncomfortable. Well, I was, sort of dead. Dying. Then I got transformed and came back to life. Typical Friday night stuff. Oscar's eyes lit up with excitement. I see. Resurrection, then. He nodded thoughtfully, then asked again, how old are you now? Can you even die of old age? Me. I'm 23. And as far as I know, no, I can't die of old age. Not that I've tested it out or anything, Rex said, shrugging. Oscar muttered to himself, immortal, too, fascinating. Then, with sudden intensity, he blurted out, and what about those wings of yours? And your height? No regular human could possibly, Yeah, let's not get into all that. Rex cut him off, waving a hand. We didn't come here to debate my anatomy. We're mercenaries, hired by Black Horizon Corporation to rescue you and bring you back. So, how about we focus on that? Oscar's face twisted in panic. Wait, what? No way I'm going back to them. I escaped for a reason. Rex blinked, confused. Escaped? They told us you were kidnapped. Kidnapped? Ha! Oscar scoffed. Those bastards wanted to use my EMP tech against a runaway human slave camp. Disable their energy shield, capture them, and turn them into guinea pigs for genetic experiments. There's no way I'm going back to help them do that. Rex felt a pit forming in his stomach. He glanced at the mission info on his screen. On one hand, there were the innocent runaway slaves. On the other hand, the 500k credits they'd be paid if they brought Oscar back. No wonder Wise had been letting him handle the talking so far. It was a messy situation. So, it looks like we've got two options, Rex started, trying to think it through. First, we take you by force, hand you over to Black Horizon, and get paid. Seconda. Wise interrupted, her voice cutting in sweetly. Oh, darling, about that second option. I think it's off the table. Rex frowned, turning toward her. Why? Because, Wise said, looking down and kicking at something on the ground, I may or may not have already killed the leader of these rebels. Rex blinked. Wait, you killed the guy with the 4 legs. That leader. Wise nodded, her expression completely innocent. Rex sighed, running a hand over his face. Well, so much for that. Looks like we're out of options, Oscar. You're coming with us. What do you think about joining my team instead? Oscar's eyes widened, his face glowing with awe. Join you, Lord Angel. It would be an honor beyond my wildest dreams. I don't even need to think about it. Great. Decision made, Rex said, clapping his hands together. Let's get out of here. The transport ship's waiting outside the city. Time to move. Meanwhile, in the human runaway camp, tensions were running high. Any word from the mercenaries? Barked a humanoid creature, lounging in a sleek, floating chair, his voice dripping with impatience. No, sir. There's been no contact from them, and our attempts to reach them have failed. The creature let out a sharp, mocking laugh. Ha, I knew it. Those mercenaries are all talk and no action. Useless, the lot of them. It doesn't matter anyway. I was just trying to save a few credits using the EMP, but I can't wait any longer. My research needs to move forward. Inform the general. Tell him it's time. Attack the camp of those inferiors immediately. Understood, sir. The servant quickly pulled out a communicator and dialed the general. General, the CEO has given the green light. Attack the camp however you see fit. On the other end, a maniacal laugh burst through the speaker. Hia. Finally. I've been waiting for this. Those humans are going to be my personal playground tonight. I can't wait to get my hands on a female. They look so tender. The servant grimaced but said nothing. The general's voice barked again. Prepare the artillery. First, we break that shield. Then, when it's down, rush the camp and capture every last one of them. Remember, no lethal ammo. Everything inside is too valuable. But leave the prettiest girl to me. I've got plans for her. Hia. Moments later, the valley erupted with the thunderous roar of artillery fire. Each blast sent shockwaves through the air as the shells slammed into the energy shield surrounding the camp, their explosions echoing like a war drum. The shimmering barrier flickered under the onslaught, straining to hold, but against the continuous barrage, it stood no chance. In minutes, the shield was overwhelmed, collapsing in a burst of energy that crackled and disappeared. Thousands of credits were spent in the blink of an eye, but it didn't matter now. The general's voice rang out once more. Charge. Take them all alive. And remember, I want the most beautiful one for myself. Ha! Charge. The soldiers of Black Horizon, who had been lying in wait for days, rushed forward like a tide of darkness, crashing toward the camp from all sides. Inside the camp, chaos reigned. The defenders, scrappy and desperate, opened fire with old, battered energy rifles. Their weapons were relics of a lost age, firing rapidly but with little power. It didn't matter how many shots they fired, those hits were like pebbles against a fortress. The invaders marched forward, their heavy infantry equipped with advanced energy shields and combat armor that deflected the desperate barrage with ease. The defenders fought with everything they had, but their weapons could barely scratch the enemy's armor. Realizing they couldn't hold the outer lines, the humans retreated to the camp's central building. The town hall was a reinforced structure that had become their last stand. From there, they poured fire relentlessly, shooting until their energy rifles overheated, hearts pounding in their chests as the grim reality of the situation set in. For them, this wasn't just a battle, it was a statement. They fought for their freedom, their families, and their future. It was a fight to prove that no matter how many times the human race had been pushed down, it would always rise again. Humanity had been forged in the crucible of rebellion, and no matter the odds, they would always resist oppression. It was part of who they were, part of their very soul. But you can't win wars on ideals alone. The enemy forces, unfazed by human resistance, advanced methodically. With a single command, the Black Horizon troops fired rocket launchers at the town hall, their blasts tearing massive holes in the structure. Inside, screams echoed as debris rained down. Mothers huddled with their children, shielding them from the destruction, trying to protect them from the nightmare that had descended upon their home. The situation was growing more desperate by the second. The human defenders, outgunned, outmatched, and surrounded, were fighting a losing battle. But they didn't stop. They couldn't stop. Not with everything at stake. They fought with a kind of fury that only comes from knowing this was their last stand, from the understanding that there was no escape, no reinforcement coming, only the grim reality of survival or annihilation. Outside, the general of Black Horizon watched the devastation unfold with a gleeful grin plastered on his face. His voice boomed over the battlefield. Hia hia hia. Keep going. Finish them off. Remember, I want them alive, but don't be too gentle. And that prize I asked for? She better be in one piece when I get there. The Black Horizon soldiers stormed the breached town hall, their footsteps pounding the ground as they swept through the remains of the camp like a plague. Inside, the remaining humans made their final stand, knowing full well what awaited them if they were captured. But still, they fought, because even if they were destined to fall, they would not fall easily. They would fight until their very last breath. Because that was the human spirit. Amid the smoldering ruins, a small human girl, barely 8 years old, struggled desperately to free her little brother. A portion of the wall had collapsed on him after the explosion, pinning his fragile body beneath its crushing weight. She pulled with all her might, her tiny hands trembling as she strained, her face streaked with dirt and tears. But no matter how hard she tried, it was no use. She was just a child, and her strength was no match for the heavy stone trapping her brother. Her brother, no older than 5, had already lost consciousness. His pale face was stained with blood, and his breathing was shallow. Half of his body had been crushed beneath the rubble, and it was a miracle he was even still alive. She could see that much, even at her young age. Time was slipping away for him. Through her tear-blurred eyes, she felt her hope slipping, too. That was when she heard heavy footsteps, menacing footsteps. She turned her head just in time to see a hulking Black Horizon soldier appear in the gap of the shattered wall, his armored silhouette framed against the burning chaos outside. The soldier, with his face hidden behind a visor, let out a cruel, mocking laugh as he noticed her, crouched beside her dying brother, desperately trying to save him. He leveled his gun at her, the barrel cold and unfeeling, pointing straight at her tear-streaked face. Her heart raced, pounding in her chest like a drum of terror. Her beautiful, wide eyes, full of tears and innocence, locked onto the soldier. She could only see a monster, a devil in human skin, standing before her, ready to snuff out her life like it meant nothing. Her sobs filled the silence as she clung to her brother's tiny, limp hand. For a moment, it seemed like this was the end for her. The end for them both. But then, at that precise moment, something happened, something that would change her life forever. A light, pure and brilliant, pierced the darkness of the battlefield. From the sky, a radiant star streaked downward, brighter than any explosion, cutting through the smoke and fire. It descended with the grace of an angel, casting a white glow that illuminated the soldier's sneering face and the broken world around them. The little girl, still shaking, looked up in awe as the light grew closer. It was not a star, it was something else, something alive with power. As it fell, it seemed to sing with a celestial hum, a beacon of hope amidst the despair. The soldier, too, noticed the glowing light, and for a second, he hesitated, lowering his weapon just a fraction as confusion flickered across his face. The radiant figure descended like a falling comet, a blazing savior in the darkest hour. And then, with an earth-shaking impact, it landed between the girl and the soldier, throwing up a cloud of dust and debris. The sheer force knocked the soldier back, sending him stumbling as he shielded his face from the blinding light. When the dust cleared, the girl's tearful eyes widened in disbelief. There, standing tall in the center of the devastation, wings spread wide like the herald of some divine retribution, was Rex. His form was bathed in an ethereal white light that made him seem almost otherworldly, his armor gleaming in white. His wings, vast and magnificent, shone with a brilliance that was both beautiful and terrifying. Rex's eyes, fierce and unyielding, locked onto the soldier. His voice, when he spoke, was like thunder. Step away from the girl. The soldier, trembling now, raised his weapon again, his finger twitching on the trigger, but Rex moved faster than human eyes could follow. In an instant, he was upon the soldier, grabbing him by the neck and lifting him off the ground with terrifying ease. The soldier choked, his limbs flailing helplessly, his arrogance now replaced with pure fear. "You're done," Rex growled, his voice filled with righteous fury. With a single, effortless motion, he hurled the soldier into the distance, where he disappeared into the smoke and flames, never to rise again. The little girl, still clutching her brother's hand, could only stare in awe. She had been moments away from death, from losing everything, and now, this shining figure had appeared like a guardian angel. Rex kneeled down beside her, the anger in his face softening as he looked at the terrified child. "Are you all right?" he asked, his voice now calm and gentle. He looked at her brother, trapped under the rubble, and his expression darkened with determination. Without waiting for her answer, Rex moved to the boy's side. With strength that seemed beyond human, he lifted the massive chunks of debris as if they weighed nothing. The girl watched, her tears still flowing, but this time they were tears of hope. Rex carefully freed her brother from the wreckage and placed his hand over the boy's crushed body. A soft glow radiated from his palm, and slowly, miraculously, the boy's wounds began to heal, his breathing becoming steadier and his pale face gaining color again. The girl's eyes widened, her heart swelling with disbelief and gratitude. Who are you?" she whispered, her voice shaky with emotion. Rex stood, his wings folding behind him, the glow of his power fading slightly. He looked down at her with a soft smile, his eyes kind. "Just someone who doesn't like bullies." With that, he extended his hand to her, and for the first time that night, the little girl smiled. She took his hand, feeling the warmth of his touch, and as they rose together from the rubble, the fires of the battlefield around them seemed a little less bright. Because in that moment, she knew that hope had come. Rex could feel the drain on his energy after using a significant amount of his nanomaterial to heal the little boy. His muscles ached, and fatigue tugged at his body, but the rage burning inside him refused to let him rest. It roared like a wildfire in his veins, consuming his tiredness and turning it into raw, primal power. His wings flexed behind him, casting a powerful silhouette as he stepped out of the ruined town hall, carrying the little girl and her brother in each arm. With the fury of a storm in his voice, Rex activated his communicator. "Imperial Legion. Eradicate every last one of them. No mercy. Leave none alive." The command was as cold and absolute as death itself. Outside, the Black Horizon troops stood frozen, paralyzed by fear. The moment Rex had appeared, their confidence had shattered. They had been unstoppable just moments ago, relishing in the despair of the humans and delighting in their cruel dominance. But now they faced something they couldn't comprehend. A towering figure, dreaded in gleaming white armor, his wings of pure light spread wide, striding toward them like a vengeful god. His very presence radiated power, and it was overwhelming. The psychological propaganda was instantaneous, hitting them like a tsunami. They had been trained to be cold-blooded killers, ruthless and efficient. But how do you kill something that looks like it came down from the heavens? What do you do when your enemy is no longer just flesh and blood but a symbol of divine retribution? Their general's furious voice blared over their communicators, shouting orders, demanding they fight, but the fear in their hearts made their hands tremble. Their fingers hovered uselessly over their triggers. The men who had once delighted in slaughter now hesitated, unable to even raise their weapons. They were used to being the predators, the tormentors, but now they were the prey. Then, from the skies, streaks of light descended like falling stars. The Aegis units, Rex's elite sentinels, made their entrance. One by one, they landed with a thunderous crash on the rooftops, in the streets, and in the midst of the camp. Their arrival sent shockwaves through the battlefield, shaking the ground and hearts alike. These machines were crafted with cold precision, their gleaming silver bodies reflecting the fires of war around them. As they took position, their plasma cannons glowed with golden energy, like miniature suns ready to unleash destruction. Without hesitation, they opened fire. The blasts of plasma shot through the air with a brilliant glow, a searing golden light that tore through the Black Horizon troops. Each shot was like divine retribution, streaking through the night and illuminating the battlefield with a terrible, beautiful radiance. The plasma rounds burned through armor, flesh, and bone alike, erasing the soldiers where they stood, turning the tide of battle in an instant. The roles had been reversed. The hunters had become the hunted. Screams erupted as the once invincible Black Horizon soldiers were reduced to nothing more than fleeing shadows. The deadly precision of the Aegis units made escape impossible. Their cold, calculating movements showed no hesitation, no mercy. Each step they took, each shot they fired, was the embodiment of justice and vengeance combined. The golden plasma bolts lit up the darkened camp like the wrath of the gods, and the once dominant killers now found themselves on the wrong side of the equation, desperately trying to survive the onslaught. Their high-tech gear, their heavy armor, their shields. None of it mattered. The Aegis units tore through them like they were nothing, their plasma cannons blazing with a terrifying brilliance. Rex, still holding the two children in his arms, walked through the chaos, unflinching. His voice boomed over the battlefield once more, this time as much for the ears of his enemies as for the defenders' soldiers. This is what happens when you prey on the humans. You will be hunted. You will be destroyed. Every last one of you. The fear in the eyes of the Black Horizon troops was palpable. They scrambled for cover and stumbled over each other, trying to retreat, but there was no escape. The Aegis sentinels, like silent angels of death, moved with deadly efficiency, cutting down every last one of them. Rex's wings flared wide as he walked forward, the bright white light casting his shadow across the battlefield like the harbinger of doom itself. He could feel the fear in the air and taste the dread of the soldiers, who had once been so sure of their victory. Now, they were nothing more than terrified animals, scurrying for safety that would never come. The little girl in his arm looked up at him, her eyes wide with awe and disbelief. She had seen so much death, so much despair, and yet here was this towering figure, this man with wings like an angel, carrying her and her brother as if they weighed nothing, walking through the carnage without a scratch. Her tears had stopped, replaced by a glimmer of hope she hadn't felt in what seemed like an eternity. The Black Horizon general, still shouting orders over the communications, was drowned out by the sounds of his soldiers' desperate screams. But no one was listening to him now. His words were as powerless as he was. His army was being wiped out before his eyes, and there was nothing he could do to stop it. As the last of the Black Horizon forces inside the campment fell to the relentless assault of the Aegis units, Rex stood at the center of the battlefield, his wings slowly folding behind him. His breath was steady, his gaze hard, but inside, he knew the battle wasn't over yet. This was only the beginning. For now, though, the camp was safe. The remaining humans had survived, thanks to him. With a final glance at the destruction around him, Rex gently shifted the little girl and her brother in his arms and spoke softly to her, his voice a calm contrast to the chaos that had just unfolded. You're safe now. The little girl, still clinging to him, nodded, her small voice barely a whisper. Thank you. Rex smiled down at her, though his mind was already on the next battle. There was still much to be done. The Black Horizon had only seen the beginning of what was coming for them. As Rex spoke gently with the little girl, Wise appeared beside him. The girl's eyes widened in awe at the sight of her. Ys's shimmering green aura, softly glowing in the form of hundreds of delicate butterflies, swirled around her like an ethereal dance. She looked like something from a fairy tale. Darling, shall I take care of the remaining enemies? Wise asked, her voice as soft as always, while her green eyes scanned the battlefield, noting the lifeless bodies of Black Horizon troops scattered like broken toys. Rex's expression darkened. His voice was now cold and stern. There's no need. I'll handle it myself. His words were sharp and without a room for negotiation. This was the first time Wise had ever seen him like this, and it unsettled her. She was used to the Rex, who always had a carefree grin and joked and smiled even in the face of danger. But that Rex was nowhere to be found. What she saw now was a man consumed by fury, his face a mask of rage that burned like a fire that could not be quenched. She hesitated before answering. All right, just be careful, she said softly, though she knew he wasn't listening. His mind was already elsewhere, focused on his next move. Rex then got up, his massive wings unfurling in a dazzling display of light. The intensity of his aura made Ys's butterflies scatter briefly, as if even they could feel the force of his anger. Take care of the children, he said, his tone unyielding. I'm leaving 10 Aegis units under your command for protection. I'll return soon. Before Wise could respond, he took off with a single, powerful flap of his wings, launching into the sky like a rocket. The ground beneath him cracked from the force of his ascent, sending a gust of wind through the camp. Wise watched him go, her green butterflies slowly drifting back around her, their light dimmer now. As Rex soared through the sky, his body cut through the air with an astounding speed of 300 kilometers per hour. His wings glowed bright against the darkening sky, like a streaking comet of wrath. Below him, the Aegis units charged through the forest at a steady 150 kilometers per hour, their metallic legs pounding the earth in unison, a perfect, unstoppable force moving to support him. Far ahead, at the Black Horizon artillery station, the soldiers were already panicking. Sir. What should we do? The new enemy is coming right at us. A terrified minion reported, his voice cracking as he watched the Aegis units closing in through the trees. The CEO's cold, dismissive voice crackled over the communicator. What are you whining about? Use the artillery. They're just a bunch of savages charging straight at us. They're practically begging to be blown to pieces. Fire.
Now. The minion nodded nervously and barked orders at the artillery team, but there was something in the air. A strange, unsettling feeling. One of the soldiers guarding the artillery squinted up at the sky. Look, up there. What's that? He said, pointing. What are you talking about? I don't see anything. No, I swear there was something there a second ago, the soldier insisted, shielding his eyes against the sun's glare. He continued to scan the sky, his gut telling him something was terribly wrong. And then it happened. A flash of white, followed by a deafening boom. Rex descended from the sky like a meteor, plummeting down at a blistering 300 kilometers per hour. The moment he made contact with the ground, he landed directly on top of the unfortunate soldier who had been staring into the sky, his body reduced to nothing but a crimson stain beneath Rex's boots. The force of his landing sent a shockwave rippling through the artillery station, knocking down equipment and several soldiers off their feet. Before the others could even react, Rex stood tall amidst the chaos, his white armor glowing like a beacon of death. His wings stretched out behind him, catching the light of the sun as they cast a long shadow over the terrified artillery crew. One of the soldiers, pale and shaking, raised his weapon, but Rex moved faster than they could blink. In a single, fluid motion, he closed the distance and crushed the man's weapon with his bare hand, the metal crumpling like paper in his grasp. The soldier's eyes widened in horror as Rex grabbed him by the throat and lifted him into the air, his grip as unbreakable as iron. You think you can hide behind your guns, behind your machines? Rex's voice was a low growl, filled with barely contained fury. His eyes burned with an intensity that made the soldier's blood run cold. The soldier gasped, struggling in vain to free himself, but it was pointless. Rex's strength was overwhelming. With a final, savage motion, he hurled the man into the side of an artillery cannon, the impact shattering both the man's body and the machine. The cannon exploded in a shower of sparks and fire, the heat scorching the nearby soldiers as they scrambled for cover. But Rex wasn't done. Not even close. The Aegis units arrived in perfect synchronization, their white bodies gleaming as they moved with cold precision. With no hesitation, they opened fire on the remaining Black Horizon forces. Plasma cannons roared to life, sending golden streams of destruction into the panicking soldiers. The battlefield lit up with blinding flashes as the enemy forces were torn apart, one by one. Rex stood in the center of the carnage, watching as his Aegis units made short work of the remaining artillery crews. His wings flared wide, catching the light of the plasma fire, casting a holy yet terrifying glow across the scene. He had come for vengeance, and nothing would stop him now. Far from the battlefield, the CEO of Black Horizon could hear the sounds of destruction over his communicator. The screams of his men, the explosions, the plasma fire. And in the background, a voice, Rex's voice, that was calm but filled with the promise of annihilation. "I'm coming for you next." The CEO's hands began to tremble. Rex spread his wings and launched into the sky once more, leaving behind nothing but smoldering ruins, shattered weapons, and the broken bodies of those who had dared to challenge him. "Get the ship ready for departure now. That lunatic's going to kill us all," the Black Horizon CEO barked. Sweat dripping from his forehead. His eyes darted wildly as he glanced back at the carnage behind him. "Once we make it to the city, I'm putting a bounty so big on his head, even the dead will rise to hunt him." A moment later, a breathless minion came running back, eyes wide. "Sir, the transport is ready. Follow me to safety, quick." Just as the CEO was about to scramble up the ramp, the minion ahead of him was frozen still. Then with a sickening slashed meat sound, his headless body staggered forward, spurting blood like a gruesome fountain. For a moment, the body twitched, took a few more steps, then collapsed in a lifeless heap. The CEO stood frozen, his face draining of color. "Who's there? Show yourself," he squealed, his voice hitting an embarrassingly high pitch, more pig than man. Suddenly, a soft, almost playful voice drifted out of the shadows. "Oh, I wouldn't worry about running, dear. My darling is in a, let's say, terrible mood right now. If you fly away, his bloodlust will never be satisfied, and he'll stay cranky. And I really can't have that. Sue, I'm afraid you'll need to stay just a tiny bit longer, okay?" The CEO's eyes darted around, frantically searching for the source of the voice. It was almost too sweet, too innocent, like a child about to pull the wings off a fly. "I'll pay you, whatever you want. I'm the CEO of Black Horizon. I can triple your rate, no, quadruple. Name your price." There was a pause. Then, sitting casually on top of the transport ship, a figure appeared, swinging her legs like she didn't have a care in the world. She smirked down at him, as if she'd just heard the most amusing joke. "Triple, huh? That's what they all say. But let's see. Kale's our girl, how much do you think we can squeeze out of him?" From a tiny communicator on her neck, a crisp, bored voice replied. "Based on his company's assets, I'd say about 5 million credits, easy." The child's smile widened into a wicked, almost devilish grin. 5 million, huh? Ooh, I like that number. She leaned forward, eyes gleaming with dangerous mischief. "You're worth more dead than alive, big guy. So, let's say, for 8M credits, I won't kill you," she said with a sweat smile while closing her eyes and swinging her feet. "What, 8 million credits? Are you out of your mind? That's more than my entire company makes in a year." She lazily rested her head on her palm, a playful smirk tugging at her lips. "Oh, but didn't you say you'd pay 4 times what I was offered, and now you're crying about a meager 8 million credits?" The man's face flushed red with rage. "Gah, fine, I'll pay it. Just give me your bank number." His trembling hands fumbled for the device on his wrist. "Hey, here it is," Wise grinned, her voice dripping with mockery. "And don't you dare send 1 credit less and call it a mistake." With fingers shaking, the Black Horizon CEO transferred the 8 million credits, his breath coming in short gasps as if each zero added weight to his chest. There, I've paid you. Now, keep your end of the deal, and let me go. He jabbed a finger in her direction, his voice cracking with desperation. But before he could finish, a thunderous crash sounded behind him. What was that? Panic flashed across his eyes as he tried to turn his floating chair around, but before he could react, a sudden kick sent him flying from his seat. He hit the floor face first with a sickening thud. Arg! Who Derisa? Who dares to touch me? I'll wipe out your entire bloodline. He screamed, blood dripping from the gash on his forehead. But when he saw who stood before him, his voice died in his throat. The words, the threats, everything, froze in the pit of his stomach. Rex stood there, towering over him like a vengeful angel. His face burned with anger, yet there was a cold, terrifying beauty to him. It wasn't just fear everyone felt. No, it was awe, as if they were in the presence of something beyond mortal reckoning. Even Rex himself didn't fully understand what was happening. The weight, the fire in his eyes, came from somewhere deep, something primal, something divine. Far away, a little girl kneeled in prayer within the human encampment, her innocent heart pleading for Rex's safety. Her faith, her belief in him, reached out like an invisible thread, tying her to him. But she was no ordinary child. She was a natural-born psychic, and though her powers were still small, they surged through that connection like a spark to dry leaves. Her faith amplified, pouring into Rex, fueling the burning presence that now filled the room. The bond between them was unique, akin to a hive mind, yet something more, something that would only grow in power. What this connection would mean in the future, none could predict. Rex walked slowly towards the Black Horizon CEO, each step igniting the ground beneath him in white-hot flames. The very air around him shimmered with heat. His armored boots left smoldering imprints on the floor, like the weight of a god walking among mortals. He knelt down, grabbing the CEO by the throat with a grip so strong, it felt as though he could crush the man's neck with a thought. Rex's eyes, glowing like molten gold, bored into the CEO's very soul. You crossed a line you should never have dared to approach, Rex said, his voice low and deadly. I don't care about the fate of humanity, not really. But I won't stand by and let scum like you treat them as playthings while I'm here. His grip tightened, the man wheezing under the pressure. Rex paused for a moment, then added, almost to himself, funny, though. You and I, we're not so different. Go ahead, call me a hypocrite. The galaxy doesn't care. It's a simple law. Those who are strong survive. The weak fall. And today, you're the weak one. With that, Rex's wings snapped open with a sound like thunder. In one powerful motion, he launched himself into the sky, each beat of his wings breaking the sound barrier. The shockwaves rippled through the air as Rex soared higher and faster, breaking the sound barrier with each powerful beat of his wings. The strain of this speed would have torn any lesser being apart, but Rex's half-Khailsar body was built for it, his bones and muscles forged to withstand this kind of unimaginable pressure. But the same couldn't be said for the Black Horizon CEO. The man, still clutched in Rex's iron grip, felt his bones begin to crack under the sheer force of their speed. White flames licked at his skin, burning through his clothes and flesh. The pain was excruciating, beyond anything the human mind could bear. But, much to his own misfortune, the CEO was not human. His alien physiology kept him alive and kept him conscious, forcing him to endure every second of the agony of his body breaking, his skin blistering and peeling under the unrelenting fire. Rex's flight came to an abrupt halt in the sky, and all at once, the immense kinetic force built up from the breakneck speed needed to be released. Rex braced himself, his powerful frame absorbing the shock with only minor damage. But the Black Horizon CEO, he wasn't so lucky. The sudden stop was too much. The man's entire body detonated under the pressure, his torso and limbs exploding into a crimson cloud of blood and viscera. All that remained was his neck, still gripped tightly in Rex's hand, his head twisted at an unnatural angle. As the red mist rained down, covering Rex in a shower of blood, he stared at the severed neck for a long moment before casually tossing it aside. The hot and thick blood clung to his armor and skin.
Rex slowly looked down at his hand, now slick with the crimson stain. A bitter smile crept onto his face. So in the end, you and I weren't so different after all. Our blood is the same. Red. His voice was low, almost lost in the wind. Was it remorse? Regret? Sympathy? The emotion behind his words was difficult to place. Only Rex knew for certain. As he stood there, drenched in blood and lost in thought, two small, delicate hands suddenly wrapped around his bloody one. So this is where you've been hiding, darling, came a soft, teasing voice. Wise stood behind him, her touch impossibly tender against the carnage that surrounded them. I was wondering what was keeping you so long. It turns out you were just admiring this rain of blood. She tilted her head, her eyes glittering with amusement. Is this the CEO's blood? Rex didn't turn to face her, still staring at the crimson streaks on his hand. Ah, well, this is a problem. He paid me 8 million credits to spare him, and yet, here we are. What should I do now? Wise asked with a mock pout, her tone light and playful, as if the man's brutal death were a trivial inconvenience. Rex knew she didn't care in the slightest. He sighed, shaking his head. Technically, you didn't kill him. I did. He paid you to spare his life, but he didn't pay me, Rex replied, shrugging his shoulders as if it were the simplest thing in the world. Wise laughed, her voice like the chime of bells, melodious and cruel. You always find the loopholes, don't you? Before Rex could respond, a voice crackled through his communicator, breaking the strange quiet that had settled around them. Rex, your energy levels are at 5%. I recommend deactivating overdrive immediately and proceeding to the underground city for recharging. Cleo's calm, mechanical voice interrupted, bringing a sharp dose of reality back to the moment. Rex flexed his fingers, feeling the weight of exhaustion settle in. His body was strong, but even a half Kael'zar had limits. He glanced at Wise, her eyes still twinkling with amusement, and sighed. Looks like the fun's over, he muttered under his breath. With one final look at the blood-soaked battlefield below, Rex spread his wings wide, their powerful span casting a dark shadow over the land. The flames on the ground where he'd stepped still smoldered, burning long after he had left his mark. They descended gracefully toward the landing site where the Black Horizon transport ship lay waiting, its hulking frame silhouetted against the darkening sky. As soon as Rex deactivated overdrive mode, the adrenaline that had kept him going vanished, leaving him to crash beneath the weight of exhaustion. The overwhelming fatigue hit him like a tidal wave, and before he could react, his vision blurred and his knees buckled beneath him. Wise, quick as a flash, moved to catch him. Despite the vast size and weight difference, her crisary strength made it seem effortless. She cradled him gently, her tiny frame supporting his enormous body, her wings fluttering softly as they both sank to the ground. Minutes passed in silence, the only sound being the low hum of the transport ship's engines. She held him there, patiently waiting for him to regain consciousness, her eyes never leaving his face. Finally, Rex's eyes fluttered open. His head felt heavy, as if lead had filled his veins. Wise. His voice was groggy. I'm not too heavy for you, am I? Wise chuckled softly, her voice light and teasing as she ran her small hands through his hair. More than heavy, darling. I'd say you're too big. Your head feels like a big balloon, she said with a playful smirk. Rex blinked, realizing he was resting his head on her lap, her fingers tenderly rubbing his forehead. Well, if you say so, then I guess it's fine, Rex mumbled, trying to shake off the lingering haze. How's the human camp? Are they all right? They're fine, Wise replied confidently. I commanded the Aegis Sentinels to return to the camp once the enemies were, well, exterminated. They're already there. Everything's under control, darling. She said this as if wiping out a force of enemies were nothing more than an afternoon chore. Rex sat up slowly, groaning as he checked his HUD. His energy levels had plummeted to a dangerous level. TCH. I'm down to 4% energy. I won't be able to fight in this state, not even close. Yes, I need you to handle the aftermath at the camp. Convince them to come with us to the underground city. I'll take care of piloting this transport ship, once I figure out how. He added with a wry smile as he struggled to stand with his shaky legs. She beamed at him, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Don't worry, darling. I'll take care of everything. Just leave it to me. With a graceful leap, her wings unfurled, catching the light as she soared into the sky. Her silhouette streaked across the horizon like a green arrow, cutting through the clouds with ease. Rex watched her disappear into the distance, a knot of unease tightening in his chest. Will this really be all right? He muttered, rubbing his temples. It's Wise we're talking about. Anything could happen. He sighed, casting a wary glance at the looming transport ship. Figuring out how to pilot it was one challenge, but trusting Wise to handle diplomacy with the human camp. That was something else entirely. The image of her, negotiating, sent a shiver down his spine, but for now, it was their only choice. Taking a deep breath, Rex steeled himself, his resolve hardening. Slowly, he began his approach toward the transport, ready to decipher the controls with Cleo's help. He had no other option. Meanwhile, Wise had already arrived at the human encampment. It was a desolate wasteland of smoldering ruins, the bodies of the Black Horizon soldiers scattered haphazardly across the battlefield. The buildings, once sources of life, were reduced to twisted wreckage, their crops trampled and burned. It was clear that the Black Horizon troops hadn't just attacked the area to conquer it, they had ravaged the area with malicious glee, destroying everything they could out of sheer cruelty. Even Wise, a warrior of the Chrysari, found the sight revolting. She landed just outside the remains of the town hall, her wings gently fluttering as they caught the light. The moment her feet touched the ground, she was met by the unmistakable sound of rifles being raised. Dozens of laser sights locked onto her. The only thing that stopped them from firing was her human-like appearance. If they ignored the massive, shimmering butterfly wings on her back, that's it. The humans trembled, their fear palpable, yet they still held their weapons steady. Wise smiled, finding their defiance amusing. Bravery was a foreign concept to her. It was a trait born from fear, something only lesser beings experienced. The Chrysari, controlled by the will of a superior hive mind, knew nothing of fear. If the hive commanded them to leap into boiling oil, they would do so without hesitation. Wise let her smile widen, her voice calm and almost musical. Fear not, children of humanity. I am not your enemy. I've come to help. How can we trust you? One of the survivors shouted, his voice wavering. That's right. There's no way we're trusting another alien after everything that's happened. Another voice chimed in, their fear morphing into anger. The tension escalated swiftly, the humans' hostility pressing down on Wise like a physical force. Her amusement began to wane, replaced by growing irritation. The air between them thickened, almost vibrating with the energy of her growing power. The green butterflies, a manifestation of her aura when she prepared for battle, were already beginning to flutter to life around her. Wait, don't fight her. She's with the angel. A small voice suddenly pierced the tension. The little girl Rex had saved before emerged from the ruins, her arms spread wide as she stepped between Wise and the frightened humans. Lily, what are you doing out there? Get back here. It's dangerous. One of the humans shouted, his voice trembling with fear. But Lily planted her feet firmly. No, I won't. Is this how you repay the angel who saved us? Her words echoed across the crowd, and the humans exchanged uncertain glances, shifting uncomfortably. Just then, a familiar voice cut through the tension. Now, what's all this commotion? The voice belonged to an older man in a doctor's robe, with a wild shock of white curls and a pair of spectacles that looked slightly too big for his face. It was Professor Oscar. Professor Oscar, Lily cried out, running to him with open arms. Oscar chuckled as he ruffled her golden hair. Ah, my dear Lily. I'm relieved to see you're safe. Now, mind telling me what all this fuss is about? He gave her a gentle smile, then turned his gaze toward the uneasy standoff between the humans and Wise. With a serious nod, Lily began recounting what had happened before Rex arrived, describing how Wise had come to help. Oscar listened intently, adjusting his glasses with a thoughtful expression. I see, now I understand. Gentlemen, he addressed the crowd, his tone calm but commanding, the lady before you is the wife of the angel who just saved your lives. I suggest you all lower your weapons. One of the younger men scoffed, still holding his rifle at the ready. And why should we put our guns down for an alien? Yeah, just because the professor said so. What if he's in on it? Another man stepped forward. His eyes narrowed. Didn't he run off before those Black Horizon scum attacked us? For all we know, he's a traitor. That's enough, came a booming voice from behind. An elderly man slowly walked forward, leaning heavily on a worn wooden cane. With surprising speed, he swung it and whacked the youth square on the head, making him yell in pain and clutch his skull. Watch your mouth, boy. The old man grumbled. This is Professor Oscar we're talking about. The elder gave an apologetic nod to Oscar and Wise. I'm sorry for the trouble, young lady. Professor, why don't you come inside? We can discuss things properly over a nice cup of coffee. Wise tilted her head, tapping a finger on her lips with a curious expression. Mima coffee. What is that? The elder let out a hearty laugh, his eyes crinkling with amusement. Ho ho ho, you've never had coffee. Well, you're in for a treat, young lady. Come on, follow me. Inside the remains of the town hall, they were led to a long table that had clearly seen better days. Around it sat the camp's leaders, the head of the farms, the energy shield operator, and a few others who looked weary but determined. A couple of women hurried around, setting down steaming mugs of coffee and plates piled high with cookies. The elder settled into his chair, beaming as he gestured to the treats. Ho ho ho, try the cookies, young lady. My wife baked them herself. What she lacks in youth, she makes up for inexperience, let me tell you. These cookies are something special. Wise picked one up cautiously, examining it like it might bite her first. She took a tentative nibble, then her eyes went wide with delight. This is delicious, she exclaimed, her wings fluttering with joy. Oscar chuckled, lifting his coffee mug in a mock toast. Welcome to the wonders of human cuisine, Lady Wise. The elder gave a proud nod, taking a sip of his coffee with a contented sigh. Now, let's get down to business. But first another cookie, anyone? Ho ho ho. The tense atmosphere from earlier had all but evaporated, replaced by the unlikely warmth of shared laughter, steaming coffee, and the delightful crunch of cookies. After a few moments of contented munching and sipping, the elder cleared his throat, signaling the room to settle down. His gaze moved over the group before he spoke. Gentlemen, I know some of you are suspicious of Professor Oscar here, thinking he ran off to save his own skin. But let me assure you, that couldn't be further from the truth. The crowd exchanged glances, a few murmurs of doubt floating in the air. The elder continued. It was Oscar who warned us about the Black Horizon attack in the first place. He left early because he was supposed to hire a gang to protect us. A criminal gang? Wise raised an eyebrow, her wings twisting slightly in surprise. Why not ask for help from the nearest planetary guard post? Wouldn't that be more official? Her question was laced with genuine curiosity. She had learned much from Rex, but this part of human politics puzzled her. Oscar let out a bitter laugh, rubbing the back of his neck. Ah, you see, that's the problem. Most of us here, we're runaway slaves. Asking the guards for help would be like handing ourselves over on a silver platter. They'd capture us and sell us right back into chains, no questions asked. Wise blinked, processing this, her lips pressing into a thin line. That's barbaric. Hio, you get used to it, the elder said with a grin, leaning back in his chair. It's not just us humans, you know. Thousands of races have lost their place in the great race for supremacy. We just happen to be one of the more profitable ones to sell. There was a brief pause as the group absorbed that grim reality, but the elder quickly lightened the mood. But enough of the gloom, Professor. Tell us what happened to you. You were gone for 2 whole weeks, and I was starting to think you'd gotten yourself lost or worse. Oscar sighed, his shoulders slumping as if the weight of his journey were still pressing down on him. Well, where do I start? He adjusted his glasses and began. The plan was simple. I was supposed to meet with a gang called the Tooths. I had an EMP weapon for trade, something that would have tipped the balance in our favor. And what happened? One of the camp leaders leaned in, clearly caught up in the tale. Well, Oscar said, rubbing his forehead, they scammed me. Stole the EMP weapon right out from under my nose. No protection, no deal, just me left standing there with a dumb look on my face. The room went silent for a moment before the elder broke out in a hearty laugh. Hi-oh, you got outwitted by a bunch of criminals. Well, that's a story for the grandkids, Oscar groaned, shaking his head. Believe me, I'm still kicking myself over it. But that's not the whole story, he continued, his tone shifting. After that mess, I was at my lowest point. But then, by sheer luck or fate, I ran into Rex. And it turns out, Rex was a being unlike anything I'd ever seen. He glanced at Wise, who was listening intently. An angel from the ancient age, the last protectors of the human race. Lily, who had been quietly sitting on Oscar's lap, suddenly perked up. Her eyes sparkled with wonder, as if someone had just lit a fire in her imagination. A real angel, she whispered, hanging on to Oscar's every word. Oscar smiled warmly, his voice softening. Yes, Lily, a real angel, just like the ones from the old human legends. Strong, noble, and sworn to protect us in our darkest hour. Lily's eyes shone with pure awe as she gazed up at him. I knew it, she whispered. I knew the angels would come back for us. The rest of the room had fallen into a stunned silence. The mention of angelic beings thought to be lost to history had a way of captivating even the most hardened souls in the camp. Oscar leaned forward slightly, his voice lowering to a near whisper, though everyone in the room was hanging on his every word. I've seen things on this journey that would shake you to your core. And this angel, this protector, is something beyond our understanding. But if there's any hope for us, it's with Rex at our side. The elder, who had been quietly sipping his coffee, let out a soft chuckle and leaned back in his chair. Ho ho ho, it seems we've got ourselves a proper legend brewing here. Maybe we'll all end up in the history books one day. Or at least a campfire story, one of the other leaders quipped, lightening the mood. The tension that had gripped the room since YS's arrival had all but dissolved, replaced by a strange but comforting sense of hope. Even the lingering doubt in some of the humans' eyes was slowly being replaced by cautious optimism. Well, then, the elder said with a wink, another cookie, anyone? Ho ho ho. Wise suddenly remembered her purpose here and leaned forward, her expression shifting to a look of wide-eyed innocence that could almost be called cute. By the way, elder, do you guys have a plan for what to do next? She asked, batting her eyes. The elder chuckled, stroking his beard thoughtfully. Well, our original plan was to rebuild here, but we still have to vote on whether we stay or leave. But elder, Wise interjected, setting her cup down and fixing him with a serious gaze, there are major problems with both options. If you stay here, it's only a matter of time before someone else stumbles upon you, just like the Black Horizon did. And if you leave, well, where would you even go? She paused, letting the gravity of her words sink in. Do you have a safe place where you could relocate? And keep in mind, the journey itself would be dangerous, bandits, slavers, and the beasts that roam this planet's wilderness. With that, she took a long, thoughtful sip of her coffee, savoring the taste as if it were the last thing she'd be drinking all week. Her words were blunt, but they were the bitter truth. The camp leaders exchanged uneasy glances, realizing the truth in her assessment. Sensing that she had their attention right where she wanted it, she took another sip before delivering her final offer. As you may have noticed, Rex and I are quite capable. And we're not alone, we've got an elite team and several ships at our disposal. So how about this? Why don't you all come with us? We'll take you somewhere safe. The table erupted in a murmur of voices as the leaders turned to each other, discussing the proposal with varying levels of enthusiasm and doubt. Finally, one of them cleared his throat and looked directly at Wise. Excuse me, young lady, he began cautiously, when you say you have a safe place, what do you mean, exactly? Is it some kind of protected zone within the city? Wise, who was just getting her third coffee refill, held up a finger, signaling him to wait. She took a delicate sip from her freshly poured cup, savoring it like a connoisseur. Then, with a satisfied sigh, she answered, well, my darling Rex and his holographic assistant are currently building an underground city. A place designed for smugglers and, some less than legal characters, shall we say. The leader's eyes went wide. Wait, smugglers and mafias. You're proposing we relocate to a criminal nest. Isn't that even more dangerous than here? Another leader blurted out, looking around in alarm. Before Wise could respond, Professor Oscar slammed his fist down on the table. Enough. At least let her finish before interrupting. Wise, however, was hardly annoyed by the interruption. In fact, she was too busy enjoying the coffee to care. The effects of caffeine seemed to hit her differently than they did humans since, rather than energizing her, it had left her calm, almost serene, as though she were lounging in a meadow somewhere. She took another sip, her wings fluttering lazily behind her. Yes, it is technically a hub for lowlifes, she admitted, a faint smile playing on her lips. But that's precisely what makes it the safest place on this planet. Criminals have a knack for staying hidden and out of sight from the authorities. And believe me, they'll go to great lengths to keep this place secret from both the military and planetary guards. She gestured out the window, where two tall, imposing Aegis units could be seen patrolling the camp's perimeter. See those white soldiers out there? They're just a taste of the security we have in the underground city. Plus, there are drones and, let's just say, certain creatures that discourage any funny business. Break the rules down there, and, well, you might just end up as something's dinner. The elder raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued. Ho ho ho. So, young lady, if we decide to follow you, how exactly do you plan on getting us out of here? Wise gave him a sly smile, her eyes sparkling with confidence. Leave the logistics to us. We have enough ships to get you all safely to the underground city. We'll handle the journey, the dangers along the way, and even throw in a few scenic detours if you'd like. She winked playfully, then took another leisurely sip of her coffee, completely at ease. The camp leaders exchanged looks, the last of their doubts beginning to fade. The promise of safety and maybe even a little adventure was starting to sound better than the bleak, uncertain future they faced if they stayed. The elder chuckled, clapping his hands together. Well, it looks like we've got ourselves an interesting proposition. How about we take a vote, gentlemen? And Wise, pour yourself another coffee. I have a feeling it's going to be a long night. The voting was dragging on, and Wise had lost interest ages ago. She let out a stifled yawn, her eyes half closed, barely listening to the endless back and forth. Just as she was on the verge of nodding off completely, a familiar voice crackled through the communicator on her neck. Wise, how did the conversation go? I'm above the camp now. Rex's voice came through, sounding slightly amused. Her face lit up, and she spoke in a dreamy, slightly slurred voice. Darling, I missed you so much, she giggled, a little too happily. Wise. Are you okay? Why do you sound weird? What do you mean? I'm thinking normally, you know. She replied, her words stretching and slurring like she'd been sipping on something a little stronger than coffee. Did you smoke something you shouldn't have? Rex asked, sounding more concerned. Z's, she mumbled before drifting off mid-sentence, the communicator going silent. Wise. Did you just fall asleep? Rex sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. He could practically picture her curled up at the table, snoozing with a half-finished cup of coffee in hand. Not wasting any more time, he brought the Black Horizon transport ship down to the outskirts of the human encampment. The moment he touched down, 6 Aegis units marched into formation around him, their white armor gleaming under Cleo's control. She had ordered them to protect him, knowing he was running dangerously low on energy. As Rex approached the town hall, a group of young guards stepped forward, aiming their weapons at him with shaky hands. Stop. Identify yourself. One of them demanded, voice wavering. Before Rex could respond, all 6 Aegis units around him raised their plasma rifles, the weapons humming ominously as they powered up. The young guard's eyes went wide as the Aegis units shifted into a protective stance, forming a tight circle around Rex and activating their combined energy shields. The glowing barrier expanded, covering Rex, who towered over his robotic escorts. Hold your fire. Stand down, Rex commanded calmly, his voice cutting through the tension. At his order, the Aegis Sentinels powered down their weapons and resumed their patrol routes as if nothing had happened, though the ones directly guarding him maintained their vigilant circle, rifles at the ready. With the situation under control, Rex stepped forward, his Aegis guards following in perfect sync, still keeping their shields raised to cover him. "Apologies," he said, addressing the stunned guards. "They're just following orders from my wife to protect me." One of the young guards swallowed hard, glancing nervously at the towering Aegis units before finding the courage to speak. Who are you, sir?" Me. I am." Rex smiled faintly, looking down at the young man with a hint of amusement in his tired eyes. I'm a. He paused dramatically, letting the suspense build as the guards waited, wide-eyed and anxious. "Just a very tired husband here to pick up his wife." The guard blinked, clearly confused, but before he could respond, the town hall doors swung open, and the elder emerged with a bemused smile. "Ah, you must be the infamous Rex," the elder chuckled, taking in the sight of the formidable Aegis units flanking him. "It seems your wife has kept us all quite entertained." Rex gave a weary nod, glancing over at Wise, who was now snoring softly and slumped over her coffee cup. He sighed, a hint of affection breaking through his exhaustion. "Yes, she has a way of leaving an impression." The elder chuckled again. "Well, come in, come in. She's been most persuasive. We've decided to join you, provided, of course, that there's more coffee where we're headed." Rex chuckled softly, finally relaxing a bit. "Plenty of coffee. Though I'd be careful giving any more to Wise here, apparently it has interesting effects on her." With that, he guided the group back inside, his Aegis units standing guard as the newly formed alliance prepared for the journey to their unusual new home. Rex took his time explaining the basics of piloting to the human engineers, gesturing toward various controls with Wise still snoozing in the crook of his arm. The engineers hung on his every word, though some of the girls kept casting him glances. Maybe it was the effortless way he held the sleeping Wise, or maybe it was the sheer absurdity of him being this cool while giving a tutorial on a stolen ship. He didn't notice, though. Ever since Cleo and Wise came into his life, his standards for beauty had skyrocketed. Other admirers just didn't register anymore. A blessing, or maybe a curse. And that's it. "Any questions?" he asked, looking over the group. One of the younger engineers raised a hand hesitantly. Yeah, sir. How will we know where to go?" "Easy," Rex replied with a grin. "Just follow my ship. I'll go slow enough for you all to keep up." "Anything else?" They shook their heads in unison. "No, sir." "Good. Then let's move." With that, Rex stepped off the transport, watching as the humans clambered aboard, eyes wide with excitement and a hint of fear. Rows of black Horizon transport ships sat in the distance, gleaming in the dim light like sleeping beasts. He could have taken more of them, sure, but it would have been a headache dealing with all the trackers embedded in each one. Besides, when the Black Horizon folks finally noticed something missing, they'd chalk it up to bandits. Cleo could probably disable those trackers if she had a body, but she didn't, and Rex wasn't about to go poke around blindly. Lucky for him, he'd managed to find the tracker on some ships by sheer luck and maybe a little help from his bionics eyes scanner. Once Rex was back on his ship, he settled into the pilot seat. Around him, the Aegis Sentinels took their places, slipping into their recharge stations, where they would silently draw power as they rested. Cleo had thought of everything. This ship was custom-built in her rented shipyard, designed with the Kalesar units in mind. The recharge bays were like a massive hive, humming softly as they slowly restored the Sentinels' energy reserves. Rex had placed Wise in the reclined co-pilot seat, adjusting it to give her a makeshift bed. She looked peaceful there, still deep in sleep. With a last glance at his resting companion, he fired up the engines, and they rose above the ruins of the camp that had once been home to so many. As they took off, he noticed some of the older humans looking back at the destroyed settlement through the transport windows. They'd spent years in that place, for better or worse, and leaving it now, even in ruins, wasn't easy. Some of them had tears streaking silently down their faces as they gazed at the remains of their former lives. It was a long flight to their destination, 6 hours over the vast, rugged terrain of a planet classified as massive, by human standards, dwarfing the smaller worlds most of them knew. Finally, their ships hovered over the underground city coordinates, a seemingly empty stretch of barren rock and dust. Then, a robotic voice crackled through the ship's communicator. Visitors, please stand by till the ID of the ship has been verified. After a pause, ID confirmed, welcome back, sir, and visitors. As soon as the voice finished, a shimmering energy shield flickered into view, and suddenly, the landscape changed. A massive hole appeared below, wide enough to swallow all their transport ships several times over. Around it, heavy turrets could be seen, each surrounded by its own energy field, ready to ward off any unwelcome guests. From within the hole, smaller ships buzzed out like insects from a nest, flying in neat formations or darting off on individual missions. The humans on board gasped, leaning forward to get a better look. Rex's voice came through the communicator, calm but with a hint of pride. Amazing, huh? He said. Lord Rex, what is this? Asked Oscar, his voice filled with awe. This, Rex replied, will be your new home. This is the underground city. Now come, let's descend. His ship led the way, easing down into the massive cavity, and the transports followed in formation. As they passed through the entrance, the humans were stunned by what they saw. An entire city, hidden beneath the earth, bursting with life. Cargo drones zipped through the air in every direction, some carrying crates of weapons, others hauling food supplies, or even machinery. Neon lights and colorful advertisements covered every building, illuminating the cavern like a festival at dusk. The humans stared, wide-eyed. In recent years, they'd grown used to corporate-controlled cities, where ads were strictly regulated and reserved only for the megacorps and intergalactic news stations, all of them cold and sterile. Here, though, the lights were wild, the ads vibrant and full of personality. It was like stepping into a forgotten world, a place untouched by corporate hands. Rex guided them down to the docking bay, where one large platform was kept open exclusively for him and his crew. A story floated through the camp about a rich smuggler who'd once tried to claim this spot, ignoring the warnings from maintenance workers. Let's just say he hadn't lasted long. As Rex's ship settled down, he glanced around at the stunned faces of his passengers. He couldn't help but feel a surge of satisfaction. They'd been through hell, but now, they had a chance at something new. While Rex was telling them what they could do from now on, Amelia came to the docking bay accompanied by 20 or so robot maids. Welcome back, Lord Rex, Amelia said while giving a small bow. The other robot maids did the same.
Oh Amelia, nice timing. Can you please show them where they will stay? Of course my lord, Lady Cleo sended me here with that motive. Oh, okay then, she always knows what I want. That's why she's my wife, Rex said all proudly. He then turned around to gaze at the humans. Well then guys, this is where we take different roads since I have a lot of stuff to do. But don't worry, I will be coming from time to time to the underground city, and who knows, maybe we can even end in the same bar. Ah, but don't tell my wife, Rex said while looking around and whispering. Ho ho ho, go without worries, my lord. We will soon find works to do around here and we will also pay the taxes. Don't worry about the taxes for now. I already talked about it with my wife. The first 3 months will be without taxes, so take it calmly. If you guys need some kind of help, go ask the nearby Aegis Sentinel that is patrolling the area. My wife will take care of it. Well then. Rex turned around and started to walk off toward the big building in front of the docking bay that was heavily guarded. Lila could only see with a sad expression how Rex left, but just as their paths separated today, they will be able to meet each other in the future. And so like this, the months passed and the tension of the war against the hive minds was in its climax. World of Nakor, year 5601 of the Imperial Galactic System. In the bustling heart of Nakor, the world's principal commercial hub, the megacorp's recruitment agents were out in full force, weaving through crowded streets and markets like predators hunting fresh prey. They flashed promises of riches to anyone willing to enlist in the war against the hive mind. Thousands of credits per day, they claimed, for those brave or desperate enough to sign up. For the poor, rank 6 citizens of Nakor, the offer was irresistible. The pay was more money than most of them would see in a lifetime. Within hours, the lines to enlist stretched down entire city blocks. Young men and women packed shoulder to shoulder, buzzing with excitement and hope. By day's end, the agents had recruited thousands of fresh bodies, all eager to carve out a better future. But not everyone shared their enthusiasm. Veterans of past battles watched the new recruits with a mix of pity and grim amusement. They knew the truth. Those eager young faces wouldn't last long on the front lines, especially not in the first wave. That first brutal wave was little more than cannon fodder, and surviving it was almost a fantasy. Meanwhile, Rex was holed up in the sleek, industrial-style building of the Thunderblades, the mercenary group that now operated as his public front. He leaned back in his chair, eyes on the clock, wondering when the Megacorp's recruiters would show up. They were supposed to have arrived by now, and he wasn't exactly known for his patience. Just as he was beginning to consider tracking them down himself, a soft chime sounded from the console on his desk. The robot receptionist's voice crackled to life, its tone as neutral and emotionless as ever. "Sir, the representatives have arrived."